After crushing the Ant King Baru and making him his loyal shadow, Jinwoo stepped into a new realm of power, but chaos followed. Monsters attacked his sister Gina's school, and Jinwoo wiped them out without mercy. Then came the Kartanon Temple, killer statues, an ancient architect, and the truth behind the system that chose him. Next, Japan fell to giants. Jinwoo faced the giant monarch and saved a nation. But in America, things got personal. His friend Ginho was kidnapped by Hwang Dong-soo. Jinwoo executed him and took down Thomas Andre, the US's strongest hunter. Then the real war began. The Frost Monarch, Beast Monarch, and Plague Monarch joined forces. They killed Go Gun-hee. They tried to kill Jinwoo. Only one survived that fight, Jinwoo. The Shadow Monarch had awakened. Jinwoo was just going about his day, probably planning his next dungeon raid or taking a rare breather, when this well-dressed, very American guy shows up, introduces himself as Adam White, a senior official from something called the Federal Bureau of Hunters. Yeah, federal, like the FBI, but for people who kill monsters. Naturally, Jinwoo's like, wait, who are you again? Because he's never dealt with them before. Adam starts explaining that it took a lot to even find him. He even went as far as Jinwoo's office, apparently left a business card with Ginho. Jinwoo kind of nods, vaguely remembering Ginho mentioning something about some foreign guy sniffing around. But then Jinwoo hits him with the obvious question, why me? That's when Adam drops it. He's got information, the kind you can't get from any guild, country, or other government. Just them. Just the Bureau. And get this, they want to give it to Jinwoo. Now Jinwoo's not someone you can bribe or flatter. So naturally, he's suspicious. Why would a major foreign agency just offer up their best secrets like a free sample? Adam explains that their bureau has something to gain too. They keep tabs on the big players in the awakened world. And Jinwoo? He's no longer just one of the strong. He's special. Apparently Jinwoo's massacre of monsters during the Jeju Island raid made such waves that the deputy director himself wanted to meet him. And yeah, they already had a car waiting. Jinwoo was still weighing it all, standing there with the car door open. Sure, he says, but how do I know any of this is even real? Adam doesn't push, just smiles and tells him to think about it. But as Jinwoo's about to walk away, Adam tosses out a word he's never heard before, upgrader. That stops Jinwoo cold. Adam explains it's a person, an awakened one, who can literally boost another awakened being's powers. Like, permanently. Naturally, Jinwoo's curiosity goes from 0 to 100. He slips into the passenger seat without another word, and off they go. Fast forward a bit. They arrive at this sleek, probably government-grade facility. Adam walks him in and introduces him to Michael Connor, the deputy director of the bureau. Classic American type. Direct, shakes hands, smiles once, then boom, lays down immigration papers. All signed, sealed, delivered. Jinwoo just has to say yes, and boom, instant US citizenship. But Jinwoo's not biting. He cuts right to it. Tell me about the upgrader. Connor doesn't skip a beat. He smiles, presses a button, and calls her in. And that's when Norma Selner enters. Middle-aged, calm, very unassuming. She doesn't look like a fighter, doesn't feel like a magic user either. But Jinwoo can tell right away. She's awakened, just different. She starts explaining. Her power? It's real, but not flashy. She doesn't summon anything or explode anything. What she does is remove the limits. See, every awakened has a ceiling. Some invisible point they can't cross no matter how hard they train. She can lift that ceiling, but it's not easy. Takes energy, recovery time. That's why only 3 or 4 people a year even get the chance. 3 or 4 in the entire world. Jinwoo's brain is already spinning. She lays it out. Through a 3-step process, an awakened hunter can gain a 20-30% increase in power. That kind of buff? It's insane. That's basically like rewriting your character stats in real life. And suddenly it clicks. That's why someone like Hwang Dong-soo moved to the US, even after all the hate he got for leaving Korea. He wasn't chasing money or fame. He was chasing this. Jinwoo doesn't say much, but internally, he's doing the math. He also realizes, if word of this power gets out, it'll cause chaos. Connor nods like he's reading Jinwoo's mind. That's why they keep Norma under serious protection, and only offer her powers to the ones they really want on their side. Then Connor leans in with the pitch. We want you, Jinwoo, and we're willing to give you priority treatment. Best guild placement, contract negotiations, benefits, all of it. But Jinwoo's still skeptical. He doesn't believe in getting something for nothing. That's not how the world works. Norma, though, just smiles. She's heard it all before. Once you feel it, you'll be the one asking for more, she tells him. Then she reaches out, gently takes Jinwoo's wrist, and asks him to look into her eyes. He does. Connor, watching this like a proud recruiter, thinks, gotcha. He's confident. Once Jinwoo experiences stage 1, he'll be hooked. But something happens that none of them expected. As Selner peers into Jinwoo's soul to activate her power, everything goes dark. She's no longer looking at a hunter. She's trapped, like she's been dropped into a void. She can't feel her feet, can't see anything. She starts to panic until she sees it, a shadow. Something's in there with her, and then it opens its eyes and stares directly at her. So what could possibly shake a woman who claims to see the limits of humanity? This wasn't a man with a ceiling. This was a monster without a roof. The woman screamed, and not just a little gasp. She straight up fell off her chair, her face pale, her whole body trembling. Whatever she saw in there, it shattered her. And the two agents standing guard, they lost it. Guns out, safety off. They aimed their weapons at Jinwoo like they were dealing with a threat too dangerous to process. And yeah, Jinwoo didn't flinch, not even a twitch. But Michael Connor? He went pale. "Stand down!" he yelled, his voice cracking through the tension like a whip. "Do you even know who that is?" He reminded them. If they'd pulled this stunt in front of someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Jigang, they'd be dead before they blinked. The agents froze, instantly realizing the level of dumb they just reached. They dropped their weapons and rushed to help Norma, who was still shaking like she'd seen death itself. Connor turned to Jinwoo and bowed, deeply, like full apology mode. Jinwoo just stood there, calm, trying to make sense of what even happened. He waved it off. "It's fine. But let's be real, it wasn't fine, and Connor knew it." He tore into the agents with a scolding that probably still echoes in their nightmares. They nodded silently, ashamed and rattled. Then Connor turned to Norma, kneeling beside her. The poor woman was drenched in sweat, barely holding herself together. Her hands shook, her breathing was uneven. Clearly, something inside her broke. Michael realized this wasn't the time to keep talking about paperwork or power-ups. "We'll reschedule," he told Jinwoo, trying to keep the situation from spiraling any further. Jinwoo gave a simple nod and followed Adam White back out, but he kept glancing over his shoulder, still trying to understand what exactly had just happened. Back inside, Connor stayed with Norma, waiting until she finally caught her breath. Her voice was shaky, but the words she said next, they were chilling. "He's a king," she whispered. Michael blinked. "King?" She nodded. "Not just strong. Not like a national-level hunter. Something else. Something beyond what I've ever seen." She paused, pressing her hand to her chest like she was still trying to steady her heartbeat. "When I looked into him, something looked back." Connor stared at her. "You mean Jinwoo?" "No," she whispered. "Not him. It was inside him." She described it as an infinite darkness, a void so deep it had its own gaze, a gaze that locked onto her, like a predator watching prey. "And here's the real kicker. There's no limit," she said. "That man has no ceiling." Meanwhile, over in Korea, Go Gun-hee, the chairman of the Korean Hunter Association, was sitting alone in his office, deep in thought. He couldn't stop thinking about Min Byung-gyu, the healer who died during the Jeju Island raid. Even though Min Byung-gyu had retired before that mission, he came back and sacrificed himself for the others. And that memory, it hurt Gun-hee, because deep down he knew more sacrifices were coming, maybe sooner than he'd like. That's when the phone rang. Gun-hee snapped out of his thoughts and picked it up. Urgent voice on the other end. "There's a B-rank gate, right in the middle of the street, blocking traffic, public safety nightmare, that whole deal." Gun-hee tensed. B-rank gates aren't usually that bad, but still, they're not something you send amateurs to clean up. He was about to call a big-name guild when it hit him. Jinwoo had just opened an office nearby. Perfect timing. Back on the road, Jinwoo was behind the wheel, stuck in traffic. His mind wasn't even on the road, though. It was still circling around Norma Selner. He could tell she'd been horrified. But why? Before he could think further, his phone buzzed. He glanced down. "Go Gun-hee." Jinwoo answered, and the old chairman didn't waste a second. He told him about the gate, asked if he could handle it. Jinwoo was like, "Can I just do that? No paperwork or anything?" Gun-hee chuckled. "I am the chairman. Consider that your permission slip." Jinwoo laughed. Fair enough. He pulled over, got out of the van, and started walking toward the portal. You could feel the monotrail like a pulse in the air. Reporters were already circling the scene like vultures, and the police were trying to keep order, while association staff secured the perimeter. As Jinwoo approached, a woman, an association employee, stepped in front of him. Totally official, clipboard and all. "Hey, you can't just..." Then she looked up and froze. "Wait, you're Sung Jinwoo?" She wasn't the only one who noticed. The crowd began buzzing. People pulled out their phones. The S-rank hunter had arrived. Still, the employee wasn't giving up. "Even you can't enter a gate without authorization and a full party." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "This again?" He pulled out his phone. "Here, talk to someone you can't ignore." He handed her the phone with Gun-hee still on the line. The woman's face went pale. She nodded, stammered out a, "Yes, sir," and handed the phone back. Jinwoo gave her a slight nod and walked past, entering the gate without hesitation. But before she could exhale in relief, the gate changed. It flashed red. The black surface turned blood crimson. Gasps spread through the crowd. People screamed. Reporters dropped their cameras. Someone shouted, "It's a red gate!" The woman's mouth dropped. Her hands trembled. She stared at the portal and whispered to herself, "Did I just jinx it?" Inside, Jinwoo stepped through, and instantly, the air changed. Heavy, silent, wrong. A red gate doesn't let you out until the job is done. no backup, no escape. And Jinwoo? He just cracked his neck, clenched his fists, and walked forward. So what exactly did Norma Selner see in Jinwoo? She saw the abyss, and that abyss was staring back. As Jinwoo stepped deeper into the red gate, with shadows swarming behind him and tension thick in the air, his thoughts, of all things, drifted home, specifically to his mom. He remembered a quiet conversation they'd had not long ago. She had looked at him with that calm, loving expression only a mother can give, and said something that stuck with him. "I know this wasn't your choice, but maybe this is your path." She wasn't angry that he became an S-rank hunter. She understood. His dad had been the same. Started as a firefighter, became a hunter, risked everything to save lives. That was the man she fell for. And that same fire? She saw it in Jinwoo too, but she warned him, gently, not to lose himself, not to burn out. Jinwoo clenched his fists. "I won't overdo it," he told himself. "This isn't too much for me." And just like that, the gate opened wide, and the battlefield came to life. The Shadow Army exploded into action. Igris, Baru, Tank, the whole gang, tearing through waves of beasts like a storm. Jinwoo stood tall in the center, commanding them with surgical precision, like a general made of steel. But he knew something most hunters didn't talk about. Being a hunter doesn't mean you're the predator. Not always. Sometimes the roles reverse. Sometimes you get hunted. That's the rule of the hunt. It never ends. And Jinwoo? He had no plans of stopping. The first wave? Gone. Crushed. Not even worth breaking a sweat. But he wasn't done. He locked eyes on the deeper part of the dungeon. "Let's end this today." Then came the real boss. A hulking beast stepped forward, flanked by his personal guard, his voice booming with arrogance. He looked around, searching for whoever had dared to cut down his forces. He sneered at Jinwoo, this small intruder, and laughed that a human could come this far, even speak their language. But then, silence. The boss called for his army. Nothing. He called again, louder. Still nothing. That's when the panic started to settle in. What he didn't know was that Jinwoo's shadows had already wiped out his entire force on the way in. The ambush the boss was counting on? Already dead. Jinwoo smirked. "Small, huh? That's cute." Then he gave a subtle nod, and shadows rose up from the forest floor like wraiths. They'd been lying in wait, and now it was over. The beasts didn't even have time to react before they dropped one by one, skewered and ripped apart. It was clean, precise, brutal. The boss's jaw dropped. He turned, desperate now, and summoned his hidden troops, magic beasts grown from the trees themselves. They cracked through the bark, rising up, only to get sniped. Baru was already there. One claw, one headshot, over and over. Jinwoo stepped forward, the aura around him thick as lead. His army closed in, unstoppable. And the boss? He froze. His confidence was gone. The fear in his eyes said it all. He knew he was outmatched. Jinwoo raised a hand. "Go!" And that was it. The shadows surged. Baru led the charge, faster than lightning, followed by Igris and Tusk. The battlefield turned into a bloodstorm of claws and steel. The beasts were powerful, but not this powerful. Jinwoo's army didn't just kill, they dominated. Two giant centaur beasts tried to rush Jinwoo directly, weapons raised, charging like tanks. But that's when Tank, the colossal shadow bear, charged back. He slammed into them like a train, tearing them apart in seconds. The boss let out a gut-wrenching scream. He called for his children, but it was too late. Baru came flying, claws extended, piercing the boss's chest. Igris swept in, slicing the beast's arm clean off in one elegant move. The boss collapsed, but Tusk wasn't finished. He activated Hymn of Giants, swelling in size, then dropped inverse gravity, slamming the boss into the earth like a meteor strike. The whole field shook with the impact. When the dust settled, the boss was broken, bleeding, barely conscious. Jinwoo walked up slowly, like death wearing sneakers. He crouched beside the twitching creature. "You can end this fast," he said coldly. "Just tell me what I want to know." But the beast said nothing, just coughed blood. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. The system again. It's blocking him. This wasn't the first time. He'd dealt with this before. Enemies too far under the system's control to speak. No matter how hard he pressed, he sighed. "Fine, I'll find out another way." Then he did something unusual. He opened his inventory and pulled out a key. Not just any key, a cursed random box key, the one he got after defeating King Baran, the demon monarch in the demon castle. It had been sitting there for a while. No description, no info, just waiting. But after hitting level 100 during the Jeju Island raid, the system had finally said something. The key wasn't just a drop, it was a door. So what kind of power lies hidden behind a key that even the system kept secret? Until now, we're about to find out. And something tells Jinwoo, this key changes everything. The system had finally provided details. The required conditions have been fulfilled. The key unlocks the entrance to the Kartanon Temple. It can be used at the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the allotted time passes. And then it hit him. Kartanon Temple. The name echoed like a whisper through time. Memories came flooding back. Cold stone walls, crumbling statues, the towering double dungeon, and that stone slate clutched in the hands of a statue. This wasn't just any place. This was where it all began. The system was sending him back. Not randomly, not by chance, intentionally. Back to the dungeon that had nearly killed him. The same dungeon that had shattered his weak self and created the man he'd become. But this time, it wasn't about survival. This time, he was the storm. Jinwoo clenched his fist around the key. If this is where it all started, then I'm coming full circle. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't hesitating. Wait for me, he muttered. I'll be there soon. Meanwhile, back at the office, Ginho was in full bodyguard mode, but online. He sat glued to his computer screen, eyes narrow, scanning forums, articles, and comment threads like a hawk tracking prey. Any negative comment about Jinwoo? Screenshot, report, delete, click, click, tap, type, wipe sweat. He was fighting an invisible war to protect his best friend's name, and he wasn't backing down. Then suddenly, busy? Jinho nearly jumped out of his skin. He spun around, startled, and saw Jinwoo standing behind him, calm as ever, dressed in full hunting gear. Oh, Hyungnim! I didn't hear you come in. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Everything okay? Yeah, no problems, Jinho replied quickly, still catching his breath. Then he squinted at Jinwoo's outfit. Wait, did you just come back from a gate? Jinwoo nodded casually. Had to grab a few cores. We'll need funds for the guild. Jinho's eyes lit up. Guild funds. That meant salaries, supplies, stability. He grinned. So we're good on the financial side? For now, Jinwoo shrugged. Then all that's left is finding one more member. Jinwoo blinked. We need 3? Yeah, minimum for registration. And that's when Jinho brought up the real crisis, the guild name. He launched into a list of weird combinations. Sungyu Guild, Wuho Guild, even Jin Guild. Jinwoo listened, nodded politely, and then said, "What about Solo Play Guild?" Jinho froze. Are you joking? Jinwoo was dead serious. Jinho sighed. Jinwoo might be a god-tier hunter, but comedy was not his strong suit. Still, there was something endearing about how bluntly Jinwoo said it, like he genuinely thought it was cool. Before they could argue more, someone knocked on the door. They both paused. Jinho stood, walked over, and opened it. A woman stood there. Long blonde hair, elegant posture, warm but guarded eyes. Hae-in. Jinho's jaw dropped. Jinwoo looked equally stunned. Are you looking for someone? Jinho asked. She nodded calmly. Is this Hunter Sung Jinwoo's guild? It is, Jinho said. Then she stepped forward. I want to join. Jinwoo blinked like she'd just said she wanted to buy a timeshare in the underworld. You want to join my guild? He asked. Hae-in nodded. He stared at her. Was this something the Hunter Association arranged? Did she get kicked from her old guild? Nope. She denied all of it. So Jinwoo asked the obvious question. Why? She hesitated, clearly rattled. Solo Play. Is that really the name? Jinwoo, deadpan. Yeah, we agreed on it. We did not, Jinho shouted from behind, but Jinwoo just ignored him. Close enough. Jinwoo squinted at Hae-in. Her heartbeat, her breathing, the way her eyes shifted. She was hiding something. He asked again, why this guild? You could go anywhere. She looked down, didn't answer. Jinwoo reminded her. It had been 2 years since her awakening. She had to be under contract still, right? I'll pay the penalty, she said. He blinked. You'll what? I don't need compensation, she added quietly. This made no sense. No money, no fame, no benefits. Why? She stayed silent, head bowed. But inside, her heart was racing. She couldn't say it aloud, that from the moment she first met him, something about him drew her in. Not just his strength, but his presence, his scent, his steadiness. On Jeju Island, when she thought she was going to die, the last image in her mind was him. And when she woke up in the helicopter, alive, the first name on her lips had been his. She didn't want a guild. She wanted him, by her side. Jinwoo didn't say it out loud, but he remembered how distant she'd been at the funeral, how her eyes followed him differently. He knew now. She'd been planning this. So why would Korea's top female hunter want to join a no-name, one-man guild? Because for her, it wasn't about the guild. It was about him. When Jinwoo pressed her for a reason, Hae-in finally gave a clean, practiced answer. Something safe. I just want a simpler life. Yeah, right. Jinwoo knew it was a deflection, but he didn't call her on it. Instead, he watched her quietly while Ginho chimed in, offering his own perspective. Think about the pressure she's under, he said. She's what, 22? 23 at most? And she's already one of the strongest hunters in the country. The Hunters Guild probably won't let her go easy. Jinwoo understood. Being S rank was a double-edged sword. People either worshipped you or used you. And after what the guild went through in the Jeju raid, yeah, Hae-in had probably seen hell. But understanding didn't mean he could just let her in. He needed to test her. So he told her, there would be an entrance exam. Hae-in blinked. That wasn't on the application. Jinwoo shrugged coolly. Oversight on Ginho's part. Before she could respond, Jinwoo sent Ginho out to fetch snacks and tea, giving them some privacy. The moment the word test left his mouth, Hae-in's face changed. The calm, polite exterior dropped, and something sharper took its place. She wanted the test. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, trying to tell if she was bluffing. But no, her gaze was locked in, steady, fierce. He told her she'd be fighting one of his summons, his strongest. Still no hesitation. "Let's do it now," she said. They stood, almost in sync. Jinwoo nodded. "We'll use the association's gymnasium." But it was far, and Jinwoo had a theory to test. "Stay close," he said. "We'll take a shortcut." Hae-in barely had time to react before Jinwoo stepped close. Really close. Her breath caught in her throat as he reached forward. "Ready?" he asked. Then in a blink, they disappeared. The room went quiet. A moment later, Ginho returned, with tea and snacks in hand, and stopped dead in his tracks. In their place stood a very confused high orc shadow soldier, who promptly snatched the cookies and started munching. Jinho sighed. "I was gone for 2 minutes." Inside the shadow exchange, Jinwoo and Hae-in traveled through the void. He studied the process carefully, so this is how it works. The entry point was any shadow, the destination tied to one of his soldiers. The whole thing operated like a portal system, only cooler. Only a 3-hour cooldown, and now confirmed, he could bring passengers. They reappeared inside the gym. The lights flickered on automatically, triggered by their mana. The air was still, sterile, but buzzing with tension. Hae-in looked around, wide-eyed. The speed, the silence, the sheer power of Jinwoo's magic, it amazed her. Jinwoo didn't waste time. "Let's begin." Hae-in suddenly froze. "I forgot my weapon," Jinwoo smirked. "Gonna grab your pickaxe again?" She blushed, remembering the awkward weapon she once used. "No," he chuckled, shaking his head. "Just teasing." She marched toward the weapons locker, used her hunter's license to unlock the door, and scanned the shelves. Most were training grade, but she chose a sword close to her own in weight and length. "It's not perfect," she said, "but monsters never fight you on your terms anyway." Jinwoo nodded slowly. "Fair point." Then he summoned a shadow, a quiet movement from his feet, and from it, Igris emerged, the silent knight, the best swordsman in Jinwoo's army, towering, calm, deadly. Jinwoo laid out the rules. Defeat Igris, and you pass. Surrender, and you fail. No other win condition. He didn't summon Baru. That would have been overkill. Baru was a nightmare. This needed to be a duel, not trauma. Hae-in stepped forward and readied herself. Jinwoo paused. "Turn around a sec." She blinked but obeyed. He reached into his inventory and pulled out something special. The Demon Monarch's sword. A gift from a fallen king. He handed it to Igris. Now it was a real test. Hae-in turned back, then stopped cold. Igris was holding a different weapon now, a blade that crackled with blue electricity, ominous and humming with power. Then, boom! The fight began. Igris didn't wait. His blade sliced the air, sending a lightning bolt straight at her like a sniper shot. Hae-in barely dodged, her body twisting midair like a cat. The bolt slammed into the wall behind her, scorching it black. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. That strike would have killed most hunters on contact. She landed, gripped her sword tighter, and charged. Silent, focused. This wasn't a formality anymore. This was real. And Igris? He moved forward to meet her, sword raised. He wasn't pulling punches. So what would make Korea's top S rank voluntarily duel a shadow without her own weapon? She wasn't there to prove her strength. She was there to prove she belonged at his side. The sound of metal clashing rang out like thunder as Hae-in's sword met in a shower of sparks. Every strike from her carried serious weight, but even Jinwoo had to admit, she was better than he expected. Meanwhile, high above in the Hunter Association building, Chairman Go Gun-hee was quietly reviewing classified reports from the top floor of his office, when something outside the window caught his eye. The gym lights were on. Odd, that facility was supposed to be empty today. Gun-hee buzzed his secretary. "Check if the gym was reserved." A moment passed before the answer came. "No reservations, sir." Gun-hee frowned. "Show me the surveillance feed." The monitor flickered, and suddenly he was watching Jinwoo and Hae-in sparring? His brow rose slightly, then his lips curled into a knowing smile. "Ah, so that's what this is." He remembered Hae-in showing unusual interest in Jinwoo after Jeju Island. Maybe it wasn't just admiration. With a soft chuckle, he ordered the cameras turned off. "Mark it as a maintenance check," he said, grinning like a proud grandfather as he turned back to his paperwork. Then the floor trembled. He paused, but didn't even look up. The smile stayed on his face. Youth, he thought. What a force of nature. Back at the gym, Jinwoo had to admit it. Even after giving Igris the Demon Monarch's sword, Hae-in was pushing him back. And when Igris finally crashed into the wall with a resounding thud, Jinwoo stepped in to call it. But Hae-in wasn't done. She lowered her blade and asked, dead serious, Was that really your strongest summon? Jinwoo hesitated. No, he admitted quietly. Then summon it, she demanded. He tried to reason with her. You could get hurt. She didn't flinch. Then I'll take that risk. That look in her eyes. It was fire. She wasn't asking. She needed to prove something. So Jinwoo gave in. He raised his hand and summoned Baru. The temperature dropped. Out of the shadows rose the towering, ant-like monarch. Baru, his most dangerous soldier, once built to kill hunters. He emerged like a nightmare with glowing eyes and claws sharp enough to split steel. Baru lowered his head, awaiting orders. Defeat her, Jinwoo said, voice firm. But do not hurt her. Baru's expression darkened with resolve. Then he roared. The lights overhead exploded. Glass shattered. The room plunged into eerie darkness as a wave of mana burst outward like a shockwave. The sheer force of Baru's scream was enough to shake the floor. Hae-in froze. The aura alone was suffocating. She looked into Baru's eyes and felt pure, predatory malice. He extended his claws, like blades forged from death itself. Jinwoo's voice cut through the tension. Don't forget, don't hurt her. Baru instantly pulled back, suppressing his claws with a low growl of obedience. Hae-in saw an opening. She braced herself to strike, and then Baru vanished. She gasped. He was behind her. The same trick. She'd seen it before. Not again. She spun and launched a rapid series of slashes, moving like a whirlwind. Her sword blurred in the air, aiming at vital points, looking for even the smallest mistake. But Baru? He didn't move. Not once. He just stood there, dodging every strike with millimeter-level precision. No wasted movement. No theatrics. Just brutal, mechanical efficiency. His body weaved between her attacks like water flowing around rocks. Her strikes were fast, deadly, but every time she swung, Baru was already somewhere else. She aimed for his throat. He leaned back a hair. She went low. He floated above the blow. It wasn't just skill. It was a gulf between them. Hae-in's mind raced. How is this possible? Baru wasn't even human. He wasn't a monster either. Just a shadow, a minion, a leftover echo from a creature that no longer existed. And Jinwoo commands this thing like it's nothing? Then Baru moved closer. Suddenly, she could smell him, the stench of death, the heavy scent of something not alive. She recoiled instinctively, her vision blurred. All she saw was Baru's open mouth coming toward her, wide as a cave. She screamed, and then, boom! A roar exploded from his lungs. Not an attack, just raw force. The magical pressure alone sent her flying backward, slamming her into the far wall. Her legs gave out for a second as she caught her breath. Jinwoo grimaced. He hadn't meant for it to go this far. Are you done? He asked quietly. But Hae-in stood up, shaking, scuffed, but still fighting. I can keep going. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Why? Why push this far? She knew she couldn't win. And Baru? He was barely holding back. Jinwoo could feel it. His soldier was suppressing the urge to kill. Baru was a predator, a purebred apex hunter. Even now, his instincts were flaring. And then Hae-in aimed for a weak spot. Jinwoo's heart stopped. Baru's aura spiked. To Baru, this was a line no prey should ever cross. So what happens when a predator is ordered to hold back, but its instincts say otherwise? You'd better pray he remembers who gave the order, before instinct takes over. The moment Baru's instincts kicked in, the world snapped into motion. His claws extended like black spears, and he lunged, not to intimidate, but to kill. Hae-in moved on instinct, dodging low, her body twisting mid-air. She was fast, ridiculously fast, but not faster than Baru's bloodlust. Their eyes locked. In that frozen instant, Hae-in knew this wasn't a spar anymore. This was survival. She gritted her teeth and called on her strongest move, sword dance. Her body flowed like water, her blade slicing brilliant arcs through the air, graceful and deadly. Each movement was art, elegance, and death in harmony. The space lit with flickers of steel and sparks as her strikes collided with Baru's claws. But something in Baru's aura had changed. He wasn't amused anymore. He was done playing. With a single swipe, Baru caught her blade mid-swing and shattered it with his bare hand. Half of the sword clattered to the ground, but Hae-in didn't blink. Her eyes burned cold. She tightened her grip on what remained and poured her mana into it. The fractured blade began to glow, a radiant light bursting forth as she activated a skill she'd never dared use before. Sword of Light. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Hae-in didn't wait. She launched herself forward, blade first, aimed straight for Baru's chest, and that's when it happened. Baru's mind glitched. The command Jinwoo had given, defeat her without harm, was erased. Instead, an older command, a darker one, etched deep from his time serving the Ant Queen, flashed in his brain. Annihilate all enemies. Hae-in was no longer a test subject. She was prey. Baru's claws extended again, twice as long this time. His body pulsed with killing intent as he leapt toward her with lethal precision. Hae-in froze. Her instincts screamed to move, but her body refused. Her eyes squeezed shut as she braced for death. And then, crack! A hand. Jinwoo's hand caught Baru's claws inches from her throat. The gym shook with the force of the block. Baru's eyes met his master's. The look in Jinwoo's eyes wasn't anger, it was disappointment. Baru staggered back, and then, like a child who'd broken a rule, he dropped to his knees. "Forgive me, my king," he whispered, trembling. Jinwoo didn't speak, not at first. He turned to Hae-in, who had collapsed, breathing hard, her limbs trembling. This test had gone too far. He stared at her, confused. "Why push yourself this far for a nameless guild?" He asked aloud. "Why are you doing this? Why are you risking your life for me?" She didn't answer. The silence was unbearable. He asked again, "Is there something else?" He searched her expression. "Do you like me?" The moment the words left his mouth, even he felt how absurd it sounded. But Hae-in's eyes widened, just for a second, and in that flicker, he saw the truth. She didn't speak, just nodded, faintly, and that was it. No grand confession, no dramatic music, just quiet truth, and two people realizing they'd both seen it coming. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, inside the Federal Bureau of Hunters, a storm was brewing. Director David Brennan slammed a folder on his desk. The mood in the command center was tense, frustration clinging to every word. They had failed. Jinwoo had slipped through their fingers. Again. "Where's Selner?" Brennan growled. The door opened. Norma Selner entered alongside Assistant Director Michael Connor. "No apologies," Brennan said immediately. "Just tell me what happened." Michael looked to Norma. She took a breath. "Sung Jinwoo. He's not just a hunter," she said quietly. "He's one of the kings." Brennan flinched. "You mean like a national-level hunter?" "No," she said. "I mean something beyond that," she explained. "Most hunters draw their power from the other side, some mysterious, unseen realm." That's what she could always see, the connection. Some of those connections were so intense, the hunters glowed like pillars of light to her. Those were the kings. But Jinwoo? He had no connection, Norma said, her voice shaking. "He is the power." She paused. "When I looked into his soul, there was no light, just endless darkness." "Darkness?" Brennan asked. "You mean he's evil?" "No," she said firmly. "Not evil, just beyond classification. He didn't borrow power. He was power. No channels, no limits, no ceiling. He was the other side." The room went cold. Michael swallowed hard, goosebumps prickling up his arms. "There's no limit to him," Norma added, voice barely a whisper. Brennan nodded slowly. "Thank you," he said at last. Then he stood, abruptly. "Where are you going?" Michael asked. "To basement level 24, Brennan said, stepping into the elevator. "If we can't recruit him with Selner, we'll use something else." As the doors closed, Brennan's voice echoed. "Remember the first S-rank gate? The one that changed everything?" Michael's blood ran cold. He knew exactly what his boss meant. Michael followed Director David Brennan in silence, his thoughts spiraling as they descended deeper underground. He remembered it vividly. The Kamish raid, the world's worst dungeon break. The one that wiped out the entire West Coast and nearly took half of America with it. The creature behind it? A dragon. Not just any dragon. Kamish, the inextinguishable flame. Michael remembered the death toll. Hundreds of elite hunters gone. Whole cities incinerated. Only 5 hunters survived that massacre. Those 5 would go on to be known as national-level hunters. Individuals so powerful, their existence rivaled that of entire countries. And yet, even they had barely made it out alive. Now, standing before the final chamber on basement level 24, Michael watched as Brennan opened a high-security vault. Inside, encased in reinforced glass and guarded like a nuclear warhead, was a runestone, one harvested from Kamish's corpse. Brennan stepped forward slowly, almost reverently. "It's been 8 years since Kamish," he murmured, "and in all that time, not a single mage-class national hunter has appeared." Michael nodded. "You think this is a second chance?" Brennan's eyes never left the runestone. "No, I think Kamish left us one final gift." He didn't say it outright, but they were both thinking it. Sung Jinwoo. Later that night, in Seoul, Jinwoo stood shirtless in front of his bathroom mirror. He examined himself. His body had changed. Since his second awakening, he'd grown taller, leaner, more defined. Even his skin was clearer, his posture straighter. It was subtle, but undeniable. He tilted his head. "Is this from the system?" One of his passive skills, Will to Survive, healed all damage to his body. Could it be working overtime? Fixing things like fatigue, posture, even acne? He smirked, then peeked out into the living room. His sister Gina lay on the couch, nose buried in her phone. He grinned. "Hey, what do you think? I look cooler now, right?" She didn't even look up. "You look like a bum." "Rude," he muttered, walking over and pinching her cheek. "Ow! Stop it!" she shrieked, kicking at him. Her shin hit his leg, and she recoiled, wincing in pain. "Why are your bones made of metal?" "Because I'm strong," Jinwoo teased. "How'd a bird brain like you get into school anyway?" "Excuse you," Gina said proudly. "I'm top of my class." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "Mock exams don't count." They both laughed. but then the mood shifted. I'm forming a guild, Jinwoo said casually. Gina sat up. Really? What's the name? Thinking solo play guild. She blinked. Solo play? But you fight with shadow soldiers. That's not solo. He scratched his head. Fair point. She smiled. What about Ahjin Guild? Jin? She explained. Ah means I. Jin means to move forward. It also spells my name backward. Jinwoo stared at her. You really named my guild after yourself? She grinned. You're welcome. He laughed. You know what? Not bad. That same night, across town, Hae-in lay buried beneath her blanket like a soldier wounded by embarrassment. Why did I say that? I think so? That was practically a confession. She curled deeper into the sheets, her cheeks burning. She remembered how Jinwoo had looked at her after the test, how he'd asked, "Isn't there another reason you want to join?" She panicked, said she'd think about it. A classic escape. But now, every time she closed her eyes, she could hear her voice whispering, "I think so." She clutched the blanket tighter. Sure, Jinwoo had saved her. Anyone would feel grateful. But she knew it wasn't just that. Then, like a whisper pulled from a fading dream, a different memory bubbled up. Min Byung-gyu, the healer who'd saved her on Jeju Island. His memory had faded, but something about that moment returned with force. She remembered a voice, not his usual calm. There was fear in it, urgency. He had said something. Warn Jinwoo, be careful of the power he holds. Hae-in sat upright. She remembered now. It wasn't Min Byung-gyu himself. It was his shadow. A final message from someone who had peered into the darkness and seen something terrible. Her chest tightened. What exactly had he seen? And why had she forgotten until now? Meanwhile, at the Knights Guild, things weren't much better. Yoontae entered the office briskly, handing over a report to Jongsu. A new gate opened yesterday, Yoontae said. It's not quite S rank, but it's close, Jongsu groaned. We're not equipped for that. If it was S rank, Yoontae added, we'd have no choice but to give it up. But it's A rank. Barely. Jongsu leaned back in his chair, eyes tired. People always underestimate A rank gates, he muttered. They think they're all the same, but one bad pull, one elite boss, we're down 3 men before the raid even begins. Yoontae nodded. So, do we take it? They both knew the truth. As one of Korea's top 5 guilds, they couldn't afford to back down. But if they stepped into the wrong gate, they might not come back out. The Knights Guild was cornered. Yoontae leaned against the wall, arms crossed. If we don't take this gate, you know who will. Jongsu's eye twitched. The Fame Guild. The very idea made his blood boil. The gate had opened right on their turf, Busan, and now the vultures were circling. Su knew the strength of his A-rank hunters, knew they could punch above their weight, but the truth hurt. They had no S rank, and that's what mattered. That single missing puzzle piece turned respect into pity. As they debated, young Yerim, the guild's A-rank healer, joined the room. We could team up with another guild, she offered. Jongsu snorted. And broadcast to the whole country that we can't handle our own backyard? Then what about an individual hunter? She said. He raised an eyebrow. You think one person changes everything? She met his gaze, calm and confident. I mean, if it's Sung Jinwoo, silence. Yoontae nodded slowly. He cleared an A-rank gate alone, on a highway, not even trying to make headlines. For the first time, Jongsu considered it seriously. Bringing Jinwoo in wouldn't just save the raid, it'd skyrocket their public image. He made up his mind. No phones, he said. I'm going in person. The next morning, at the Ahjin Guild office, Jinwoo had made his decision. He sat across from Ginho, his right-hand man and hype squad rolled into one. I've got it, Jinwoo said. Ahjin Guild. Jinho nearly jumped out of his chair. Yes, anything but solo play guild. With the name settled, they just needed one more founding member. Jinho, of course, brought up the obvious candidate, Hae-in. She's perfect, he argued. Young, talented, gorgeous, S rank. But Jinwoo shook his head. Not her. Why? She's not what I'm looking for. Jinho blinked. You're rejecting Korea's top female hunter because she's too qualified? Jinwoo didn't elaborate. What he wanted was someone with a license, no interest in guilds, and above all, someone he could trust completely. Before they could dig into candidates, a knock came at the door. Jinho stood to answer it, half expecting Hae-in again. But standing outside were 3 strangers. One of them stepped forward and introduced himself. Park Jongsu, Guildmaster of the Knights Guild. Beside him stood Yoontae and Jung Yerim. Jongsu got straight to business, pulling out his phone and playing a video. Jinwoo leaned in. A massive gate filled the screen, glowing, pulsing, throwing off waves of pure mana. Not technically classified as S rank, but visually, it was easily the largest gate Busan had ever seen. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. This might be interesting. He briefly wondered if Juhi still lived nearby. Maybe she'd treat him to sashimi while he was in town. Yerim, meanwhile, whispered to Yoontae, "Think I could get his autograph?" Before that fantasy got out of hand, Jongsu cleared his throat. The real problem, the Hunter Association was refusing the Knights Guild a raid permit. Why? No S-rank members. But with Jinwoo on board, the permit was theirs. Jongsu made his pitch, 20% profit share. double what most S ranks earned. Jinwoo didn't even blink. 50%? Jongsu choked. Not as an individual, Jinwoo clarified. As a guild, the Ahjin Guild. Sweat beaded on Jongsu's brow. 40-60 split? Jinwoo's face stayed blank. Jongsu sighed. Fine. 50. But you take down the dungeon boss. Done, Jinwoo said immediately. The Knights Guild master realized then, this kid's no pushover. They discussed the schedule. The raid would begin the next day. Jongsu offered to take him to Busan by car. Jinwoo declined. Got plans today. I'll meet you there tomorrow. Jongsu reluctantly agreed. As they packed up to leave, Yoontae caught a flicker of movement. Jinwoo's shadow twitched unnaturally. His eyes narrowed. Did his shadow just move? Jongsu muttered, maybe you're just hungover. Just as they reached the door, Jinwoo's phone buzzed. Unknown number. He stepped into the hall to answer. A warm voice filled his ear. It's me, honey. Mom? It was Kyung-hee, his mother. She'd bought a phone and wanted to hear his voice. A rare smile crept across Jinwoo's face. Let's have dinner tonight. I'd love that. The next morning at Gwangali Beach, the Knights Guild was assembled. The raid was set to begin. The elite hunters stood in formation, adrenaline in their veins, eyes on the shimmering gate ahead. The only problem? Jinwoo wasn't there yet. 5 minutes to start. Jongsu paced anxiously. Why didn't I make him come with us yesterday? The pressure built. They needed one man, and the clock was ticking. So what do you do when your entire raid depends on someone who hasn't shown up yet? You wait. Because when that someone is Sung Jinwoo, he doesn't arrive late. He arrives when it matters most. Meanwhile, the clouds over Seoul were gray and low, the kind that hinted at rain but never quite delivered. Jinwoo stepped out of his apartment, dressed casually, simple tee, sneakers, nothing flashy. He paused for a moment, glancing up at the sky. Did Gina take an umbrella? He chuckled. She probably didn't, but there wasn't time to dwell. He had a job to do. With a thought, he activated Shadow Exchange, instantly switching places with one of his soldiers. And just like that, he stood at Gwangali Beach, where a towering gate loomed like a storm cloud carved into stone. A crowd had gathered, curious civilians, low-tier hunters, media, all kept at bay by a cordon. But Jinwoo's eyes were focused only on the raid team. The Knights Guild had mobilized everything they had. To the left, the hauling team, right, the mining crew. But what caught his attention was the assault team, 13 A-rank hunters and another 20 B ranks. Jinwoo tilted his head slightly, impressed. For a guild without an S rank, this was a lot of firepower. But it was also a reminder of what they lacked. Raw numbers weren't enough when a gate could flip the world upside down. As Jinwoo walked toward the staging area, curious hunters quickly surrounded him. They fired off questions about his shadow army, about Jeju Island, about his rank, his power, and even his skincare routine. Jinwoo stood there awkwardly, barely answering, until a voice cut through the noise. Let the man breathe, will you? It was Young Yerim, healer of the Knights Guild Elite Squad. She offered her hand with a warm smile. I'm looking forward to working with you. Jinwoo gave her a nod of gratitude, a rare ally in the noise. Soon after, Jongsu Park, Guildmaster of the Knights Guild, arrived with his usual energy. Sung Jinwoo, glad you made it. But as Jinwoo greeted him, he noticed something odd. Did you not tell the team about the raid leadership? Jongsu laughed it off. Was waiting to do it in person. He turned to address the gathered hunters. As Guildmaster, I'll be leading today's raid. There was a flicker of disappointment in the crowd. Several hunters had clearly expected, hoped, Jinwoo would take the lead. Still, Jongsu continued, Hunter Sung Jinwoo will be tasked with protecting our rear guard. He'll make sure no one falls behind. A few scoffed under their breath. We don't need a babysitter, someone muttered. Jongsu ignored them. Let's move out. The raid had begun. Meanwhile, across town at Gina's high school, 3 students grumbled as they were sent on an errand by their art teacher. This isn't our job, one complained. Why are we moving statues? Because we're at the bottom of the food chain, the third muttered. They unlocked the door to the second art room, which had been converted into a makeshift storage area. Dust filled the air, thick and stale. Inside were stacked canvases, broken easels, and half-shattered statues meant for sketching practice. Then one of them noticed something in the corner. Guys, what the hell is that? In the far wall, a gate glowed with soft blue light. It wasn't large, barely the size of a doorway. The tallest boy walked toward it. Relax. Only hunters can go through these things. He reached out and touched the gate's surface. See? Totally saftu. Crack! A monstrous hand shot out. It grabbed his head. There wasn't time to scream. His skull was crushed like a melon. Blood sprayed across the room. The other 2 students stared in horror as their friend dropped, lifeless, and the gate shattered like glass behind him. From the blackened portal, orcs poured into the world. Towering beasts, muscles rippling, fangs gleaming, eyes filled with primal hunger. Unlike humans, they didn't think. They hunted. These orcs had been hiding, waiting, scouting, masking their scent for a week. embedded in the dungeon space, and now the veil was gone. Their instincts kicked in. Kill, eat, hunt. One orc sniffed the air. The building was full of prey. Multiple floors, dozens of students. Their leader growled, "Call the others." His companion obeyed, howling into the broken gate. Then the leader began walking down the hall, the scent of flesh thick in the air. He turned a corner. Two students stood chatting casually by the lockers, unaware. The orc's eyes locked on. His grip tightened on his axe, and then he ran. The students, caught completely off guard, stood frozen in disbelief as the predator closed in on them. At the Hunter Association Emergency Response Center, the atmosphere shifted in an instant. The phone rang, not the casual kind of ring, the kind that made seasoned receptionists straighten their backs. A woman, mid-30s, veteran of 1,000 routine calls, answered quickly. "Hunter Association, this is Officer Hae-in. How can I help you?" But the voice on the other end didn't sound routine. It was a girl, young, panicked. Her voice cracked and trembled as if she was fighting for every word. Hae-in leaned forward instinctively. I'm at school. I'm hiding. They're out there. They're killing people." Okay, sweetheart. I need you to breathe. You're doing great. What school are you at?" "Gwanghwamun High. They killed my friend. I locked myself in the bathroom." For a few seconds, there was only sobbing on the line. Then, between gasps, came the words that made Hae-in's blood run cold. "They're green. Like people, but not. Their skin's green and they have tusks. Orcs." The color drained from Hae-in's face. Not a C-rank beast, not a misclassified summon. A real dungeon break. "Listen to me carefully," she said, trying to steady her voice. "You need to get out of there. You need to run. Right now." But the girl barely had time to gasp when, over the phone, a door was ripped from its hinges, a guttural growl, and then a blood-curdling scream. "No! No! Please!" The scream was cut short. Then, nothing. Hae-in sat frozen, hand still on the phone, her own breath caught in her throat, and somewhere in Seoul, death kept moving. The school had become a slaughterhouse. Less than half the students had escaped. The rest, trapped, hiding, or dead. The orcs, unfazed by the weak resistance, were efficient and merciless. They started on the first floor, clearing each room like a methodical military unit. Blood trailed behind them. Screams above, silence below. In the corridors, kids ran blindly. Some crying, some shouting for their friends. A few tried to be brave. It didn't matter. These orcs weren't reckless beasts. They were hunters, bred for war, and now they were loose. One stood over a lifeless student, blood dripping from his axe. He sniffed the air, annoyed. Some prey escaped, but many hadn't. On the top floor, Gina huddled in a corner of her classroom, surrounded by trembling classmates. The sound of bodies hitting the floor below was unmistakable. Their barricade was laughable, desks and chairs shoved against the doors. A few boys held brooms like spears. One girl quietly recited a prayer. Then the door exploded inward. The chief orc entered, his thick arms smeared with blood, axe already red. Someone screamed. A boy made a run for it, toward the rear exit. He didn't make it. A second orc stepped out of the hallway shadows and buried his axe in the boy's skull. The thud silenced the room. The rest of the students backed into a corner, trapped between death by monster or death by gravity, 6 stories up. Gina was shaking, but not just with fear. She was praying, "Appa, please." And then, the orc looked at her. Something about her blood, something that felt wrong. The orc's instinct screamed she had to die. He raised his axe, muscles flexed, eyes burning. And that's when the shadow beneath Gina's feet began to move. It started as smoke, black and cold, and then a figure emerged. A high orc, clad in full obsidian armor. But this wasn't a monster. It was a shadow soldier. It grabbed the chief orc's wrist before the axe could fall. The orc struggled, shocked, but couldn't move. The Black Knight raised both fists and smashed the orc's head so hard it crashed through the ceiling, leaving behind a hole and a spray of dust. The students were speechless. Then more shadows began rising. One by one, elite shadow warriors emerged, lining the room in silence. No words, no delay, just protection. Gina opened her eyes. Her brother had hurt her. Meanwhile, deep inside the Busan gate, Jinwoo received a new system message. The dungeon was massive, like it had been made for giants. But before he could explore far, a roar echoed from the front. "Incoming!" Jong-soo, the Knights Guild's guildmaster, screamed as a massive beast lunged out from the darkness. A 2-headed ogre, 10 feet tall, eyes glowing red. It charged, swinging a tree-sized club with terrifying speed. Jong-soo threw himself in the way, shouting, "Get behind me!" A shimmering shield formed just in time as the club collided with it, sending out a shockwave. He held his ground, feet sliding back a few inches, but he stood. "Yuntae, now!" Yuntae launched himself off the ground like a spring-loaded missile, blade flashing as he landed directly on the 2-headed ogre's massive shoulders. In one brutal arc, he slashed both heads across the eyes. The monster let out a deafening double-layered roar, stumbling backward. "Now!" Yuntae shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. The Knights Guild didn't miss a beat. Frontline hunters surged forward in perfect sync, blades cleaving into the beast's thick, hideous flesh. Behind them, the mages were already mid-chant, unleashing firestorms that exploded across the ogre's back like mini volcanoes. Flames licked at its skin, smoke filling the air, and the stench of burnt monster meat made it hard to breathe. Then, boom! The ogre hit the ground like a falling building. Dead, charred, massive. A clean victory. No casualties, no injuries. But everyone felt it, that weird tension in the air. Jiangsu, ever the sharp one, called for a regroup. That was weird, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. A twin-headed ogre at the entrance of a dungeon? That's usually the final boss. Jinwoo stepped forward, eyes narrowing. It's a gravekeeper, which means, Yuntae asked, raising a brow. Jiangsu exhaled. It's guarding something. Probably a whole army of undead deeper inside. Cool, cool, Yuntae said sarcastically. Let's not jinx the raid, boss. But before they could laugh it off, something strange happened. From the deeper end of the tunnel, undead creatures began to appear. Not charging forward like berserk monsters. No, they were retreating, limping backward, faces twisted in panic, like something worse was chasing them. Jinwoo didn't care. He was already distracted. A pulse hit him, hard. His heart raced. His eyes widened. The shadow soldiers he had stationed near Gina just pinged him. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He didn't hesitate. I have to go, he said flatly, turning away. What? Jiangsu called after him. You can't just leave in the middle of a... Jinwoo turned, calm but cold. I'll leave someone stronger. Then he summoned him. Baru, the Ant King, cloaked in black smoke, emerged from the shadows with that soul-shaking aura that had once paralyzed entire battalions. The reaction was instant. Hunters backed away, eyes wide. Some even stumbled. That's from the Jeju Island raid, one whispered. Jinwoo didn't flinch. Baru will lead the vanguard. I'm leaving you 20 soldiers. That'll be enough. Yerim, still catching her breath from the ogre battle, couldn't believe it. You're seriously leaving now? After unleashing that? Jinwoo's gaze cut through her like ice. If you don't want them here, I can take them back. But when this raid fails, it's on the Knights Guild. Not me. Silence. Even Jiangsu backed off. All right, understood. Jinwoo clenched his fists. Still over an hour until Shadow Exchange cools down. Damn it. He didn't wait. Didn't explain. He vanished into the tunnel. Did he really just leave? Tae asked, half stunned, half impressed. But Jinwoo was already on the move, his body radiating fury. As he sprinted through the dungeon corridors, undead beasts blocked his path, and then knelt, bowing. They recognized him, not as prey, but as their king. Jinwoo barely noticed. He dismissed his dagger into inventory and broke into a full sprint. At the end of the path, he called out in a sharp voice, Kaizel! The sky outside the dungeon split open. A black wyvern, wings steaming with shadow energy, materialized. The crowd outside the gate gasped. Wait, is that Hunter Sung? Why is he leaving? He didn't answer. Jinwoo jumped onto Kaizel's back and pointed forward. To Gina, now! Kaizel let out a thunderous roar and took off, wings tearing through the sky as they soared toward Seoul. Back at the school, the orc's skull exploded like a watermelon under a hammer. The creature dropped to the floor, lifeless. Around it, the high orcs summoned from Jinwoo's shadows stood tall, silent, watching. The terrified students blinked, processing. They didn't know whether to scream or clap. Who just saved us? The other two orcs, still alive, tried to run, but the high orcs caught them. They didn't scream. They didn't fight. They knew it was over. 2 sickening crunches followed, and the bodies dropped. Gina and her classmates stood in stunned silence. Only then did they realize they weren't alone. They'd been protected, guarded, not by people, not by magic, but by something darker and stronger. Still trembling, Gina whispered, Where's my brother? No answer. The high orcs didn't move, didn't let her go, didn't even blink. They knew what was still coming. And then, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed in the stairwell, coming closer, louder, slower. Not just one. Something else was on its way. The air shifted, heavy, charged, like the world itself was holding its breath. And then it happened. A gate cracked open deep within the dungeon, and out came a throne. Massive, ancient, as if the entire place had been built just to hold it. The final seal had broken. From the shadows surrounding that throne stepped out a towering orc, taller than any they'd seen, muscles carved like stone, tattoos crawling across his body like the history of war itself. This wasn't just another brute. This was Grocktar, chieftain of the Crimson Blade tribe, and the master of this dungeon. He didn't walk out quietly. He announced himself with the kind of arrogance that only comes from killing thousands. Every scar on his skin told a story. Every mark was a memory of someone who'd challenged him and lost. His subordinate rushed to his side, panic in his voice. Some of our own high orcs. They're helping the humans. Grocktar didn't flinch. How many? 3. came the answer. A low, cruel grin stretched across the warlord's face. Pathetic. He hefted his monstrous axe over one shoulder, his eyes glowing with bloodlust. Let's go remind them who really owns this place. Outside the classroom, orcs that had been retreating heard Grocktar's name and erupted into cheers. Their chieftain was here. The tide had turned, or so they thought. Grocktar didn't waste time. He moved like smoke, faster than anything his size should have been able to. The high orcs guarding Ginho rushed him, blades drawn. Didn't matter. He ducked the first, parried the second, and spun with the grace of a predator. His curved blade flashed, slashing through his enemies. They fell, and then they got back up. Grocktar's grin faded. "What is this?" he muttered, narrowing his eyes. No matter how many times he cut them down, they kept rising, healing, reforming. Like death didn't apply to them. Was it a spell? Some cursed magic? It didn't matter. He'd kill them all if he had to. But then, that voice came back. The one in his head. Whispers. Commands. Kill the girl. He gritted his teeth. The headache throbbed behind his eyes. But the voice had a point. If this was a spell, it had a source. His eyes scanned the room, and then he saw her. Ginho, trembling, hiding behind the regenerating high orcs. But Grocktar wasn't looking at fear. He was looking at connection. There was something linking her to these creatures, and he was sure of it now. She was the shaman, the control center. "All units, get the girl." One orc lunged toward Ginho. The high orcs moved to intercept, but Grocktar had already prepared for that. His forces surrounded them, pounced, and held them down long enough to keep them away. It worked. Jinwoo's little sister was left wide open. That's when it happened. A nasty-looking orc, big and ugly as hell, grabbed her by the head. Sneering, he muttered how he always knew it was her. Said he could smell her magic from a mile away. He was just about to finish her off when he froze. He could feel something bad, something coming. His hands started shaking so bad he couldn't even hold on to her anymore. He let her drop like dead weight. Her friend bolted over, helping her up. Panic all over her face. "You okay?" Meanwhile, the orc's gut twisted in terror. And then, boom. An explosion rocked the place. Dust everywhere, people coughing, chaos. And through the smoke, he stepped in. He knelt next to his sister, gently placing his hand on her head. His voice low, steady. "It's okay now, you're safe." Every orc in the room? They backed the hell up. Even their leader, Gruer of the Red Knives, tried to puff up and introduce himself. Didn't even get the words out. Jinwoo shot him a look, lifted a finger and said coldly, "Shut up. Wait your turn." Gruer shut right the hell up. Jinwoo hugged his sister close, whispering an apology for being late. Then he turned, asking the other students if they were okay. A few nodded. Sonia, standing nearby, tried to sound brave. I'm fine." But then she noticed it. The aura coming off Jinwoo. It wasn't just strong, it was terrifying. And when Jinwoo saw the red bruise on his sister's cheek, left by that orc's filthy hand, something snapped inside him. Igris. His voice was like ice. His Shadow Knight appeared instantly, bowing his head. "Protect my sister," Jinwoo ordered. "Get the kids out of here." More shadow soldiers materialized, picking up the injured students and carrying them toward the dragon waiting outside. Meanwhile, the orcs? Yeah, they tried to move. Tried to make a break for it. Bad idea. "You move," Jinwoo warned. "You die." One idiot orc charged anyway, swinging a club the size of a tree trunk. Jinwoo didn't even flinch. He caught the club with 2 fingers. Snap! The orc howled like a dying animal, and before you could blink, Jinwoo had slammed him into the ground, hard enough to crack the concrete. One stomp, finished. The other 2 orcs tried to bolt. Jinwoo just raised his hand. Ruler's authority. Both orcs shot up into the air like puppets on strings, and when he closed his fists, they turned into a bloody mess. Done. The rest of the orcs panicked, screaming, charging all at once. Didn't matter. Jinwoo moved through them like a force of nature, tearing through bodies with his bare damn hands. In seconds, the room was littered with corpses. Only one was left standing, Gruer, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Jinwoo walked up, grabbed the bastard by the head and smashed him against the wall. Then he noticed something even worse. The halls beyond the corridor, littered with students, injured, bleeding. He turned to another hall. Same thing. His eyes darkened. "Why are you killing people?" he demanded. Gruer whimpered, mumbling some half-crazed excuse about hearing voices telling him to kill. "What about me?" Jinwoo asked quietly. "You want to kill me too?" Gruer broke down, crying, begging for mercy. In that moment, Jinwoo realized, to them he wasn't even human. He was something worse. His chaos blade materialized in his hand. "No point in talking anymore," Jinwoo said coldly. "I'll spare you, but don't expect it to be painless." Meanwhile, over in the dungeon where the Night Guild was raiding, things weren't exactly peachy either. One healer tugged at a giant ant's leg, yelling, "Hey, you got any idea how much vampire soul crystals are worth? Don't just eat them." The ant didn't even care. Kept chomping on vampires like it was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Annoyed, the healer yanked again, but accidentally scraped her arm. Before she could even yelp properly, the ant turned around, extended a huge claw, and in 1 second flat, her wound healed. She blinked. Healing magic? The girl realized, dumbfounded. This shadow ant's healing skills are better than mine. And I'm supposed to be the healer. Just another day in Jinwoo's crazy world. Meanwhile, back in another part of the battlefield, it was the ants' turn to cause some serious mayhem. Baru, the general of the ants, led his squad like a damn army. They pushed deeper into the dungeon, marching down endless dark corridors. At the end of one of them, a massive door creaked open, and waiting behind it, the boss. And not just any boss, an archlich. The moment the hunters laid eyes on it, they froze. Oh shit, somebody muttered. An archlich wasn't your average dungeon boss. It was one of the nastiest, most horrifying things you could pull from a gate, and no guild had ever taken one down clean before. This should have been a damn nightmare. But thanks to one overpowered ant general, disaster was about to get flipped on its head. The hunters weren't out of the woods yet, though. Behind them, the dead monsters that Baru's ants hadn't finished off. Yeah, like those guys were crawling back up. The undead army was rising. "Seal the doors, now!" the raid leader shouted, panic all over his face. "Sacred defense!" One of the mage girls activated her barrier skill, throwing up a shimmering shield just in time. But it wasn't going to last forever. "We got 5 minutes, tops!" the healer girl cried. The leader's mind was racing. Without Hunter Sung Jinwoo here, we're screwed. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw movement. The ant general Titi was heading straight for the boss. The archlich hissed, speaking in a gravelly voice that sent chills down everybody's spine. "Why are the king's troops fighting against us? We were chosen." It didn't make any damn sense. The boss was actually confused, thought Baru was on his side. Baru didn't give a single damn about his confusion. The ant general just jumped and punched the boss so hard, he sent the monster flying across the dungeon like a damn ragdoll. "For somebody who's about to die," Baru growled, "you sure do talk a lot. Savage." The moment the boss slammed into the wall, Baru was on him again, claws digging deep. In one smooth, brutal move, he ripped the archlich's heart clean out of his chest. The light in the boss's eyes faded instantly, and like dominoes, every undead soldier in the dungeon collapsed. Their connection to the dark energy snapped like a broken string. The hunters just stood there, mouths hanging open. One hit, one kill. Whole damn army wiped. The raid leader finally broke the silence, shouting, "I knew he was strong, but holy hell, I had no idea." Another hunter wandered over, shaking his head in disbelief. With soldiers like that, Sung Jinwoo could clear entire dungeons without lifting a damn finger. Thinking about it, they realized, yeah, Baru and the other shadows didn't even burn through Jinwoo's mana completely. He was barely trying, and he could still steamroll monsters like this. One of the hunters joked, nudging the raid leader. "Maybe we should scrap our old plans and just beg to join the Ahjin Guild?" The raid leader scowled. "You kidding me? Merge our fine-ass Knights Guild with some new outfit just like that?" The guy shrugged. "I mean, it's kinda tempting." But the leader shook his head, grumbling about how Sung Jinwoo didn't even need them anyway. Rules are rules, he thought. Even if Jinwoo could solo a dungeon with his eyes closed, technically a raid still needed a full team. Still, part of him knew, if they backed Jinwoo, offered him support instead of trying to recruit him, nobody would blame them. Hell, they might even come out looking like geniuses. Meanwhile, outside, a heavy rain hammered down. Parents were flooding the streets outside the school, frantic, desperate to see if their kids were alive. Some cried tears of joy, others wept over the stretchers being carried away. Inside a quiet car, Jinwoo sat with the president of the Hunters Association. The president turned to him. "The 213 students who escaped at the beginning of the incident, they're all safe." Jinwoo gave a tight nod. 10 more were rescued afterward. The president continued. "If we'd reacted faster, maybe we could have saved more." He handed his phone over, showing data charts. In the past 6 months, the number of new dungeons has been growing, exponentially. The graphs didn't lie. Dungeons weren't just popping up, they were exploding across the world. But that's not even the weirdest part, the president added. He scrolled down to another set of stats. More and more people are awakening powers, strong ones. Strong enough to hold off monsters. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. It wasn't random. It felt like the world was getting ready for something. Jinwoo leaned back, thinking hard. He asked about other countries. Japan, America, China, France, England, Germany, even way out in Central Asia. The president nodded, serious. Same patterns everywhere, Sung Jinwoo. Something's coming, and it's coming fast. After the rain-soaked car ride, the president of the Hunters Association leaned over from the front seat, handing Jinwoo a thick folder. "These," he said, "are the countries that officially want to make contact with you. Some others," he chuckled dryly, "they already tried unofficially." Jinwoo flipped through the pages, his face unreadable. The president sighed. "Look, the association can't really stop them. We're just protecting your info the best we can. But the truth is, he paused, choosing his words carefully. If you decide to leave Korea now, it's going to be damn hard to adapt anywhere else. They'll eat you alive out there. The conversation ran long, way longer than either of them expected. By the time they finally pulled up to the hospital where Jinwoo's sister was recovering, the sky was starting to brighten just a little. As Jinwoo got out of the car, the president called after him, voice a little softer. "We'll give you whatever you need to stay, Hunter-sung. Just think about it. South Korea's got 10 registered S-rank hunters, and we already lost 3. 2 of them killed by monsters. We can't afford to lose you too." Then he dropped the big question. "What is it you want, Sung Jinwoo?" Jinwoo turned around, dead serious. "I want permission," he said, "to raid dungeons solo." The president blinked. "You mean you want me to lift the minimum party rule?" Jinwoo nodded. Normally hunters needed a team, safety in numbers and all that. Going alone was supposed to be suicide, but this wasn't some normal hunter. The president ran a hand down his face. That rule exists so idiots don't get themselves killed. Even the best can get ambushed in a raid. But looking into Jinwoo's eyes, he knew arguing was pointless. He sighed. "You really are a one-man army, aren't you?" The president smiled thinly. "It's hard, but not impossible. I'll pull the strings." Meanwhile, across town, a young reporter clicked off her mic after a brutal day of coverage. One of the cameramen patted her on the back. "Good job out there." She smiled, just as her phone buzzed. Her brother. "Hey," he said casually. "How about ditching Dad's dusty old guild office and joining a real one?" "Hours," she blinked. "Since when are you recruiting?" Her brother Ginho laughed. "Since we're missing one member to get officially registered." She raised an eyebrow. "And you're roping me into some half-baked guild with some shady stranger?" Ginho just grinned. "If you knew who this shady stranger was, you'd fall off your chair." "Who is it?" Cut to Jin Wu, standing in the lobby with his arms crossed as Ginho awkwardly introduced his sister. Suin, a certified A-rank hunter. The second Suin peeled off her mask and realized who she was looking at. Her jaw almost hit the floor. You're him! The hunter who wrecked Lee Min-sung's press conference and just disappeared." Jinwoo chuckled lowly, easing into the couch. Man, he thought, Ginho's D rank and his sister's an A rank? Must be in the bloodline. He remembered reading cases where siblings both awakened. Not common, but not unheard of either. As Suin babbled excitedly, Jinwoo stayed calm. "I'm guessing Ginho filled you in?" She nodded eagerly. "Yeah, you need a 4th member to officially form a guild, right? I'm in. Honestly, it's better than being bossed around by my jerk of a brother in Eugene's guild." She then whipped out her phone. "Mind if we take a quick pic for my socials?" Jinwoo raised an eyebrow but shrugged. "Knock yourself out." Meanwhile, back at the Hunters Association, not everyone was thrilled about Jinwoo's new guild. At a private meeting, an association officer ranted, "This is pure privilege. You're bending all the rules for him." He slammed his hand on the table. But the president stayed cool. "You're right," he said simply. "It is privilege." The officer sputtered in disbelief, but the president leaned in, voice low and serious. "Tell me, if monsters poured out of a gate tomorrow, would you rather send a squad of 20 hunters or one Sung Jinwoo?" Silence. The officer had no comeback, because deep down, everyone knew the answer. Meanwhile, across town, Hae-in sat glaring at her phone. There it was, a social media post, fresh and smug, from some girl flaunting her first day with the Ahjin Guild. Cha's hands shook with rage. Seriously? First day? Already flexing? The aura around her flared so hard that it damn near rattled the walls. The next morning, Jinwoo and Ginho stood outside a massive gate, staring up at it. It was huge, like stupid huge. Even Jinwoo had to admit, it made most dungeon entrances look like baby playgrounds. He smirked, glancing sideways at Ginho. Man, if this dude had seen a gate this big back when we first started, he'd have fainted right on the spot. Reporters were swarming the place like flies. "Hunter Sung, a few words for the media. What are your thoughts on the Ahjin Guild's first raid? Is it true you have a secret connection to founder Yu Jin-cheol?" Jinwoo was about 2 seconds away from vaporizing them, when thankfully some Hunter Association staff swooped in and cleared a path. One of the officials leaned in, apologizing. "Sorry, Hunter Sung. We tried keeping the dungeon location quiet, but you know how it is. Reporters always find a way," he added, lowering his voice. "Also might want to be more careful what you post on social media from now on. That pic your guildmate posted blew up fast." Ginho scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Oops." As they prepped for the raid, Ginho tugged at Jinwoo's sleeve. Hyung, how are we gonna manage mining without crystal squads? It's usually way more complicated." Jinwoo just gave him a lazy grin. "Don't sweat it. My shadows got it covered." Inside the gate, the Hunter Association rep couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Shadow Soldiers? They weren't just strong, they were monsters themselves. Inches, the commander, was tearing through A-rank monsters like they were made of paper.
swinging a sword so fast it left crackling arcs of electricity behind each slice. Every monster that got close, dead in an instant. The official wiped sweat from his forehead. Hell, even just one of these shadow guys could clear a whole dungeon. Meanwhile, Ginho was losing his damn mind. One of the ants had started munching on monster corpses like they were at a damn Golden Corral buffet. Ginho ran over and kicked the ant across the room. "Hey, those things are worth a fortune, you oversized cockroach. Stop eating the profits." Other shadow soldiers looked up guiltily, like kids caught sneaking cookies. The association guy watched this chaos, utterly stunned. How the hell is this guy casually mining, raiding, and babysitting an undead army all at once? Now he got why the chairman had told him, stick close to Jin Wu. Then, without warning, the dungeon boss showed up. Jin Wu immediately dismissed most of his shadow army, only left the mining crew behind. The official blinked. Wait, what's he doing? He could have just steamrolled this boss with the soldiers. But Jinwoo was already walking forward, rolling his shoulders. "If I rely on my shadows too much," he muttered, "my own skills will start to rust." Next second, he sprinted, damn near teleported. One breath later, and the boss was chopped into fine bloody mist. System alert. Boss eliminated. Level up, 101. Skill advancements unlocked. Jinwoo blinked. Whoa. His shadow summoning skill, Guardian of Shadows, had leveled up. The cooldown on Shadow Exchange dropped by an entire hour too, meaning if anything happened to his mom or sister, he could reach them even faster. Now we're talking, Jinwoo thought. Behind him, the Hunter Association guy was still trying to process what the hell he'd just seen. The boss had tough-ass natural armor, something even elite hunters struggled to crack, and Jinwoo had sliced through it like he was cutting butter. But then he saw something even crazier. Jinwoo summoned his power again, Shadow Extraction. A black mist swirled around the boss's corpse, and the monster stood back up as Jinwoo's newest shadow. System alert. Shadow Extraction successful. Shadow level 13. Jinwoo studied it. It looked a lot like Fang, his shadow mage. Same vibe, same dangerous aura. Sure, the new shadow was smaller, but the magic coming off him? Strong. Real strong. He figured if it was like Fang, maybe it could grow bigger later. Now all he needed was a name. He thought about it for a second, then smiled. Jima, he said. System confirmation. New shadow name registered. Jima. Another badass added to the roster, and Jinwoo was just getting started. Standing off to the side, the Hunter Association rep watched Jinwoo's army of shadows with wide eyes. Mentor's not just copying monsters, he thought. He's making them even stronger. But before he could finish processing that scary thought, the dungeon walls started to tremble. The raid was done. The boss was dead. Now the whole damn place was about to collapse. Jinwoo glanced over his shoulder, cool as ever, and realized he had to hustle out too, especially with his new recruit slung over his shadow's shoulder. Outside the gate, chaos was already brewing. A huge orc shadow lumbered out first, carrying the dead dungeon boss like a prize deer over its shoulder. The reporters lost their damn minds. People screamed. Cameras flashed. Somebody yelled, "The monsters are escaping!" But then they noticed something weird. The giant orc wasn't attacking. It was just standing there, looking awkward, scratching the back of his huge head like he was embarrassed. The crowd slowly realized, holy crap, that's Sung Jinwoo's shadow. Next thing you know, everybody's snapping pics like crazy, flashes going off like fireworks. Ginho jogged up next to Jinwoo, grinning. "Young, smile. Look at all these reporters. They're eating this up." Jinwoo just sighed. This was exactly the kind of attention he didn't want. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association official who had gone in with them, dude looked like he just crawled out of a horror movie, pale as a ghost. Later, he met up with the president of the association and gave his report. "You've been on dozens of raids," the president said, arms crossed. "Was this one really so different?" The man shook his head, still dazed. "Sir, this wasn't a raid. This was a massacre." The president nodded slowly. It was all crystal clear now. He stared out the window, hands clasped behind his back. Mopping up the dungeon, collecting corpses, mining crystals. Jinwoo wasn't running a guild. He was the guild. One man, one army. And honestly, the president wasn't sad about it. He was damn proud. Korea's strongest weapon, maybe even the world's. But across the sea in Japan, things were spiraling into disaster. In Tokyo, a monstrous red gate opened. So big it blotted out half the damn sky. People stopped dead in their tracks, staring upward, slack-jawed in horror. A low, terrifying rumble echoed through the streets. Elsewhere, in a mansion where the strongest Japanese guilds secretly gathered, panic was already boiling over. The leaders of the Naked Blade Guild, the servants of the Murayama clan, and other S-rank hunters huddled together, tension thick as smoke. One of them spotted someone approaching the balcony. "Oh, the Naked Blade Guild co-owners here," he muttered. But another guy barked at him. "Idiot, that's the guild leader himself." Things were bad. 7 S-rank hunters had already been wiped out. including Go Gun-hee's prized protege, Gao Ruji. The biggest guilds were falling apart. If Naked Blade collapsed, the others would be right behind them. In another part of the mansion, the hunters argued bitterly. "Where the hell's the association?" one man shouted. "How the hell does a gate this massive pop up in the middle of Tokyo and they say nothing?" Another guy slammed his fist on the table. "Even if every S-rank hunter in Japan teamed up, we still wouldn't stand a damn chance." They tossed around crazy ideas. Summon national-level hunters, hire mercenaries. Hell, one guy even suggested paying Thomas Andre to fly in and fix it. "Good luck affording him," someone snapped. "Even if you could hire mercenaries," another said, "there's not enough of them left. Too many new dungeons popping up everywhere." Someone finally mentioned a backup option, Yuri Orlov, the Russian tank. But they all knew he wasn't cheap either. Desperation was setting in. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away, Jinwoo was cruising down the highway in his car, windows down, fresh air pouring in. He thought back over everything. Level 101. The key to the Temple of Cartanon finally unlocked. New insane skills. Wonder what's waiting at level 102, he mused. He pulled up to his next stop, hopped out, and stretched. His deputy had apparently handled things perfectly. Full of energy, full of plans. Now they just needed a few more members for the guild to be officially set. But then, something caught Jinwoo's eye. Across the street, Hae-in. He froze, watched her pass by, and then, like she could feel his gaze, Cha suddenly turned around. Sharp, tense, like a cat sensing danger. Their eyes locked. And for a second, just a second, the world went real quiet. As soon as Hae-in spotted Jinwoo, she whipped around and started walking. Fast, while went in the other direction. But Jinwoo wasn't about to let her ghost him. He took one step forward, and in a blink, he was standing right in front of her. Confused, he asked, "Hey, why are you running? And what are you doing by our office anyway?" Cha, caught off guard, flailed a little, trying to explain. I was just looking for my car. Parking lot." "Yeah." Jinwoo blinked, then turned around, realizing, oh right, the shadow exchange thing screwed up where his actual car was parked. Before he could say anything else, Cha blurted out, "Could you spare some time? I need to talk." Her voice was hesitant, like she was wrestling with about 5 different thoughts at once. It wasn't just random small talk. Cha had seen the social media posts, the ones about the new recruit joining Jinwoo's guild, and she couldn't help but wonder, was she rejected? Was it because she wasn't S-rank? Were Jinwoo and that girl dating? But Cha pushed all that aside, barely and awkwardly said, I'm actually here to deliver a message from Hunter Min Byung-gu." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "Let's not do this standing in the street," he said. "Come inside. We'll talk." Once they were in the office, Cha looked around like she was expecting to find hidden cameras or something. Jinwoo chuckled. "The deputy's still at the raid site. We're alone. What's this about?" Cha took a deep breath and explained. She told him about that weird encounter, the strange voice she'd heard. It said, "Be cautious. The one who pulled me from the endless darkness is no longer himself. Even though he held the promise, he feels like a blind servant now, created solely for that being." It was equal parts terrifying and sad. The voice had told her that the power inside Jinwoo was dangerous, way more dangerous than anyone realized, and that even Jinwoo himself needed to be careful. "The real Monarchs' army," she whispered, "and you're their king." Cha fell silent. Jinwoo sat back heavily, staring at the floor. Real Monarch's army. Later, down in the dungeon during a break, Ginho was happily stuffing his face with food, oblivious as always. "Man, Hyung," he said with his mouth full. "Kinda reminds me of when we used to run those C-rank dungeons, you know?" Jinwoo made a face. "Can you not talk while inhaling your lunch?" But Ginho grinned, undeterred. Then he asked seriously, "Hey, since your shadows can kinda act on their own, can't you send them off to run errands? Like when you're busy eating or something?" Jinwoo shook his head. "Nah. The farther away they get, the less control I have. Plus, I have no damn clue what they'd get up to behind my back." They kept chatting, and Ginho eventually asked about Jinwoo's sister. Jinwoo's expression softened. "She's resting. She's got some of the best shadow soldiers guarding her. She's safe." Curious, Jinwoo decided to check in. He focused, activating his second sense transmission, and locked onto one of the shadows near his sister. Suddenly, he could see through its eyes. She was curled up on the couch, fast asleep, TV murmuring in the background. A shadow ant was switching TV channels, trying to find a show it liked. Seriously, Jinwoo thought. This idiot's acting like a couch potato. He switched views, caught sight of his mom shopping at the supermarket. Then, oops, accidentally tuned into a view of Hae-in, who was, mid-bath. Jinwoo instantly snapped back out, face burning. Ginho noticed his weird look and laughed. "Hyung, you fall asleep or something?" Jinwoo coughed. No, just thinking? Man, I owe her an apology or something." Changing the subject, Ginho brought up the latest news. Hey, hear about the S-rank gate in Japan? They're saying it's only 3 days away from disaster. Hunters from everywhere are rushing there. Jinwoo nodded. Yeah, they reached out to me too. But, Ginho pressed, I had other things to deal with first. Truth was, Jinwoo had bigger priorities. He had the key to the Temple of Cartanon now, an invitation from the system itself, and it was calling to him. There was something inside, answers he needed. Time to stop talking and start moving. Jinwoo stood up, his chair scraping back. If you're done eating, let's go. Ginho, still mid-bite, scrambled up, nearly choking on his food. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside a fancy conference room, Yuri Orlov, Russia's best tank, was running his mouth. Everyone knew he was a cocky bastard, but damn if he didn't have the skills to back it up. Evacuation's the smart move, Yuri said, arms crossed. Japan's running out of hunters fast. Only a handful of S-ranks left. Across from him, a Japanese official nodded grimly. That's right, and every guild now needs at least one top-tier hunter just to survive. The room felt heavy, because everyone knew if they couldn't stop what was coming through that gate, Japan was screwed. Back over in Japan, things were getting desperate. The guilds had pulled together whatever top hunters they had left. 3 big names minus one who bailed, and it still wasn't enough. Sitting across the table, Yuri Orlov, the big-shot Russian tank, set his drink down with a heavy clunk. He gave them a hard stare. All right, he said, voice casual but sharp. You want me to block that gate? It's gonna cost you. The room tensed. $3.6 billion a year, Yuri continued, stretching like he was negotiating over pizza toppings. 10 million a day. Dead silence. And for that price, he added smugly, I'll save your whole damn country. Yuri leaned back in his chair, smiling lazily. Compared to Thomas Andre, I'm a damn bargain. The Japanese hunter standing behind the table didn't catch every word, the language barrier, but they could tell from his tone that it wasn't exactly friendly. Some of them stiffened, like they were about 2 seconds from throwing hands. Yuri didn't care. He even raised a hand, waving them off like flies. Don't even twitch unless I tell you to, he warned. You might try something, but you won't get anywhere. The room was deadlocked. Yuri smirked. You don't have the luxury to be picky anymore, he said. Either you pay up and live, or you roll the dice and pray. Across from him, one of the lead negotiators finally spoke up. You seem very confident. Yuri laughed. You're damn right. Better to pay one real tank than hire 100 losers who'll piss their pants the moment monsters pop out. Still, the official hesitated. Even if we accept your terms, getting that kind of budget approved, it's complicated. He started fidgeting, murmuring about making a call. Yuri just shrugged, already knowing he had them cornered. They'll fold, he thought. They always do. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, Jinwoo was finishing packing his bag. His mom stood by the door, worried. You sure you're okay, sweetheart? Jinwoo smiled softly. I'm fine, Mom. Just gotta meet someone. He stepped out into the crisp evening air. Time was ticking, literally. As soon as the countdown on his Temple of Cartanon key hit 0, it had pointed him to a new dungeon, one he had to find fast. At the site, a young hunter girl stood near a recently opened gate. She frowned. 2 gates at the same location? That wasn't supposed to happen. And though the school nearby was closed, a few kids still wandered too close for comfort. Suddenly, a hooded figure approached. She shouted automatically, Hey, this area is restricted. The figure pulled his hood down. It was Sung Jinwoo. Her heart damn near jumped out of her chest. He didn't waste time. When did this gate open? Jinwoo asked sharply. 3 days ago, sir. Jinwoo cursed under his breath. Damn it. No one had told him that the dungeon would open the moment he located it. And 3 days? That meant someone had already gone inside, probably thinking it was just a regular A-rank gate. Idiots. They had no clue what they were walking into. Did any hunters enter? He demanded. The girl nodded, still shell-shocked. About 2 hours ago, sir. Jinwoo's face darkened. Stop the raid, now. But the reading said it was just a normal A-rank. They're wrong, Jinwoo snapped. Everyone inside is about to die if we don't act. Without waiting for permission, he stormed toward the gate. Stay here, he ordered, and don't follow me. The girl wanted to argue, wanted to demand answers, but something about the way he said it made her freeze. He wasn't guessing, he knew. Inside the dungeon, the group of hunters who had gone ahead stood in front of a massive boss room door. It was sealed shut, which was weird. Boss doors were supposed to swing open once you got close. They started debating what to do. Some suggested forcing it open. Others whispered about bailing out. And just then, Jinwoo arrived. You idiots need to back away, he barked. They all jumped out of their skins. Who the hell are you? Someone shouted. Jinwoo's voice was low, calm, deadly serious. I'm S rank. He looked at the boss room door, and he knew instantly it wasn't a door, it was a goddamn trap. And it was already too late. Inside the eerie dungeon, Jinwoo waved the hunters back. This place is dangerous, he warned. Seriously, you should leave. I'll handle it. But when he pushed on the massive door, it didn't budge. Not locked normally. Enchanted. Suddenly, ding, a system notification popped up. The doors to the Temple of Cartanon are locked. A key is required. Jinwoo pulled out the key and realized right away something was wrong. Meanwhile, the hunters behind him, still clueless, mumbled among themselves. One guy stepped up, trying to be all formal. Sir, no offense, but this dungeon's already reserved for our raid team. Even if you're S rank, you can't just kick us out. Jinwoo shrugged. Fine, I'm not stopping you. The hunters fist bumped each other like they'd won an argument. Right up until another system alert popped up. Unauthorized entry detected. Uninvited guests will be eliminated. Yeah, real great timing, guys. One of the guards standing watch near the door suddenly roared to life, swinging a massive hammer down at the nearest hunter. If it weren't for Jinwoo grabbing the guy by the armor and tossing him out of harm's way like a sack of potatoes, that dude would have been a pancake. And looming behind the guard, a massive hulking monster. Straight nightmare fuel. Jinwoo turned back to the other hunters, deadly serious. I'm not holding you here, but if you've got any brains at all, you'll run. He told them straight. Report this to the association. Call it what it is, a double dungeon. And without waiting for an answer, Jinwoo stepped through the doors, just as they slammed shut behind him with a bone-shaking boom. Inside the temple, the air was heavy. Torches on the walls flickered to life one by one. Everything was exactly the way he remembered it from last time. The tests, the statues, the endless pressure. But this time, he saw it clear as day. The other creatures weren't monsters, they were puppets. And the thing pulling the strings? That massive statue standing in the center. Jinwoo stared it down. You're the bastard behind this, he muttered. He raised his voice. Not gonna say anything? Just gonna keep smirking like a creep? For a second, there was only silence. Then, the statue's lips curled into a horrible grin. The verbal smile peeled back under the hood, and a voice echoed across the chamber. We've been waiting for you. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yuri Orlov strutted through Narita Airport, flashbulbs popping left and right. Reporters swarmed him, shouting over each other. How will you block the gate? Yuri waved lazily at the cameras. I'm gonna set up a magic circle around it, he said, like he was explaining how to fry an egg. When the spell kicks in, the gate gets locked up tighter than a damn bank vault. Skeptical murmurs spread through the crowd. Someone asked if his magic alone would be enough. Yuri just smirked. Normally? Hell no. But I'll plant mana crystals all over Tokyo. Once I start the spell, the crystals will feed it. Stronger than concrete, stronger than steel. He gave the cameras a wink. I'm gonna save this whole city, don't forget it. In Seoul, the Hunter Association president watched the broadcast live from his office, grim-faced. If Yuri failed, the whole damn country was screwed. He turned to his assistant. How's Sung Jinwoo doing? Currently guarding a dungeon in Seoul, sir. The assistant handed him a folder, a list of dungeons Ahjin Guild had reserved. But the president frowned. One guy? A whole guild? It was so absurd it almost made him laugh. Almost, but he knew better. Jinwoo wasn't one guy. He was a walking army. Still, he worried. Guild politics were tricky. The White Tiger and Reaper's guilds weren't going to like it if Ahjin Guild started flexing too hard. His assistant shrugged. They just asked that no one enter the gate area for a week. Shouldn't be an issue. The president nodded thoughtfully. Just as the assistant's phone rang, he picked up, listened, then his face drained of color. Sir, he said quickly, there's a problem. Urgent message from the raiding department. The president arched an eyebrow. You remember that school where the orcs showed up? The president nodded. Yeah, what about it? They say a double dungeon opened up there, and Hunter Sung Jinwoo's already gone inside. Inside the temple, the air got heavy. Jinwoo locked eyes with the monstrous statue in the center, and then slowly it started to move. 6 massive stone wings unfolded from its back, grinding against the air like an ancient machine waking up after centuries. The stone tablet, the one with all the dungeon's rules, cracked in the statue's hands like it was made of paper. Jinwoo stared, unblinking. Looks like those rules don't mean jack anymore, he muttered. But the creator, that twisted entity behind everything, finally answered him. It's not that simple, the voice rumbled. Those rules are no longer needed. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. All right then, he said. Why the hell did you call me here? The statue's voice almost sounded amused. You're asking the wrong question. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. You should be asking. The statue's stone mouth twisted into a wicked grin. Who you are. And with a booming clap of its stone palms, the entire room came alive. Statues, dozens of them, started to move. The final test had begun. If Jinwoo could survive this, he'd finally learn the truth about himself. The creator called it a parting gift. Jinwoo immediately tried summoning his shadow soldiers, but snap. The creator clicked his stone fingers and shut it all down. No class skills allowed, he said coldly. This test is only for you. Damn it! A system notification flashed. Potions disabled. Level up healing disabled. Daily task bonuses disabled. Jinwoo stood there, tightening his fists. The ace up his sleeve, gone. All right, he thought. Guess I'm on my own. The first stone guard lunged. Jinwoo caught the swing mid-air with raw strength, shattering the giant sword with his bare hands. Without hesitating, he grabbed a shard of the broken blade and hurled it right into the guard's head, embedding it deep. And then, with a flying kick, he slammed the shard further in, knocking the whole statue flat. No time to celebrate. Another guard charged. Jinwoo ducked under the swing, ripped through the guy's weapon like it was butter, and spun behind him, driving twin shards into the back of the statue's head. Stone cracked. Dust flew. More guards joined the party, pulling out stone bows and firing massive arrows at him. But Jinwoo wasn't just fighting back, he was adapting. He deflected the arrows mid-air with insane reflexes. One arrow he kicked so hard it ricocheted straight back into the archer's face. Crack! Taking off half the stone bastard's head. It wasn't just a fight anymore. It was an absolute slaughter. And up above, the creator, the so-called god of this place, watched in stunned silence. This wasn't the same Jinwoo who walked into my dungeon the first time. He'd grown, way beyond expectations. Jinwoo could see everything now, every tiny movement, every opening. The statues were still powerful as hell, but they weren't invincible anymore. Up in the air, strange glowing figures whispered to each other, shaken. He's really changed? But it wasn't over yet. The floor shook. The biggest stone statue in the whole temple began to rise. The creator's voice boomed. It's time to meet God. Meanwhile, a few hundred kilometers away, at the Hunter Association HQ, the South Korean president sat down across from the Japanese Association chairman. The Japanese side slid a document across the table, a memorandum. They were offering every last magic crystal from Jeju Island, all of it, to South Korea. The Korean president frowned. And what's the catch? The Japanese chairman bowed his head slightly. We'd like to hire Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The Korean president smiled thinly. Unfortunately for you, Jinwoo doesn't belong to us. He slid the paper back across the table without even blinking. But inside he was laughing. That's how desperate they are. The Japanese had lost all their top-tier hunters after the Jeju disaster. Now they were willing to trade an entire island's worth of wealth just for a chance to borrow Jinwoo's strength. And honestly, given what Jinwoo could do, it still wouldn't be enough. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere was tense enough to snap in half. The president of the Korean Hunter Association leaned in and said, real casual, I'd like to talk alone. No interpreters. The Japanese chairman blinked, stunned. No Japanese? The Korean president gave a tight smile. Yeah, grew up around it. My old man ran a business over there. Guess it stuck. As soon as the last translator stepped out and the door clicked shut, the president's tone changed fast. You listen real close, he said, voice like ice. If you're up to any shady crap again, you better kill that idea now. The Japanese chairman looked offended, like he didn't have a clue what he was talking about. But the president didn't let up. He laid it out. The Naked Blades Guild, the pride of Japan's hunter world, was falling apart. Their biggest S-rank hitter, Go Gun-hee, was dead. The guilds were fighting each other for scraps. The association's dirty little hand-in-hand deal with Naked Blades? Yeah, not so secret anymore. And now, if monsters started pouring out of that massive red gate sitting right in the middle of Tokyo, the chairman was going to take all the heat. No hiding. No blaming others. The president shook his head in disgust. Go Ruji was a hell of a hunter. But you broke the balance, you split the guilds, you screwed yourself. And just to drive it home, he reached under the table and slammed a black box down onto the surface. It wasn't just any box, it was the same one used by Rui's squad. The one that recorded everything. The chairman's face went white. The president glared at him. You really thought I wouldn't find out? He didn't even wait for a reply. In a flash of anger, the Korean president smashed the black box and the table it was sitting on, splintering wood everywhere. I'm not risking my country's future for some selfish old fat cat like you, he growled. We're not starting a damn war over your mistakes. You ought to thank Sung Jinwoo while you still can. Meanwhile, back inside the temple of Karnan, Jinwoo was still locked in battle. Statues, dozens of them, kept coming. Every time he smashed one, two more popped up like they were on some sick assembly line. He gritted his teeth. There's no end to these bastards. Then he spotted it. A huge statue towering over the others, looming behind him. Worse, it was charging up another one of those insane I-beam attacks. Nope. Jinwoo thought, not sticking around for that. He quickly activated Ruler's Touch, and suddenly the statues chasing him lifted into the air like puppets with their strings yanked. The big statue fired, and the blast obliterated all the floating statues in a flash of terrifying energy. Jinwoo got a new notification. Ruler's Touch has reached its maximum level. New skill unlocked. Ruler's Authority. Hell yeah, Jinwoo thought. But he didn't have time to celebrate. That monster's attacks were getting deadlier by the second. One wrong move and it wouldn't matter how many skills he had. He'd be toast. No time for fancy tricks. Take out the big guy first. He activated Sprint, launching himself into the air at breakneck speed. The giant statue saw him coming and slammed its massive stone foot down with the force of a meteor strike. Boom! Dust and rubble exploded everywhere. The statue smirked. To it, the hunter was crushed. Dead. Game over, or so it thought. Because a second later, slicing through the smoke, Jinwoo shot up, faster than ever, running up the statue's body toward its head. The statue's eye beams fired again, blindingly bright, but Jinwoo had already slipped into its blind spot. He wasn't fighting with brute strength anymore. He was fighting with surgical precision. If he couldn't overpower it, he'd outsmart it. And right now, Jinwoo was 2 steps ahead. Jinwoo gritted his teeth, standing steady on the massive stone shoulder of the towering statue. If only my skills were a little sharper, he thought. This would have been over already. The statue finally noticed him, standing there, chaos blade ready, eyes burning, and it swung, trying to shake him off. Jinwoo didn't back down. He drove his dagger straight into the stone. Clang. The blade that could slice through damn near anything barely left a scratch. His jaw tightened. Fine, he thought. If cutting you won't work, then I'll just break you apart the old-fashioned way. Without hesitation, he launched off the shoulder, diving straight toward the statue's face. Mid-air, he spotted it, a tiny crack along its surface. Bingo. Jinwoo roared, slamming all his strength into it. Break, damn you! The creator, who'd been smugly watching from the shadows, stiffened. Even he knew this hit wasn't just a hit. It was devastation. The enormous statue shuddered, and then collapsed, crashing to the floor in a seismic echo that shook the entire temple. Jinwoo landed smoothly, already moving before the dust had even cleared. More guards, dozens of them, charged at him. Didn't matter. Jinwoo clenched his fist. Lord's authority activated. The whole damn army of statues slammed into the ground like someone had cranked gravity to 100. They struggled pathetically, but it was useless. Jinwoo stood tall, stronger than ever. From his perch, the creator finally clapped slowly, his stone wings flapping lazily. Not bad, he chuckled darkly. Jinwoo wiped dust off his shoulder. All right, pal, you said you'd tell me everything after I won. Start talking. But the creator? He just grinned wider. You forgot, he said. The real exam's just starting. Ping! A new notification appeared in front of Jinwoo. Emergency quest, final trial. Defeat the creator within 10 minutes, or your heart will stop. Oh, hell no. No time to think. No backup. Just Jinwoo, his fists, and his fury. Still, he threw out one question before the fight started. Who the hell are you? The creator laughed, a deep, bone-rattling sound, and the crack started crawling across his stone face. Finally, he answered, I'm the one who created the system. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the Hunter Association's rescue squad rolled up fast. The lead inspector paced nervously. They had rounded up the 7 best hunters they could find on short notice. And honestly, he wasn't sure it would be enough. The closer he got to the dungeon entrance, the more he felt it. A bone-chilling, wrong kind of energy. Like standing naked under a freezing waterfall. He shivered. You guys feel that too? He asked the others. They nodded grimly. No S-rank hunters nearby either. 2 of the Hunter Guild's elites were busy with a raid across town. The inspector cursed under his breath and barked out an urgent order. Get them here, now. Because whatever the hell was inside that gate, it wasn't normal. Back inside the temple, Jinwoo didn't have time for second thoughts. The creator, the monster, smirked, and his wings shifted, morphing into 6 massive stone arms. Before Jinwoo could even blink, the monster vanished from his sight, and then boom! Sucker punched him so hard he flew across the hall like a missile. Jinwoo smashed into the wall, coughing up blood, his body screaming from the impact. Damn, he's fast. But the creator didn't give him a second to breathe. He was already rushing forward, fists hammering like machine guns. Jinwoo barely dodged the next strike, then the next, and blocked the next with his bare arms. Pain flared through his body, but he stayed standing. And when the creator grinned and swung at him again, Jinwoo swung back, hard. The temple shook with the force of their blows, stone cracking under their feet. Jinwoo's blood was boiling now, adrenaline drowning out the pain. He wasn't going down like this. Not today, not ever. Jinwoo clenched his fists, breathing hard. Across from him, the so-called creator dusted himself off, laughing like he couldn't believe his own damn eyes. Unbelievable, the stone bastard muttered. I'm actually excited about fighting a human. What the hell is wrong with me? Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. Excited? About me? Buddy, you're about to regret that feeling real fast. He pieced it together. This thing had been watching him all along. Since he hit level 101, it had been planning to bring him here. Probably planning to kill him too. But Jinwoo? He wasn't about to let some smug, oversized statue decide when he clocked out. "You got a lot of explaining to do," Jinwoo growled, stepping forward. "Like why the hell you created the system, why you picked me to be the player, and what the hell's really going on with this world." The creator didn't even flinch. Instead, he charged him. "If you want answers that bad," the creator barked, "then come get them." "Oh, it's like that, huh?" Jinwoo sprinted sideways, trying to bait him out. But the moment he blasted an attack, Jinwoo realized with a nasty jolt, this bastard can use the same damn skills I can. The air exploded around him. Jinwoo skidded to a stop, gritting his teeth. The creator's voice echoed across the temple. "It doesn't matter if you kill me. Your answer's already set in stone. From the moment I created this system, your fate was sealed." Jinwoo, still dodging around, yelled back, "If you didn't pick me, then who the hell did?" The creator smirked, dodging easily. "I didn't choose you, I just built the playground. Someone else shoved you onto it." The clock was ticking. Jinwoo's eyes snapped to the system timer. Barely a few minutes left. The creator took to the sky, gathering weapons, swords, axes, hammers, flinging them all at once. Jinwoo? He dodged them. Every damn one. Wait a second. He felt their trajectory. He felt their weight. He could predict them. His instincts had leveled the hell up. The creator's cocky grin faltered when Jinwoo cleanly sliced off one of his stone hands midair. "You little..." The creator roared, grabbing his stub. Jinwoo just smirked. "Yeah, buddy, I'm only human, and I'm about to beat your stone ass into gravel. Timer check? 3 minutes, 45 seconds left." More statues rumbled to life, trying to block his way. Didn't matter. Jinwoo jumped high, charged his lord's power, and slammed the ground with enough force to blow the small fry apart. The whole room shuddered. Straight ahead, the creator and his last few stone cronies. Jinwoo locked eyes full send, rushing him. He hacked off another arm, then another. But from the side, wham! A massive stone shield smashed his shoulder. Jinwoo grunted, spinning, spotting the giant guardian that had sucker punched him. Not today. He leapt and cracked the guardian's stone skull wide open with a brutal overhead strike. 2 minutes left. Go, go, go! Fueled by pure adrenaline, Jinwoo turned back to the creator, slicing, smashing, wrecking him piece by piece. Finally, Jinwoo pinned the creator down. The bastard was breathing heavy now, stone dust crumbling off his body. "You win," the creator rasped. "The answers you want, they're inside me." Jinwoo frowned. "What?" A system message blinked into existence. "Data collection complete. Accept or reject." Jinwoo barely hesitated. Accept. Flash! The world around him vanished. He was floating now, weightless, bodiless, hovering above a landscape straight out of a nightmare. Below him, an ocean of monsters. High orcs, goblins, demons, marching like a goddamn endless army. They all lifted their heads, not looking at him, looking at something else. Jinwoo's gut twisted. He turned. Up there, a massive, yawning gate splitting open across the sky, Earth itself being ripped apart. If those creatures poured through, humanity wouldn't stand a chance. It wasn't a dungeon anymore, it wasn't a raid, it was the end of the goddamn world. And now, Jinwoo knew exactly what was coming, exactly what he had to fight for. And no matter what, he wasn't backing down. It was absolute hell down there. A full-blown bloody war. The monsters and the Silver Warriors, those stuck-up heavenly bastards, were tearing into each other like it was their damn last day. Steel clashed against steel. Spells turned into war cries. The ground already dyed deep scarlet, soaking up the madness. And no matter how brutal the monsters fought, the Silver Warriors just kept coming. It looked like the monsters were about to get wiped off the map. Until he showed up. Jinwoo squinted from high above as the black-robed figure appeared. A monster in full obsidian armor, mounted on a horse blacker than a starless night. The dude lifted one hand and resurrected every fallen monster like it was some casual Tuesday. Holy shit, that's a Shadow Lord. Wherever the Shadow Lord walked, an unstoppable tide of darkness followed. Dead monsters reanimated, stronger, meaner, ready to tear the heavens apart. And in that moment, Jinwoo realized, my army looks like a damn kid's soccer team compared to this guy's. The Silver Warriors fought like hell, but for everyone they cut down, 10 more shadows rose up, nastier than before. The very earth trembled under the clash of light and darkness. The battle was reaching a fever pitch, but just when it looked like the monsters had this in the bag, they came. Meanwhile, back at the real-world dungeon entrance, the hunters from the Association were scrambling. The inspector barked orders. Get that damn door open. Hunter Jinwoo's in there. A hunter moved forward, but he hesitated, feeling the magic leaking through the air. Something felt wrong. Is Jinwoo really in there? He asked. The inspector nodded grimly. Confirmed, he's inside. But Huntress Cha wasn't buying it. That magic? That wasn't Jinwoo's magic? Who the hell is in there with him, she thought, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. Whatever was behind those doors, it wasn't friendly. Still, they had to help. They had to try. As the hunters forced the doors open, they froze. Stone statues, a creature that could only be described as a literal god, a monster that turned to them and spoke. How curious, the creator rumbled. Humans, here? I didn't invite you. The hunters gripped their weapons tighter. This thing could talk? It knew their language? The creator smirked darkly. Be quiet or you'll wake the king. Panic rippled through the group. They spotted Jin Wu standing in the center of the chaos, his body glowing faintly, locked in some kind of trance. And then, boom! The creator snapped his fingers. 4 hunters crumpled to the ground, dead before they even realized they were being attacked. The survivors scattered, heart rates exploding. This wasn't a fight they could win. This one, the creator mused, eyeing Jinwoo. This one will make a worthy sacrifice. Inside his mind, Jinwoo was somewhere else entirely. Still in the vision, still watching the Dark King battle the endless sea of monsters pouring out of the Red Gate. The earth was splitting open with armies of horrors. High orcs, goblins, demons bigger than buildings. It was a battlefield like none he'd ever seen. The Dark King? He didn't flinch. He rallied his shadow armies and charged headfirst into the chaos. And Jinwoo, even floating like a spirit above it all, could feel it in his bones. This was what the real war looked like. The war that was coming for Earth. Back in the real world, the hunters were desperately trying to survive. Statues attacked relentlessly, giant guardians firing frickin' laser beams from their eyes. Fall back! Someone shouted. Strengthen defenses! Magic spells bounced harmlessly off the stone monstrosities. Swords shattered on impact. It was a nightmare. The inspector from the association slammed his fist into a guardian's helmet, only to realize he hadn't even left a scratch. Oh shit, their attacks weren't working. Their magic wasn't working. Hell, even taunts didn't work. The statues didn't even blink. Someone finally shouted what everyone was thinking. Is there even a damn way to kill these things? Desperation hit. One hunter glanced at Jinwoo, still standing there, still glowing faintly. Maybe if they could just wake him up. Without thinking, the hunter hurled a fireball straight at Jinwoo. The fireball cut through the air, a glowing comet racing toward Jinwoo. The hunter who cast it didn't care anymore. Hit or miss, none of it didn't matter. They were out of time. If Jinwoo didn't wake up now, they were all as good as dead. But just as the orb neared its mark, a shadow shifted, and the creator appeared with a crack of dark energy. With a casual swipe of his hand, he swatted the fireball aside like it was nothing. His face twisted with rage. You dare disturb the king's slumber? He snarled, his voice rumbling like an oncoming storm. He lunged at the reckless hunter, teeth bared. But before he could land the killing blow, 3 hunters collided with him, blocking the attack with everything they had left. Cha! Wake him up! Go! One of them roared. Without a second's hesitation, Cha dashed forward. She tore across the ruined battlefield, her heart hammering against her ribs, dodging debris, magic, and death itself, all to reach Jinwoo. Inside Jinwoo's mind, another war was raging. High above a battlefield, torn apart by chaos, Jinwoo floated, weightless, a ghost among titans. Below him, the armies of monsters and silver-armored warriors clashed in a massacre that seemed to stretch forever. The sky wept blood. The earth trembled beneath their fury. And yet, it wasn't the silver warriors who held the field. It was the Shadow Army. They rose, tireless and unbroken, reborn from death again and again under the command of their Dark Master. Wherever the Shadow King strode, devastation followed. The monsters that once feared nothing now screamed in terror. Jinwoo watched, wide-eyed, as realization dawned. This was no fantasy. This was a memory, a prophecy. The war ended as quickly as it had started. The last of the Monster Kings lay crushed under the Shadow King's heel. Slowly the king turned, and Jinwoo felt the pull of fate as he stepped forward, his spirit merging with the Dark Sovereign's. It was then he saw it, his hands stained in blood, 2 hearts beating within his chest, one human, warm and fragile, the other dark, mighty, terrifyingly alive. And from above the sky split wide. A sea of silver warriors descended, an army sent from the heavens themselves. The next battle was coming. And Earth would be the battlefield. Back in the real world, the creator sneered at Huntress Cha. You're an interesting one, he mused, almost playfully as he watched her desperate attempt to reach Jinwoo. Let's see if you can surprise me again. Cha, gritting her teeth against the pain in her wounded shoulder, raised her blade and launched into her sword dance. The creator smiled. He enjoyed the entertainment, but the dance didn't last long. With a flick of his hand, he struck her down, blood blooming from a new gash across her arm. You disappoint me, he said, his voice thick with contempt. Just another boring human. He turned his back on her. In his mind, the outcome had already been decided. Today would mark the birth of a true king, and no one here could stop it. The other hunters fought with everything they had, but it was like battling a storm with bare hands. The statues, the guardians, crushed magic and steel alike. Somewhere among the chaos, a voice shouted, "Wake Jin Wu! It's our only chance." Cha forced her battered body forward again, but the creator saw her. He moved to intercept, but she dodged, slipping past him by a hair's breadth, her heart screaming for speed. He laughed, amused. She was bold, he'd give her that. And then he saw it, a shadow hidden within her. A soldier Jinwoo had embedded inside her. The rules of the dungeon should have made it impossible, and yet it was there. "Friends," she said, breathless but fierce when he demanded an answer. "We're friends. We came here to save him." The creator chuckled, dark and low. How touching. He would allow them to witness the king's birth, he said, and then he would slaughter them all. But fate had other plans. Who said you could decide that? The creator turned and caught Jinwoo's fist full in the face. The impact was explosive. The creator staggered back, stunned. Around them, the hunters stared, barely able to believe their eyes. He was awake, and he was furious. For a moment, the world held its breath. And then Jinwoo stepped forward, dark energy crackling around him like a living storm. The creator, this so-called god, looked up at him in horror. He knew in that instant that he had lost. The black heart inside Jinwoo's chest beat with unstoppable power. He hadn't just survived the test, he had become something more. A title burned across his mind: Demon Hunter, Plasma 100,000 mana. And as Jinwoo glared down at his broken enemy, a thought settled in his mind like iron. "You tried to make me a pawn. Now you'll watch me become the king." The air around Jinwoo crackled with raw energy, the aftershocks of a power even the creator hadn't accounted for. There was no hiding it anymore, like the black heart beating inside Jinwoo's chest wasn't part of their plan. Hell, it wasn't supposed to exist at all. The memories Jinwoo had seen, the brutal wars, the birth of shadow armies, that was just the prologue to something much bigger, something far more terrifying. Standing over the broken figure of the creator, Jinwoo's voice was calm but cold enough to freeze fire. "Talk," he demanded. "Explain it. What the hell is a player? Why were you so dead set against me?" The creator's lip curled into a snarl. "Shadow Lord!" He spat, half rage, half fear. "You think the Monarchs will forgive you for this? You think you've won?" But Jinwoo didn't flinch. Instead, portals tore open around him, huge, swirling rifts, and from them blades of darkness emerged, spinning and shimmering like sharks scenting blood. Each one pointed straight at the creator's heart. Jinwoo's voice was like iron. "Answer me, now." For a moment there was silence, and then laughter. Bitter, broken laughter. "You've exceeded my expectations," the creator coughed, wiping blood from his mouth. "I see now why they chose you, why the system chose you." And just as he said that, the statues moved. The once still stone guardians turned their hollow faces toward Jinwoo, and a shudder ran through the hall. Even the other hunters, exhausted and wounded, could feel it. This wasn't over. The creator grinned through his cracked lips. "If you kill me," he said, "they'll never stop. You'll unleash every last one of them." He chuckled like a man about to watch the world burn. "Think carefully, Hunter. Without me, the system collapses. You'll go back to being just another E-rank nobody." But Jinwoo, he smiled, that cold, deadly smile. "And what if?" Jinwoo said quietly. "The system doesn't need you anymore." The creator's grin faltered. For the first time, true fear flickered in his eyes. He tried to pull something, tried to call out to the system, to escape, to log in as administrator. But the notification popped up in front of Jinwoo's vision. Administrator access blocked. The creator blinked, stunned. What? What the hell? The system had turned against him, and the man standing in front of him, Jinwoo, was no longer a pawn. He was the damn king. The creator stammered something about bugs, about glitches, about how this wasn't supposed to happen. But Jinwoo didn't give a damn. With one clean motion, he cut him in half. The creator gasped, the light already fading from his eyes. In his final breath, he whispered, "The pillars of fire, they'll rise soon. Death, death will rain from the sky." But Jinwoo, sword-dripping darkness, turned away without even sparing him a glance. He muttered almost casually, "Then let it come. I'll be ready." And just like that, the creator of the system was no more. And a new king, a real king, had truly awakened. Outside the gate, tension hung in the air like fog. The hunters from the association stationed to guard the entrance kept glancing at their watches. It had already been an hour since the elite members of the Hunter Guild ventured into the dungeon, and not a single word had come back. Something felt wrong. They hesitated. No one wanted to be the first to step inside. That place reeked of danger. But then movement. Someone was coming out. Heads turned, and what they saw chilled them to the bone. The best of the best. Elite hunters from the most powerful guilds in South Korea were limping out, wounded and shaken, some supporting others, some barely conscious. It was a massacre. No one could comprehend what had happened inside. How could this happen to them? A grim-faced inspector from the association approached, voice low and steady. "We need help recovering the bodies," he said, nodding toward the entrance. And then, at the very back of the group, he appeared, Jinwoo. He didn't look injured, but something weighed heavy on his expression. His mind raced. That wasn't the creator's true body. It was just a projection. The real one. It's still out there, and I still don't have any answers. He didn't speak it aloud, but it was written all over his face. The inspector caught up to him, urgently reporting that almost 20 hunters had died in the mountains. "If those things had escaped," he said, "I can't imagine the consequences." He looked Jinwoo straight in the eye. Did you really face all of them alone?" Jinwoo said nothing at first, just reflected. He had asked the Bravery Guild to notify the association when the double dungeon opened, but in the end, no one came. No help. And because of that, lives were lost. Too many. He finally muttered, "We only made it out because of the monitoring division and the Hunter Guild." Otherwise, the inspector interrupted. "Our department monitors all activity involving S-rank hunters. That's why we called the guild for backup. But things still turned out this way." Then came the sharp question. "How did you know there was a double dungeon here?" Jinwoo hesitated. "It called me. I received a message." The inspector narrowed his eyes. "Show me the message." Jinwoo sighed. "I can't. It wasn't on a phone. It was in my head. Only I could see it." The inspector didn't know whether to be confused or furious. After all, dozens of hunters had just died. At that moment, Hunter Cha Hae-in stepped forward, concern in her eyes. "Jinwoo, are you okay?" "I think I'm fine," he started to say, but then his body swayed. His knees buckled, and before he could finish the sentence, he collapsed. Everyone nearby rushed over. Meanwhile, in Japan, a convoy of trucks rolled in, each loaded with tons of glowing magical crystals. All of it was being delivered to a massive portal, the kind that only opened for S-rank gates. Standing nearby was Yuri Orlov, a national-level hunter, calm and composed as he surveyed the site. About 200,000 tons of crystals had arrived. He planned to channel their energy into a massive barrier around the gate, siphoning mana from them as needed. But then, he paused. Something didn't feel right. He scanned the area, eyes sharp. "Who's there?" he suddenly shouted. "Stop hiding! Come out!" The man beside him looked confused. "You think someone's still here?" "The gate opens tomorrow." Yuri's voice dropped, cryptic. Who said it was a person? Elsewhere, Jinwoo was quietly observing from a rooftop, unnoticed, so he sensed me impressive. But it wasn't surprising. Given how Yuri Orlov had gained his strength, this level of awareness was to be expected. Jinwoo smirked to himself. It's beginning. Everything's playing out exactly as predicted, like a script from that nightmare. Back near the portal, hunters murmured among themselves. "Why did the government send soldiers?" someone asked. "Guns don't work on monsters. They're just backup," someone else replied. "If Yuri dies, the soldiers might buy us a few seconds, that's all." But one girl scoffed. "They'll die just as fast as we would." Another hunter nodded. "It just proves how powerless we really are." Yuri, meanwhile, walked calmly toward the portal. Surrounded by mana crystals, he was in his element. "If all goes well," he mused aloud, "I might be the first to clear an S-rank gate solo." But he paused. "Unfortunately, someone already beat me to that title." The hunter next to him noticed him pulling out a bottle of alcohol. "Drinking now? Gotta take the edge off. I'll give them a show they won't forget," Yuri chuckled. Then he turned, a little curious. "How many national-level hunters are there again?" 15, came the reply. "Small crowd," Yuri muttered. "Where are the Americans? Didn't they send help?" Or another gate opened. Not just here, in India too, all over the world. So that was it. They were stretched thin. Suddenly, the portal flared, and at that exact moment, Jinwoo's eyes shot open in his hospital bed. Ginho burst through the door, tears in his eyes. "Master, you're awake!" He was crying, barely able to speak. "We thought you were gone. It's been 3 days." Jinwoo blinked as the weight of the last few days settled in. 3 days had passed, yet it felt like he hadn't rested at all. His body ached as if he'd fought a war. And maybe he had, if the vivid memories in his mind were more than just dreams. Whatever it was, it hadn't ended. The real battle was only beginning. "What happened?" he suddenly asked. Ginho, loyal as ever, was sitting nearby, but clearly confused. "What do you mean?" Jinwoo wasn't asking about himself. His thoughts were already halfway across the world. "Japan, the S-rank gate. It opened, didn't it?" Ginho turned away, his face clouded. "Yeah, the moment that gate opened, huge giants started pouring out. No one believed it at first. It was like something out of a twisted nightmare. Normally, only one boss monster appeared in a high-level dungeon, but this was a parade of monsters, and giants no less. Still, Yuri Orlov, Japan's top national-level hunter, didn't flinch. He stepped forward with a grin and activated his skills. With a yell, he commanded the giants to bring it on. All around him, the mana crystals lifted into the air. They responded to his power, forming a shimmering, protective barrier around the gate. Then one of the giants raised a massive axe and slammed it into the barrier. Yuri laughed. "You really think that's enough to break this?" But just then, a shadow loomed. A colossal hand stretched through the gate, pushing one of the lesser giants aside, and stepping out came an even bigger one, a true titan. Yuri's smile faded. With a single swing, that behemoth cleaved his powerful barrier in two like paper. Yuri didn't even have time to comprehend it before the nightmare swallowed him whole. Jin Wu, now wide awake, knew what that meant. The raid had failed. Elsewhere in Korea, a man stirred in his office chair. Chairman Go Gun-hee, president of the Korean Hunter Association. He blinked groggily. An assistant rushed in. "Sir, how long were you asleep?" 23 hours and 46 minutes, he replied, checking his watch. "Another 15 minutes and I'd be in a hospital bed." He rubbed his temples. "Give me the news." The first bit of news stunned him. One of the coma patients from the eternal slumber syndrome had awakened. It was Jinwoo's mother. Everyone thought it was incurable, but now, this? The second bit of news, Jinwoo himself had unexpected visitors. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Yuri Orlov, once their greatest hope, was nothing more than a memory. The titanic monster had grabbed him and eaten him just like that. Tanks fired. Artillery shells lit up the sky. But it was all useless. The giants shrugged off every shot like mosquito bites. The hunters on the ground scrambled. "Modern weapons are pointless against magic monsters," one of them yelled. Jin Wu, watching it unfold from Korea on his TV, clenched his fists. Tokyo was being ravaged live on camera. Helicopter reporters shouted over the chaos, describing scenes that looked like literal hell on Earth. If this kept going, Jinwoo feared the unthinkable might happen. The Jeju Island incident all over again. Except this time, it wouldn't just be one island. It could be all of Asia. He felt it. He had to go. But before he could move, his sister's voice came from the hallway. "Appa, please, don't go." He turned to her. "Do you really want me to stay?" She looked down, hesitant. "You'll go anyway." But what she didn't expect was for him to walk over, gently pat her head, and smile. "You're right, I should rest. I'll stay." Then he left the room. A little while later, Jinwoo sat quietly in a park. He summoned Baru, his loyal shadow soldier, who shimmered to life beside him. "I've been rewatching some Korean dramas while keeping an eye on Ginho," Baru confessed. Jinwoo chuckled. "You didn't have to say that out loud." He asked about his sister. "She's fine," Baru replied, "sleeping like usual." But Jinwoo knew better. The trauma ran deep. She had been through so much over the past 4 years. She never talked about it, but he could feel it gnawing at her. And still, he didn't know how to help her. Suddenly, a sleek black car approached. Later, he found himself sitting across from an older man in a luxury office. "What do you want from me?" Jinwoo asked calmly. The man introduced himself. "My name is Chairman Yu Myung-han. I run the Yujin Construction Group." He handed Jinwoo a check, but not as a bribe. "I'm not someone who believes money can buy everything," he said. "Especially not the services of a man like you. I just want to talk." Jinwoo got the message. This wasn't about money or recruitment. This was personal. Chairman Yu leaned in. "I have the same disease. I'm the one your mother had." Jinwoo's expression sharpened. "Does Ginho know?" "No," the chairman replied. "Only 3 people do. My wife, my doctor, and my secretary. Now, you're the 4th. He sighed. "While we were searching for a cure, your mother woke up. Miraculously. And I don't believe in coincidences." He looked Jinwoo in the eye. "I need your help. If you can do something, anything, I will never forget it." Jinwoo knew it was coming. The moment he'd have to make a choice. The devastation in Japan was escalating fast. From the safety of the sky, news helicopters broadcasted the chaos to the world below. Viewers watched helplessly as massive giants rampaged through cities, tearing buildings apart and uprooting entire forests. It was as if these monsters weren't just attacking. They were trying to erase humanity from the map. The cameraman's voice trembled as he zoomed in on one particular giant, standing ominously still. Unlike the others that were wreaking havoc, this one just stood guard in front of the gate, like a sentinel waiting for something, or someone. "Is it alive?" he asked. The others in the chopper weren't sure. It was breathing, yes. It even twitched slightly, but it looked empty, programmed, like it wasn't even truly aware. If that thing were alive like the others, the pilot muttered, a direct hit from artillery would have at least made it flinch, but nothing. So far, they'd managed to take down only 2 of the beasts. 2 out of 30. And the clock was ticking. 2 full days since the assault began, and still no end in sight. The city was crumbling, and humanity's defenses were cracking right alongside it. Back in Korea, Jinwoo sat across from Ginho in his office, both of them tense. "I'm going to Japan," Jinwoo said. Ginho's eyes widened. "You what? Are you even watching the news? It's worse than what happened on Jeju Island. Those monsters are—" "I know what they are," Jinwoo cut in. "But if we do this right, if we pull it off, our guild could become legendary. Even as he said it, he could feel the hesitation in his friend's eyes. Ginho, who had always supported him no matter what, looked scared, and Jinwoo couldn't blame him. But then something shifted in Ginho. His expression changed. "I'm coming too," he said, voice trembling. Jinwoo blinked. "The Red Gate, the double dungeon, we survived both together." Ginho raised a shaky hand and held up a photo. The two of them, side by side, battered but alive. "I wasn't there for you back then," Ginho said, tears welling up. "But I've always bragged about fighting alongside my mentor. You're my hero, Hyung. I mean it." Jinwoo was caught off guard. He didn't expect that kind of confession, not from someone like Ginho. He was the rich kid, the one who used to be scared of his own shadow. But now he was practically begging to go. Jinwoo laughed softly. "Wait, weren't you just telling me not to go?" Ginho wiped his eyes. "Yeah, but I trust you. If you think we should go, then we should." Jinwoo stood up, heading for the door. Then, with a smirk, he glanced back. "Relax. I was joking. What the hell do I care about Japan?" He waved it off, pretending like the conversation hadn't just torn him in two. "We've done enough for today. Go get some rest." But as he stepped out of the office, his expression turned serious again. "I can't use my shadow army there," he thought. "The thing behind this, it's as strong as I am, maybe even stronger." The world was huge. Somewhere out there, someone could beat him. He had to accept it. He wasn't invincible. He couldn't be everywhere at once. He wasn't a hero. He opened the door to his house. "Mom, I'm home." His mother peeked around the corner with a warm smile. "Welcome back, sweetie. Want some dinner?" They sat at the table, sharing a quiet meal. When Jinwoo asked about his sister, his mom sighed. She said she didn't feel like eating. The conversation stirred old thoughts. Jinwoo remembered the talk he had with Chairman Yu, the man's desperation, his disease, the holy water of life. He asked me to help him, and I turned him down. He had no idea how his mother had been cured. If he did know, he wouldn't keep it to himself. He wasn't trying to profit off of miracles. As he rode the elevator down from the 28th floor, a thought gnawed at him. That man? Is he even really sick? Or is there something else going on? After all, the holy water of life was limited. He couldn't afford to waste it. Still, something about the request lingered in his mind. Back at home, he stood up from the table and told his mom, "I'll be right back." He knew he wasn't the strongest, but that didn't mean he'd sit this one out. He had a fight. He needed to. While she was washing dishes, his mom smiled faintly. "You're just like your father. He always rushed toward danger too. Couldn't even finish a meal." She didn't stop him. Instead, she said she'd help him pack. His sister overheard everything. Tears welled in her eyes as she lay under her blanket, listening from her room. Then, the door opened. Jinwoo stepped inside. "You awake?" he asked gently. She nodded but said nothing. "Want to talk?" "I'm tired," she whispered. He didn't leave. He sat beside her on the bed, unsure how to start. "I almost died out there," he began, then paused. Wrong opener. He tried again. "I mean, it's not unusual for me anymore, but this time it was different. I almost didn't make it." She stayed quiet, but he knew she was listening. And for now, that was enough. Jinwoo gently placed his hand on his sister's head, brushing back her hair with a soft smile. "I'm really lucky, you know," he whispered. "No matter how far I go or how hard things get, I always come back." His sister's lips trembled, tears slipping down her cheeks. "But you're going anyway," he nodded. "Yeah, but I will return. So don't cry, okay?" His voice was firm, reassuring. "I'll always look out for you no matter where I am." The next day, the association president called for a press conference. The room was packed. Rows of reporters, camera crews, and flashing lights all waiting for one man. Jinwoo stepped forward and calmly addressed the nation. He spoke of what lay ahead, what he intended to do. Not to boast, not to grandstand, just the truth. When it was over, he shook hands with the association president, a silent vow between two men shouldering the world. At the airport, Ginho hustled through the crowd, lugging a massive duffel bag of gear. He scanned the terminal, scratching his head. Where is he? Then finally, he spotted Jinwoo. They didn't need to say much, they just nodded. Together, they boarded the flight, Shadow Guild, side by side, heading into the heart of chaos. In Japan, the scene was pure disaster. Soldiers were scrambling to evacuate civilians. One medic pleaded with an officer, "We can't leave these patients behind. There are 10 of them, they can't move." "There's no time," the soldier snapped. "You want to carry the dying on your back while giants tear through the city? We don't even know how long we have." But the medic refused to abandon them. "Then I'll stay too," another soldier said quietly, stepping forward. "I'm not running away this time." That moment of resolve shattered as monstrous shadows loomed. A pack of giants rounded the corner, roaring as they crushed buildings and swallowed men whole. Guns fired. Bullets flew. It did nothing. Just as one soldier turned to drag the medic to safety, a massive shadow flew in from nowhere and obliterated a giant with a single blow. sending it flying hundreds of meters across the battlefield and leveling an entire block. The stunned soldiers looked up in disbelief. A towering shadow soldier now stood in their midst, so massive it nearly matched the giants themselves. And then, footsteps. Jinwoo emerged from the dust, calm and focused. "It's dangerous here," he said. "We need to draw the rest of the giants away from the hospital." Suddenly, debris rained down. Ginho threw himself into the fray, shielding the doctors with his massive buckler. "Get it together," he shouted. "I'll handle evacuation. Just move." Jinwoo nodded. "Then I'll handle the rest." He snapped his fingers. The shadows surged. At his command, a legion of dark soldiers charged forward. One of them, a monstrous knight, clashed with a giant, slamming it to the ground. Jinwoo leapt into action, dashing up the soldier's back and soaring into the sky. With a single powerful swing of his blade, slice, the giant was cleaved clean in half. Far away in the eastern United States, a group of top hunters were watching the footage on a giant monitor. The mood in the room was anything but hopeful. "So, Jinwoo really went to Tokyo, huh?" one muttered. "Yeah, and she couldn't help him this time." "She, you mean?" "Doesn't matter," another interrupted. "He's walking into death. Giants aren't ants." They scoffed. Some rolled their eyes. Others placed bets. "One day, that's all he lasts." "I give him 2. I'm betting all our Seeker Guild buildings that he comes back alive." That got a few heads turning. "Seriously?" "Dead serious. While you're all busy playing Prophet, I'd rather focus on the rank 8 gate opening tomorrow. That's what concerns me," the others grumbled. "Man, way to ruin the mood." Still, a few admitted, Jinwoo's in Japan now, and something tells me it's gonna get wild. And wild it was. Shadow soldiers clashed with giants in the streets of Tokyo. The city was a war zone, and every second was captured by news helicopters circling above. Viewers across the globe watched as Jin Wu, now dubbed the Soldier Hunter, led the charge. His shadows fought like demons, surrounding and overwhelming the towering beasts. One particularly large giant tried to escape, but Jinwoo's ants swarmed it like locusts, dragging it down and ripping it apart. On the ground, a little girl was screaming, running for her life as a giant reached out to crush her. Just as its massive hand came down, a blade of shadow severed it in an instant. A shadow soldier stepped forward, shielding her. It was Igris, the Knight Commander. He gently picked her up in his arms, and then from above another shadow screamed through the sky. Iron, the giant golem-like warrior, descending like a meteor straight onto another giant. The battle had only just begun. With a mighty roar, Iron raised his massive axe and brought it crashing down onto the giant's skull. The impact echoed like thunder, and the monstrous creature crumpled to the ground, unmoving. In Igris's arms, the little girl clung tightly, her wide eyes locked on the brutal scene. She was trembling, but not from fear of the shadow soldiers. As Igris stood tall atop the fallen titan, triumphant and still, he looked down at her and smiled gently. Then, without a word, he patted her head. She was safe now. Nearby, Jinwoo watched it all unfold. Iron, now clearly leveled up, was absolutely thriving in this chaos. His strength had grown, and it showed. Just then, a soldier cautiously approached Jinwoo, eyes filled with gratitude. The man spoke in English, trying to express thanks, but Jinwoo didn't understand. He extended his hand with a friendly grin and blurted, "You good shave." The soldier blinked, confused, but laughed softly. "Thank you." Jinwoo turned to Ginho. "Get this guy to safety. Finish the evacuation." Ginho gave a quick salute and guided the soldier away. Jinwoo turned back toward the battlefield, eyes narrowing. Now, he thought, let's get this show started. He reached toward the dead giant and summoned his necromantic power. Darkness crept over the lifeless body, swallowing it whole. Moments later, another soldier rose, his soldier. Elsewhere, in a high-level government building, a group of executives surrounded their chairman in a panic. "It's true, sir. The giant's body is gone. It's been resurrected." The chairman couldn't believe it until he pulled up surveillance footage. There he was, that same man from the airport, the hunter whose gaze burned with overwhelming power. That look, I should have known. Back at the airport, the chairman hurried to greet Jinwoo as he arrived. "We need your help. The giants are moving toward Osaka. We need someone to defend the city." Jinwoo didn't answer right away. "This isn't something one man can do alone," the chairman continued. "While you hold them off, we'll negotiate with other countries for backup." "No," Jinwoo cut him off. "I'm not interested." The chairman blinked. "Then what are you planning to do?" He saw it then, in Jinwoo's eyes. Steel. Resolve. He really intends to face all of them, alone. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood before one of his new shadow giants, staring into its empty eyes. There are too many to name, he thought, so I'll just number them, 1 through 5. Then General Beru stomped in. "Enemy eliminated, my liege. I claim number 6. Jinwoo smiled. "Perfect." He turned to Ginho by the tent. "Get ready. Things are about to escalate." All across Japan, his shadow soldiers moved like ghosts, supporting hunters, striking down giants and reclaiming ground one block at a time. And as the giants burned through their mana reserves, their strength waned, making them vulnerable to Jinwoo's relentless forces. But new problems were already brewing. This wasn't just a one-time outbreak. The appearance of a level 7 dungeon meant more disasters would follow, more monsters, more destruction. And now, not only giants, but other terrifying creatures were running rampant across the city. Evacuation and defense had to happen simultaneously. It was a nightmare scenario. 7 days after the dungeon burst, night fell over Tokyo like a shroud. Jin Wu and Ginho walked through a broken city, its ruins illuminated by flickering firelight. They encountered a lone female hunter. "You're finally here," she said, relieved. Jin Wu looked around. "Where is everyone else?" "There is no one left," she replied. "Not here, not in Tokyo. I'm all that's left." She told them the damage was impossible to even calculate. Monsters had scattered across the country. Of the high-ranking hunters sent in, only 17 had survived, including her and Jinwoo. Among the dead, Yuri Orlov, Hanzawa, Goifir, and Lucas from Canada. "Each of these monsters is stronger than an A-rank dungeon boss," she said grimly. "There were 13 giants. One of them is moving through the sea, heading for China. They were stretched thin. There just aren't enough people left to clean up Japan," she admitted. "But thanks to you, most of the giants were wiped out. The rest are being handled by your shadow army." Jinwoo nodded, taking it all in. "And the last one?" he asked, eyes drifting toward the glowing horizon. The huntress followed his gaze, still guarding the gate. Jinwoo stared out at the smoldering cityscape. There was something oddly familiar about it. No fire, but devastation. It reminded him of a place he had seen before. A place like the Devil's Domain. Is this what the system wanted to show me, he wondered? What was the creator trying to say with all this? The creator was dead. Or maybe not. There were no answers. But Jinwoo did know one thing. He had to stop this. He had to, because that's why this power was given to him in the first place, to change fate. Jinwoo had never wanted to flinch, never wanted to feel powerless in the face of an enemy he couldn't handle. That's why he kept chasing strength, why he'd come this far. And now it was time. He looked around and saw that the others had gathered. No more waiting. "It's time," he said firmly. But the other hunters, the huntress beside him began. "They're done too," he said, almost like a prophecy. And at that very second, the last of the remaining hunters dealt their final blows. The battlefield went still. One huntress collapsed onto the body of a fallen giant, breath ragged, utterly spent. She groaned in frustration. "I'm so done with this." Another hunter beside her chuckled. "Be glad it's over, think positive." "Positive?" she snapped. "We were practically janitors while his shadow monsters did all the work." Her fists slammed into the pavement. All around her, the summoned shadow soldiers stood like statues, silent, unwavering, and impossibly eerie. Jinwoo's soldiers had gathered, hundreds of them, encircling the area. The ground seemed to hum beneath their sheer weight. One final figure landed with a heavy thud beside him. Beru, his loyal general. "You made it," Jinwoo said, nodding. "You did well." "My king," Beru replied, bowing. Jinwoo turned to Ginho. "Take Ms. Hanakawa and get clear. Far. This is going to get messy." Ginho didn't argue. He grabbed the huntress, and together they sprinted out of the kill zone. Jinwoo stepped forward and raised his voice. "To me!" he called. Before him stood 6 colossal shadow giants, each one formed from the corpses of the monsters they'd just slain. And then he gave the command. "Advance!" The ground shook as his entire shadow army surged forward. Thousands of dark figures, knights, beasts, insects, titans, rushed toward the portal where the last giant, the true threat, stood. The sky dimmed. The city was plunged into shadow, and in the heart of the storm, the last giant opened its eyes. They were glowing, crimson, alive. It rose to its full height and gripped its massive sword. With one sweeping motion, it obliterated hundreds of shadow soldiers in a single blow. Bodies were flung like rag dolls. A wave of destruction rippled out across the battlefield. Jinwoo watched in silence. Terrifying. This one was different, stronger, smarter. Its sheer magical pressure was suffocating. For a moment he considered retreat, but only for a moment. There were only 2 options: run and forget, or end this now. But the giant wasn't just brute force, it was clever. It knew how to defend, and it moved with frightening precision. At one point, a swarm of ant-type shadows closed in around its feet. For a moment, it looked like they might overwhelm it, but then it simply lifted its foot, and boom, sent them flying like pebbles, scattering the ants across the battlefield. Beru snarled, ready to charge. "Not yet," Jinwoo said, placing a hand on his arm. "We'll need strategy." not blind strength. He watched as his army fought, as his mana started draining at a dangerous rate. The giant's magic formed a barrier around it like an iron fortress. Jinwoo realized it wasn't just defending its body, it was shielding its weakness. But then, a flicker, a block, a moment of hesitation. That's it. He issued the next order. Dragons took flight. His winged beasts soared through the air, circling the giant. At the lead was Kai-Sel carrying Igris on his back, blade already sparking with lightning. "Igris, stand by!" Jinwoo shouted, but Baru misunderstood and leapt into battle early. Lightning surged as Igris launched his first attack. It crackled down in a brilliant arc, only to be parried. The giant deflected the strike at the last second. Igris wasn't deterred. He attacked again, furious and relentless. The giant swung its blade, but Igris was faster, already leaping onto its shoulder. As the titan brought its sword down to crush him, Igris struck again. Another bolt of energy, this time straight to the face. Blocked. But that's when Jinwoo entered the fray. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched off Kai-Sel and landed directly on the giant's face. Chaos blade gleaming in his hand. He stabbed. Straight through the eye. The monster screamed, reeling in agony. Jinwoo had found the weak spot. Baru rushed in from the side, drawing the giant's attention. Jinwoo's power surged. The monarch's aura exploded from his body, his form glowing in violent, radiant light. Strike after strike, he assaulted the wounded eye. Ginho, watching from a safe distance, could only stare. "This isn't a fight between a hunter and a monster," he swallowed. "This is a war between monsters." Jinwoo's blade moved like lightning. One final swing, crack, and the titan's right eye shattered completely. "Baru!" Jinwoo shouted. The general bared his fangs and launched forward, answering his king's call. The final battle had begun. Baru flew like a bullet, his claws aimed directly for the giant's face. With a roar that split the sky, he struck, a perfect, brutal hit to the giant's eye. The beast screamed, a howl of raw agony tearing through the battlefield. It never saw it coming. At that very moment, Jinwoo activated Chaos Blade. His aura surged like a firestorm, and in perfect sync with Baru, he unleashed his final devastating strike. Together, they brought the Colossus down. The giant fell with a titanic crash that sent tremors through the ruined city, dust billowing like smoke from a volcano. The battlefield went still and silent. A breath later, a ding echoed through Jinwoo's mind. Level up. He stood atop a crumbling building, surveying the aftermath. He should have felt victorious, but something was wrong. Very wrong. The system didn't register the giant as the dungeon boss. The black aura still lingered. Worse, he couldn't extract its shadow. The raid wasn't over. From below, Ginho ran up with stars in his eyes. "Hyung, you did it! You took down the boss! That was amazing!" But Jinwoo didn't respond. Instead, he lifted a hand, stopping Ginho in his tracks. "Stay back!" The danger hadn't passed, it was changing. From the fallen body of the giant, Baru appeared once more, bloodied, exhausted, and oddly fading. "My king," he gasped. It was me." But Jinwoo knew something was wrong. Baru is already dead. I can barely feel his magic. And then the gate ahead of them began to shift, twisting unnaturally, pulsing with an eerie, unstable power. Magic poured from it in waves Jinwoo had never felt before. Before he could act, Igris moved, shielding Jinwoo with his shadow. The gate's energy flared, pulling in everything around it. Jinwoo turned to Ginho. "Stay here, no matter what." And with that, he leapt into the gate. The world on the other side was not a dungeon. It was a massive stone hall, ancient, worn, built for giants, a castle. Jinwoo scanned the place. Something about it felt wrong, unfinished, like a memory preserved in stone. Then a deep voice echoed from the hallway, a strange, rolling laugh. "I see you made it." From the shadows, a giant emerged. But this one wasn't raging or bloodthirsty. He was chained, and he was smiling. "You don't recognize me?" the giant asked. "The prophecies of the rulers? The ones who guided your path?" Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "The one they imprisoned," the giant replied, lifting his head. "I know the Monarchs' plans. I must warn the rulers." Jinwoo took a step back. "Monarchs? Who are they?" "They used me," the giant growled. "They made me their cornerstone in this war." So many questions. Jinwoo had tried to talk to other monsters before. None had been this coherent, this aware. "What are you talking about?" Jinwoo demanded. "What monarchs?" "They're the ancient enemies of the rulers. That's all you need to know." If the monarchs were the enemies of the rulers, then by extension, they were his enemies. "So this is how they bound you?" Jinwoo asked. "Yes," the giant replied. "I am a ruler, and soon they may come for you too." He looked tired, broken. "You'll need more power if you're going to face them." Jinwoo remained silent. "Free me," the giant offered. "I can help you." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "You? Help me?" The giant smiled slyly. You'll have to believe me. In that moment, the giant activated a strange power, Oath of Loyalty. A system notification blinked into view. The King of Giants has applied the skill, Oath of Loyalty. If accepted, both parties will be unable to lie to one another. Jinwoo considered and accepted. A pulse of magic sealed the pact. Now bound, the giant, his name still unknown, spoke openly. "How are you able to speak like this?" Jinwoo asked. "None of the monsters ever did." "Because I'm not one of them," the giant replied. "I am no chaos dweller. I am a king. Those other monsters? They're just broken soldiers, remnants of a defeated army, corrupted by time and war. I've stayed sane, waiting for you." Jinwoo's mind spun. The white armored warriors, the ones with wings. Are they the ruler's army? "Yes," the giant said. "You've seen them, haven't you? Then why are they sending monsters?" "They're not monsters," the giant corrected. "They're tools. The rulers are preparing for war, and they've chosen Earth as the battlefield." He paused. "They need to saturate this world with magic. Monsters are the disaster, but the magic they bring is the reward." And just like that, the puzzle pieces began to fall into place. Jinwoo had always thought of the monsters as invaders, but maybe they were just the start. Magic was no longer just the domain of hunters. Ordinary people had begun to revere soul crystals and mana stones, sources of raw, unfiltered power. Objects once rare and sacred had become everyday energy. But now, Jinwoo understood the grim truth. All of it was born of bloodshed. The rulers and monarchs had waged war for ages. Earth had simply become their newest battlefield. Every drop of magical blood spilled fueled this world's transformation, power blooming from violence. And behind it all was a plan: turn this planet into a realm capable of withstanding the clash of gods. A war zone. This wasn't the beginning of a conflict. It was the second war. Jinwoo's stomach sank. Earth will burn unless I stop it. The imprisoned ruler looked at him grimly. There's no time. Now that we've met, the others, both rulers and monarchs, won't stay silent. If they haven't already acted, they will soon. Jinwoo stepped forward, questioning. "You said they're after me. Why?" The ruler studied him for a moment and sighed. "You still don't know, do you? The power you wield, it isn't truly yours. Its presence in you proves something, that its original master betrayed both sides. He turned against the rulers and against the monarchs." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. "So I'm carrying someone else's burden. But you can still choose what to do with it," the ruler said, "and I'll stand by your side if you help me." Jinwoo stared at the massive chains binding the ruler's limbs. "Normally, if I want someone on my side, I turn them into a shadow." The giant smiled faintly. "That won't work on us. The rulers and monarchs, we can't be bound that way. Even if our bodies die, our essence resists extraction. But we can swear loyalty." At that, the giant's tone shifted. "You have more than enough reason to help me now." Jinwoo nodded slowly, but unease crept through him. Something's missing. He stepped closer. "If I help you, you'll take my side?" "I swear it," the ruler said. "A pact between kings." But something flickered. An illusion. A faint distortion in the giant's shadow. Jinwoo's instincts screamed, and then he saw it. A stone amulet at the ruler's neck. It was glowing. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He hears them. The monarchs. A dark voice echoed in the air, whispering death, whispering betrayal. "Kill the humans!" The ruler's expression twisted. He lunged. Jinwoo stepped back in a flash. "Let's pretend this deal never happened." Without hesitation, he drove his blade straight into the giant's chest. The ruler howled, not in pain but in rage. "You're the threat, not me." He swung. But Jinwoo was faster. He vanished from sight, reappearing behind the giant in midair. His foot slammed into the giant's back, followed by a storm of razor-quick blows to the gut. The ruler crashed to the floor, gasping. "The more your world and the chaos world collide," the giant choked, "the more flames will consume everything you hold dear. Not if I end it here," Jinwoo said coldly. And he did. One final strike. One last moment. Jinwoo eliminated the boss of the dungeon, and with him, one of the 9 rulers. He stood in the silence that followed, surrounded by ash and echoes. The victory was his, but something still gnawed at his mind. Why couldn't I turn him into a shadow? In his hand, he held a strange artifact, a trophy from a dead king. Elsewhere, far away from the ashes of war, a sleek black helicopter landed on the grounds of a lavish estate. 2 figures stepped out, one of them known as Ms. Selner, the other a deputy official. They were here to see someone special. Inside the house, Christopher Reed, a national-level hunter, was sipping coffee when he heard of their arrival. "Didn't know I was expecting guests," he muttered, setting his cup down. The 2 entered, and he instructed his men. "No one gets near my room until they're gone." Behind closed doors, Christopher sat with Selner, one eyebrow raised. "What's this about?" he asked. "Another dungeon popping up? If it's in the east again, let me tell you right now, I'm not going." Selner shook her head. "It's not about dungeons. Then what is it? What could be more dangerous than a level 9 gate? She took a breath. Someone's going to try to kill you. Christopher stared at her, then laughed. Right, good one. Selner didn't laugh. I saw it in a dream, she said quietly. You were surrounded, and then killed. Christopher stood furious. You flew out here to my home because of some dream? We've had our suspicions, Selner said, about why you and a few others are so different. The real reason your powers are beyond comprehension. Christopher's voice dropped to a snarl. You think I care about rumors? I'm a national level hunter. No one can kill me. But Selner didn't flinch. I saw it clearly. Everything, even the faces. He paused. So what now? He asked slowly. You want me to beg someone for help? The air between them turned cold, and in that silence something shifted. Do they really think, Christopher Reed scoffed, that anyone in this world can protect a national level hunter like me? He leaned back, calm and certain. No one exists, and if they do, I've never met them. But then Ms. Selner spoke. There is one. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. The name hung in the air like a shift in gravity. At that exact moment, Jinwoo stepped out of the gate, back into the ruined streets of Japan. He exhaled slowly, feeling the pressure in his chest ease. He'd made the right call. The aura that had poured from the chained ruler, even when shackled, had been suffocating. If he had let that being loose, well, the destruction would have been unimaginable. The moment he returned, the world changed. Word of his victory over the giant spread like wildfire. Social media ignited with rumors, praise, and awe. For many, it confirmed a long-debated question. Was Jinwoo a national-level hunter? One of the giants that had tried to escape into the sea had been taken down by Jinwoo's soldiers in China. The head of Japan's Hunter Association, Matsumoto, voluntarily surrendered to the authorities, publicly accepting responsibility for the crisis. Across the world, in Maryland, USA, American hunters celebrated after a raid, holding a buffet at government expense. Plates piled high, laughter echoed across the room, until their guild leader walked in. Remember that bet? He asked, grinning. The yacht? The house? That silk tie? They laughed, until he walked off with the prize, tie draped loosely over his Hawaiian shirt. His assistant caught up moments later. That tie doesn't go with your shirt. He chuckled and tossed it aside. But her next words wiped the smile from his face. We've got a problem. The Hunter Bureau released the list for the international conference, and the Ahjin Guild is invited. Sung Jinwoo's guild. The guild leader's grin returned. Looks like I'm heading to America. Back in Japan, as soldiers and hunters recovered from the battle, Ginho stood quietly watching the aftermath. The newly resurrected shadow giants towered behind Jinwoo, and the stunned expressions of the Japanese troops said it all. They'd never seen power like this before. The huntress tugged Ginho's arm. Your phone's ringing. He picked it up, and his face went pale. Hyung, he said softly. I need to go back. Something's wrong at home. She offered to help arrange a helicopter immediately. Minutes later, Ginho sat strapped in, heart pounding harder than it had in any battle. Please let it be nothing serious. When the plane landed in Korea, a man met him at the terminal. Your car is waiting, sir, he said. Please come with me. Stay calm. We'll explain everything on the way. Jinho followed, confused and tense. In the car, he heard the truth. Your father, he's in the final stage of a critical illness. It's serious, very serious. Nothing could have prepared him for what he saw. The man who'd always been larger than life, always imposing, now lay chained to a hospital bed, tubes in his arms, unmoving. Ginho rushed forward, screaming, but was quickly stopped. Wait, you can't go in. Your magic is unstable. You might hurt him. Ginho collapsed to his knees, fists clenched. I'm useless. I'm a useless son. But then the attendant offered him something. A book. He was working on this before the coma. Thought you might want it. Inside were pages upon pages of clippings. News articles, contest photos, awards, scrapbooks filled with Jinho's childhood victories, his brothers, his sisters, and his most recent accomplishments. Tears fell freely. He never said it, but he always cared. Outside the room, a voice whispered, "Go home for now." But as Ginho turned to leave, he sensed something. A presence, faint, ghost-like. He blinked. Nothing. Just his imagination. But then, Jinwoo appeared. He saw Ginho's tears and felt a sharp ache in his chest. His friend's pain was his pain. Without a word, he stepped to the chairman's bedside and pulled out a vial. A secret medicine. A final hope. He administered it. Not long after, as Jinwoo was leaving the hospital, he passed a woman in the corridor. Their eyes met for the briefest moment. Something in her expression shifted. That man. He was her brother's friend. She entered the room, expecting silence. Instead, she wept, because her father's eyes were open, and the doctors, who had long since given up hope, stared in stunned silence. This is a miracle. The doctors called it a miracle. The chairman had emerged from the final stage of sleeping sickness, something that had been declared medically irreversible. Even the staff stood in stunned disbelief. But outside the hospital, Jinwoo simply smiled as he spotted the warm light glowing from the ward window. Happy birthday, Ginho. he thought. Maybe I'm early, but this is your gift. He turned and quietly walked away. Elsewhere, Christopher Reed, the legendary American national-level hunter, sat restless in his estate. The halls of his mansion were dark and silent as he wandered. Too silent. A chill ran down his spine. Then a wine glass slipped from his fingers and hit the floor, but made no sound. Behind him, two monsters stood in the shadows. They watched with curiosity. They had heard tales of immortal fire, yet here it was, wielded by a human. But Christopher was already moving. No hesitation, no fear. With a growl, he unleashed hell. Fire consumed the house. Flames roared to life, erupting through windows, dancing up walls. He wasn't just defending himself. He was making a statement. If they wanted war, he'd burn everything. Back in Korea, Jinwoo was in a car, driving through city streets lit by the flash of thousands of cameras. Crowds had gathered. Nearly 100,000 people had filled the streets to catch a glimpse of the Soldier King. Through the window, Beru emerged from the shadows. "They've gathered to thank you, my king." But Jinwoo shook his head. That's not it. Not long after, Jinwoo was seated on a plane. As he settled in, he turned to the man beside him, surprised. "A familiar face. Mr. Adam White, wasn't it?" Adam smiled sheepishly. "Let's just call it coincidence." "Right," Jinwoo said, raising a brow. Coincidence? He remembered the man, though. Adam White, the agent from the U.S. Hunter Bureau. And if he was here, it wasn't casual. "You showing up here uninvited, it's a bit much," Jinwoo said. "We already had our talk." Adam nodded solemnly. "We did, but there's something urgent." Jinwoo's gaze narrowed. "Did America fail to contain an S rank?" "No," Adam said, pulling out a laptop. "Worse, he played a video. Firefighters shouting to evacuate. Don't touch it. That fire, it's not normal. One spark and you're ash." Jinwoo frowned. "Keep watching," Adam said. The camera panned back, and there he was, Christopher Reed, standing in the center of the inferno. 18 fire engines, 14 top-class hunter mages. They couldn't stop it. Jinwoo's heart sank. Christopher is dead? Adam slowly reached into his coat and pulled out a photograph. "This is who we believe did it." Jinwoo took one look and his fury flared. Dark energy exploded from his body. Adam gasped as the laptop crumpled into a sphere under the weight of Jinwoo's rage. He floated, helpless in midair, suspended by dark magic. "If you're playing games with me," Jinwoo said, voice low and lethal, "you're going to regret it." Adam struggled to speak. "No, it's not what you think. That creature, it came from a dungeon. We don't even know what it is." He gasped through the crushing aura. "Please, remember the explosion. Months ago. The one that shook the whole world?" Jinwoo's expression froze. "My father." Adam nodded. "After that incident, we started tracking the suspect. But it's like they vanished. No trail. No mana residue." Finally, Jinwoo released him. Adam hit the ground, gasping. "I get it," he said. "I understand how you feel. But we're only doing our job. And from where we stand, we have reason to believe he is the prime suspect." Jinwoo's jaw clenched. "So why are you showing me this now?" Adam's voice turned grim. "At the International Guild Conference, the Bureau plans to declare him a wanted man. Publicly." A chill filled the cabin. That meant the investigation would no longer be a secret. It meant the world would come hunting. A few days later, the International Guild Conference was gearing up. It was set to be the biggest event for discussing the future of the Hunter Society. When the list of invited guilds was released, it was official. The Ahjin Guild would represent South Korea. This news spread like wildfire across the world. And back home, too. Everyone was buzzing, but also a little stunned. Because technically, the Ahjin Guild was made up of just one person, Jinwoo. But honestly, that one person was enough. Jinwoo could easily take on entire guilds from other countries single-handedly. And that was the main argument in favor of Ahjin Guild representing Korea. At the conference, debates broke out. People questioned whether it was appropriate to send a one-man guild instead of a traditional team. Mr. Choi Jong-in, head of the Hunter Guild and South Korea's top mages, was asked directly about it. His response? Calm, confident. "I think it's perfectly reasonable. Not only do I accept it, I support it fully." The audience pushed further. "Wasn't it embarrassing that Ahjin Guild had only one member?" Choi Jong-in smiled and replied, "That one person is Jinwoo. That alone is argument enough." If you were counting the number of hunters capable of fighting high-ranking monsters, Jinwoo could easily replace hundreds. Choi even recalled the Jeju Island raid, when all hope seemed lost against the ants. And it was Jinwoo who had turned the tide, leading everyone back alive. He felt genuine pride that Jinwoo was now the face of South Korea at the conference. But not everyone was thrilled. One guy stood up, bitter about the fact that year after year the Hunter Guild had been the representative, and now suddenly they weren't. Choi handled it gracefully, saying he wasn't bitter, just a little disappointed. After all, he had renewed his passport just for this trip to America. But pride overwhelmed any lingering regret. "When we thought we were doomed against the ants, it was Jinwoo who stepped forward without hesitation," he said. "I'm proud that he's the one carrying our flag." After the conference ended, Choi Jong-in was approached by another hunter. The guy mentioned that a new dungeon had spawned that morning in the Susa area, an A rank, but reportedly not too dangerous. What caught Choi's attention wasn't the dungeon itself, but the fact that Ahjin Guild hadn't even bothered to claim it. 4 days since Jinwoo got back from Japan, Choi thought, and he hasn't made a move. While some guilds were throwing parties celebrating Jinwoo's absence, thinking the competition was finally easing up, Choi wasn't fooled. He compared them to monkeys thrilled over free apples falling from trees. Another hunter next to him grinned and said that now that Ahjin Guild wasn't sweeping through all the dungeons, sales were up 40%. Choi just smirked. Another monkey, he thought dryly. He waved it off and asked if the association had commented about Jinwoo's quiet behavior. After all, Jinwoo used to clear 3 or 4 low-rank dungeons a day, even after becoming an S rank. Now, he was just silent. Meanwhile, back in South Korea, inside the Hunters Association building, another situation was brewing. An inspector approached the president of the association, Go Gun-hee, with a request. China had sent an inquiry about Jinwoo. Go Gun-hee frowned. Isn't his information supposed to be personal and classified? The inspector explained it wasn't an official government request, but it was from a Chinese 7-star hunter named Liu Zhigang. In China, hunters were rated up to 7 stars, and Liu Zhigang was one of the best, a 5-star hunter who had battled alongside Jinwoo against the giants. Apparently, Liu Zhigang had developed a personal interest in Jinwoo's abilities. Still, Go Gun-hee didn't like it. He ordered the inspector to deny the request, maybe write something vague and harmless instead. At the same time, across the ocean in America, something else was unfolding. Inside a prestigious guild office, a young woman approached the guild master and urgently whispered something in his ear. Hunter Huang has arrived. The guild master was stunned. Before he could react, Huang casually walked into the room. Without wasting any time, Thomas spoke, his voice low but firm. I'll keep this brief. Tell your people, don't lay a hand on Hunter Jinwoo when he arrives in America tomorrow. He knew full well what had happened between this guild leader's brother and himself, and he was here to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself. Even though the guild master's warning was clear, Huang Dongsu was still torn. Part of him doubted everything, but a bigger part of him desperately wanted the truth. As he stood there thinking, a tremendous force suddenly swept through the room. The overwhelming presence of Thomas Andre, the leader of the Scavenger Guild, hit him like a wave, sending chills down his spine. Thomas didn't even need to raise his voice. He simply pointed a finger at Dongsu and said coldly, "Did I say you could speak?" The girl standing next to Dongsu, Laura, Thomas's assistant, thought to herself, "Just do as you're told." After all, there weren't many people in the world who could intimidate national-level hunters. And Thomas Andre. He wasn't just any hunter. He was one of the most dangerous of them all. Still, Laura kept repeating her warning to Huang Dongsu. No matter what, do not touch Hunter Jinwoo. Dongsu grumbled, but eventually agreed. He turned around stiffly and left to rest at the villa, just as instructed. After he left, Laura turned to Thomas, worried. "Do you think he'll actually listen?" she asked. Thomas snorted. "Of course not, but he's not that stupid either." Then he ordered Laura, "Until Jinwoo leaves America, keep a close eye on Huang Dongsu." Laura hesitated. She knew Dongsu wouldn't like being watched. But Thomas cut her off. Whether he likes it or not, it's better than dying. The next day, all the guilds gathered in a grand building for the big conference. Hunters from around the world filled the halls, and reporters swarmed the place like bees. One German hunter, from the Richter Guild, looked around, confused at the commotion. He asked his attendant why there were so many reporters. The attendant smiled and explained, "It's because of the Korean hunter. Everyone's talking about him." And just as they spoke, Jinwoo arrived. The German hunter figured it wouldn't hurt to introduce himself. After all, it's always smart to network with powerful people. But as he started walking toward Jinwoo, he froze. Something felt wrong. His escort asked why he had stopped, but the hunter just stared ahead. He hadn't even spoken out loud. Instinct alone made him stop. Because walking casually through the hall, Jinwoo was surrounded by so many powerful auras, it looked like he was marching into battle. It was terrifying. Jinwoo, meanwhile, noticed something too. He turned slightly to Ginho, who was tagging along and chatting excitedly. "See anyone familiar?" Ginho asked. Jinwoo shook his head. "Not really, but someone's staring pretty hard." Ginho laughed it off. "Well, you are basically a celebrity now. You're all over the news. Probably just a fan hoping for an autograph." As they walked, Ginho started wondering aloud. Weird though, why's the head of the association here? The official ahead of them, face stiff and awkward, explained, "Actually, I'm assigned to guard Hunter Jinwoo." He looked so embarrassed saying it that Ginho made him repeat it. Guarding Jinwoo? The idea sounded ridiculous. Jinwoo chuckled. "I thought you guys came here to meet me, not protect me." But the man clarified nervously, No, we're here specifically for you." Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were the ones in charge of Asia." Another voice, Adam White, chimed in. From now on, we're in charge of you, Hunter Jinwoo. Jinwoo listened quietly as Adam added, we'll be escorting you to the hotel. And there's also something important we need to discuss. At that, Jinwoo's expression turned serious. Does it have something to do with my father? He asked. Adam hesitated, then nodded. The conversation won't hurt you, but it's classified. Some of it is even level 1 classified. Later, sitting in a black SUV, Jinwoo turned to Adam again. Where exactly are we going? Adam answered, the headquarters building for the Hunters Bureau. Time's really pressing. Christopher Reed, our strongest hunter, is dead, and America needs to reinforce its fighting strength immediately. He explained that Christopher's death was still unofficially kept under wraps, but behind closed doors they were scrambling. We're trying to find someone who can replace him, Adam said carefully. And you're one of the top contenders. Adam pulled up some data on a tablet. He explained that Jinwoo's power was comparable to some of the most dangerous magical beasts in history, ones tied to legendary artifacts like runestones. He mentioned Kamish, the dragon, and how the runestone retrieved from Kamish's corpse had once triggered a global disaster, something humanity wanted desperately to forget. Adam asked cautiously, so, what do you think about our proposal? Instead of answering right away, Jinwoo leaned forward and pointed at the screen. Show me the first photo again. Adam complied. The photo showed Kamish's enormous corpse, preserved somehow. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. You kept the dragon's body? Adam nodded. Yes, but the location is classified. Jinwoo's voice was low and firm. I want to see it. Adam explained that even he didn't know where it was kept. It was a secret so high that only a handful of people knew, but he promised to push the request up the chain of command. Will you wait a bit? Adam asked. Jinwoo thought for a moment, then smiled slightly. Sure, I'll go with you. And wait. Soon, Adam arrived at the Hunters Bureau's higher offices to report. The official inside listened carefully and then said, You'll need to speak to the deputy director. As Adam left to get approval, 2 agents inside the room chatted quietly. Why does Hunter Sung want to see Kamish's body? One whispered. The other shook his head. Who knows? But he's not just a tourist. They both agreed. Someone like Jinwoo, who could claim runes and skills from magical beasts, might see something in Kamish's body that others couldn't. If he could harvest skills even from monsters he didn't kill himself, that would change everything. The officials inside the Hunters Bureau were deeply troubled. If Jinwoo somehow managed to resurrect Kamish, the most powerful dragon ever known, and turn him into a shadow soldier, it would be catastrophic. One man argued, we can't allow one person to become that powerful. But another countered, if we refuse him now, we risk destroying any friendly relationship we have with him. In the end, they agreed to take a dangerous gamble. They would allow Jinwoo to proceed. Maybe they'd even get the chance to witness his terrifying abilities firsthand. Soon after, Jinwoo and the bureau official were walking through the facility, descending floor after floor. The atmosphere was heavy, and the officials silently wished things were calmer. Jinwoo, on the other hand, was deep in thought. This building was constructed right over the place where Christopher Reed fell. It was almost surreal. They moved through another long hallway until they reached a massive steel door. The official punched in a complicated password, and with a deep rumble, the door opened. The moment it did, Jinwoo felt it. The air itself shimmered with powerful magic. Even after 8 long years, the remnants of Kamish's energy still lingered, thick and oppressive. How powerful would Kamish have been as a shadow soldier? The idea made Jinwoo's heart race. Inside the vast room stood the skeleton of Kamish, enormous and awe-inspiring, a beast of legend frozen in death. The official spoke with reverence. Kamish wiped out countless hunters. Only 5 state-level hunters survived to defeat him. He gestured around. The magic energy powering this entire building. It comes from Kamish's extracted magic stone. Turning to Jinwoo, he asked, Are you satisfied? But Jinwoo didn't answer. Instead, he asked everyone to step back. He needed space. He walked toward Kamish's remains, his expression serious. From a distance, the bureau agents watched in silence. Jinwoo concentrated, stretching out his hand toward Kamish's bones. He spoke the command, Arise. Dark energy swirled around the skeleton. Thick, oppressive, electric, but nothing. First attempt failed. Jinwoo exhaled quietly. He still had 2 tries left. Gathering his power again, he said it a second time, stronger. Arise. This time, the room shook violently. Darkness exploded around Kamish's massive frame. And then the impossible happened. A terrifying roar filled the chamber as Kamish's phantom form materialized. Alive, furious, monstrous. The walls cracked. Lights shattered. Protective barriers designed by top mages shattered like glass. Everyone watching froze in horror. The dragon's burning gaze locked onto Jinwoo. You summoned me, Kamish growled. You, the king of the dead, the lord of shadows? The Bureau agents realized the truth. This wasn't just a resurrection, it was full, conscious rebirth. Kamish, free for the first time in years, shook the room with his rage. "I must destroy them all!" he roared, the barriers breaking apart piece by piece. Panic spread. "We have to evacuate!" someone screamed. "No!" another yelled. "That's Kamish's breath attack charging up, and if he fires it, we're finished." Amid the chaos, Jinwoo stepped forward, utterly calm. He spoke, not in Korean, not in English, but in the ancient language of monsters, a tongue only rulers and ancient beings understood. "Calm yourself. Your magic stone was removed long ago. You are no longer bound to the Monarch." The others couldn't believe what they were hearing, or even comprehend it. Kamish's raging energy began to subside. The dragon bowed his massive head low and murmured, "So, this is what it feels like to be summoned by the Shadow Monarch." He glanced back at the terrified officials and sneered, "Pathetic servants of the Dragon King." Jinwoo blinked. "Dragon King?" Confused, he asked Kamish who he was referring to. Kamish explained, "I once served the king of the wild dragons, the ruler of destruction." Jinwoo felt a cold shiver. The ruler of destruction, one of the terrifying 9 monarchs. This was the true scale of the enemy he was now facing. But before Jinwoo could say more, he noticed something strange. Kamish's body, it was fading. The dragon spoke with a sad finality. "Forgive me, master. We met too late. 8 years had been too long. Even Jinwoo's power as the Shadow Monarch couldn't fully bring Kamish back." As Kamish's spirit dissolved into light, he gave a final warning. "Be careful. 4 have borrowed the power of the monarchs. Watch for them." And then, Kamish was gone. Forever. The system chimed harshly. Shadow extraction failed. No further attempts allowed. Jinwoo clenched his fists, jaw tight. He turned back to Adam White and said evenly, "Please tell the department head I'll assist with rebuilding this place." Then he walked away, his aura dark and seething. And just before exiting, unable to hold back his frustration, he smashed his fist into the wall, the reinforced concrete crumbling like sand under the force of his anger. Later that night, as Jinwoo was trying to cool his emotions, an inspector from the association found him. Hunter Sung, "Why haven't you been answering your phone?" he asked. Jinwoo shrugged. "I was somewhere without signal." The inspector, flustered, said, "Hunter Go-Gun-hee said he saw you and was waiting for you at his office." But Jinwoo frowned. "I just came from there. I didn't see him." At that moment, Adam White hurried over, face tense. "That's impossible," he said. "Hunter Go-Gun-hee isn't even registered as a guest today." The inspector paled. "But just 2 hours ago, a hunter from the Vultures Guild swore he saw him." The inspector stood there, puzzled. The Vultures Guild, even though they were closely tied to the management, technically didn't have any authority to act on its behalf. Still, he decided to call them directly to find out what was going on. But even as he reached for his phone, Jinwoo was already on edge. Something deep inside him screamed that something was wrong. At the Vultures Guild office, a woman answered the phone. She was shocked to hear that someone from their guild had apparently taken a banner belonging to the Ahjin Guild. Instantly, she knew who it was. Meanwhile, the inspector, now standing around the corner, was told to stall Jinwoo, to ask him if he knew anything. Jinwoo, keeping his expression neutral, said he didn't know. But even before the conversation could finish, Jinwoo was gone. He sprinted toward the tallest building in the city, his mind racing. He realized with a jolt of guilt, "I should have left shadow guards with Ginho." He couldn't bear the thought of losing Ginho, not like what had happened to his sister. Not again. Without wasting a second, Jinwoo summoned his shadow army. "Everyone, search for Yu now." In an instant, the shadow soldiers exploded outward, racing through the streets, searching every corner of the city. Meanwhile, deep inside an abandoned building, chaos was erupting inside the Scavenger Guild. Thomas Andre's men realized that Hwang Dong-soo had disappeared, and worse, he had acted without permission. The guildmaster Thomas himself immediately knew, if Jinwoo finds Dong-soo first, it's over. He barked orders at his subordinates. "Find him before Jinwoo does!" No excuses. But deep down, he knew they were already too late. Back outside, the sun was setting, and Jinwoo stood atop a building, watching his shadow soldiers dart across the city like black arrows. He listened closely to the city sounds, straining for any clue, and then it hit him. Ginho must have been taken out of the city. If ordinary people had tried to overpower Ginho, it would have caused a scene. He was too strong to be dragged off quietly. If he was moved so smoothly, it could only mean one thing. It was hunters, and not just any hunters. The Scavenger Guild was involved. Jinwoo's face hardened. If it was Scavenger, there was only one suspect. Hwang Dong-soo. It made perfect sense. Dong-soo had always suspected Jinwoo and Ginho of being involved in his brother's death during the Jeju Island raid. "If anything happens to Ginho, I'll destroy them all." At the same time, in the Scavenger Guild headquarters, Thomas Andre was furious. His subordinates still hadn't found Dong-soo. "That idiot," Thomas muttered under his breath. He knew Dong-su was an S-rank hunter, sure, but compared to Jinwoo, it was like comparing the Earth to the moon. Thomas realized he'd been too lenient lately. He summoned Laura, his assistant, and demanded a situation report. Laura explained that, using Bureau intelligence, she had tracked Dong-su's recent movements and found that he'd visited an unlisted location multiple times over the past month. Thomas didn't hesitate. "Send every man we have there. Now I'm coming too." Before hanging up, he asked how she had convinced the Bureau to cooperate. Laura simply smiled. Sometimes a little pressure goes a long way. Thomas knew if they didn't find Dong-su fast, they'd soon have a much bigger problem. They'd be facing Jinwoo head-on. Back at the Bureau, alarm bells started going off. A hunter rushed into the main office, shouting, "The entire scavenger guild is mobilizing." Every member, all 100 of them, canceled their raids and moved to one location. Panic broke out. Everyone knew if Thomas Andre moved his whole guild, something serious was happening. And if Jinwoo was involved, things could spiral out of control fast. Meanwhile, inside an abandoned warehouse, Ginho was in bad shape. 3 scavenger hunters stood around him. He was tied up, bleeding, but alive. One of them, Hwang Dong-su, crouched down in front of him. "Relax, we're not going to kill you. Yet," Dong-su said coldly. "We just need a few answers." He explained that Thomas Andre had forbidden him from touching Jinwoo. But Ginho? Fair game. All he wanted was one thing, a confession. Dong-su wanted to hear Jinho say that Jinwoo killed his brother. If he got that answer, Jinho would be free. If not, things would get ugly. Dong-su slapped Jinho hard across the chest, trying to wake him up. Another hunter nearby chuckled. "Tough little guy. Probably a tank class. Anyone else would be dead by now." Dong-su sneered. "Stubborn idiot." Losing patience, Dong-su grabbed Jinho and smashed his head against the iron wall behind him. Hard. "You think being brave is going to save you? Keep your mouth shut and you'll just suffer more." He warned him. "This place? Abandoned for 5 years. No one's coming to save you. Scream all you want." Jinho, bloodied but defiant, glared up at him and spat out, "Go to hell." Dong-su's face twisted in rage. He hit Jinho again, even harder. But one of the scavenger hunters watching stepped forward and warned him, "Careful. You kill him, and you'll bring hell down on all of us. We're not doing this for money, remember?" Dong-su ignored him. All he cared about now was breaking Jinho and getting the confession he desperately craved. "Leave him alone already," one of the hunters muttered nervously. They thought they had gotten enough information out of Jinho, but Hwang Dong-su wasn't ready to stop. He sneered at Jinho's battered face. "Enough. We've just begun." But just then, something caught the hunter's attention. An orc appeared in the doorway, staring straight at them. Dong-su stiffened, confused. Where the hell did this thing come from? He thought maybe a dungeon break had happened nearby. He started moving toward it, but something felt wrong. The orc wasn't attacking, it was terrified. Before Dong-su could react, the orc swung at him. But in that exact moment, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Jinwoo's voice. Meanwhile, far away, Jinwoo's mother and sister were watching TV. They were tuned into a news report covering the Hunter Bureau's big event, and the US footage of Jinwoo flashed across the screen. Behind them, hidden in the shadows, one of Jinwoo's loyal shadow soldiers stood guard, whispering, "If anyone dares anger the king, they will not live to tell the tale." The shadow sensed it. Something was stirring in America. Elsewhere, a group of hunters preparing for a dungeon raid chatted nervously. Lately, monsters had been acting strange, unpredictable, even in low-ranked dungeons. The leader warned them not to let their guard down. Suddenly, one of the hunters pointed at the ground, panicking. "My shadow! It's moving!" His teammate laughed it off, thinking he was just trying to scare him. But the first hunter's face turned pale. "I'm serious, it's alive!" Meanwhile, back on the road, Thomas Andre, head of the Scavenger Guild, felt a chill crawl down his spine. He ordered his driver to stop the car immediately. "It started," he muttered grimly. Kicking open the door, Thomas decided to go on foot, moving fast, sensing the eruption that was about to come. Inside the abandoned warehouse, chaos broke loose. Jinwoo had arrived. The walls shook as he burst through, knocking aside obstacles like they were paper. 2 scavenger hunters nearby froze in terror. The sheer pressure of Jinwoo's presence made it hard to breathe. Jinwoo rushed straight to Jinho's side, pouring a healing potion over him. But the system immediately flashed a warning. Target's health is below 10%. Healing potion effect nullified. Jinwoo's eyes blazed with fury. He lifted his gaze to the 2 terrified hunters standing there. "Is either of you a healer?" he demanded. They hesitated, stammering, trying to pretend they didn't understand Korean. Before they could react, Hwang Dong-su appeared, grinning. "Didn't you hear him? Heal this puppy," he mocked. Jinwoo kept his cool, barely. He asked the hunters again, giving them one last chance. But one of them muttered that he had to ask the boss first. That was the last straw. Without a word, Jinwoo grabbed the man's head and smashed it against the nearest wall. The hunter collapsed instantly. Another scavenger hunter, panicking, tried to back away. stuttering about not knowing who Ginho was to Jinwoo. But Jinwoo had already activated his ruler's authority, pinning the second hunter into the ground with invisible force, the concrete cracking beneath him. Dongsu, still arrogant, stepped forward. "I knew it," he growled. "You're the one who killed my brother, aren't you?" From the ground, Jinho weakly called out, "Be careful, Jinwoo. This guy's dangerous." Jinwoo didn't even look back. "Save your strength," he said calmly. Dongsu snarled, "Answer me. Did you kill my brother and his team?" Jinwoo's eyes flashed. "Why don't you go ask him yourself?" Dongsu lost it. He lunged at Jinwoo with everything he had, but Jinwoo sidestepped effortlessly and delivered a brutal kick to Dongsu's ribs. The force sent Dongsu flying across the room, slamming him into a steel pipe with a sickening crunch. He hit the ground, groaning in pain, but Jinwoo wasn't done yet. Cold and merciless, Jinwoo approached and slammed Dongsu again, pounding him into the ground. The sounds of bones cracking echoed through the abandoned warehouse. Just as Jinwoo was about to end it, Thomas Andre finally arrived. "Stop," Thomas said firmly. Jinwoo didn't even look at him at first. Thomas raised a hand trying to de-escalate. "Calm down. I'm not here to fight you. Is he still breathing?" Jinwoo, panting slightly, replied, "For now." Thomas nodded. "Good. Then let's keep it simple. We'll pretend this never happened. We'll both walk away." But Jinwoo's face darkened. "And if that doesn't suit me?" Thomas's expression hardened. "Then this conversation is over." Jinwoo had no interest in talking anymore. He tossed Dongsu aside like trash, sending his battered body skidding across the floor. Dongsu, even through his pain, laughed bitterly. Finally, Thomas will have to step in. Thomas watched Jinwoo approach, his mind racing. "He doesn't even know who I am," Thomas thought. If he did, maybe he wouldn't be so reckless. After all, Thomas Andre wasn't just any hunter. He had grown up in a harsh world, poor, fighting for survival every day. He had clawed his way up to become one of the strongest men on Earth. But even he couldn't shake the growing realization he might have just picked a fight he couldn't win. Thomas Andre's story was one of hardship. Born into a poor immigrant family, he had grown up facing scorn and contempt from those around him. But fate had blessed him with something few others possessed: an overwhelming natural strength, a ferocity that made him a king among men. Every battle, every fight, he crushed his enemies with raw, brutal power. He ruled the battlefield like an emperor, his dominance undisputed. Whenever someone strong enough to challenge him appeared, Thomas crushed them without mercy, forcing even those who once looked down on him to kneel before him. Thomas Andre was the living embodiment of cruelty born from survival, a monster shaped by a ruthless world. He knew exactly how to break those who disobeyed. Now, standing face to face with Sung Jinwoo, Thomas felt that old burning pride surge up again. "Blame it all on your own stupidity," Thomas muttered. Meanwhile, the Scavenger Guild forces arrived at the site, ready to back up their boss. But just as they were setting up, a loud crash thundered through the area. Something flew past them at terrifying speed. When the dust cleared, they realized it was Thomas Andre himself. He had been hurled hundreds of meters through the air, and it was Jinwoo who had hit him. The Scavenger Guild members panicked, rushing toward Thomas to check if he was still breathing. Thomas slowly stood up, his guild following nervously behind him. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo issued a command. "Igris, take Ginho to the nearest hospital. Make sure he survives." Without hesitation, Igris lifted Ginho onto a dragon and flew into the sky. Jinwoo turned back to the Scavenger Guild, standing in front of him, and began summoning his army of shadow soldiers. Thomas Andre, smirking, cracked his knuckles. "A good fight," he muttered. "That's what I've been looking for." He didn't care about Huang Dongsu's ambitions anymore. All that mattered now was crushing the insolent hunter standing before him. Thomas called out, "If you admit your mistakes, I'll spare you." In response, Jinwoo simply raised his middle finger, silent and defiant. Thomas's face darkened with rage. "You'll regret not taking your last chance," he roared. His body swelled as he unleashed his magic power, the air around him trembling. The entire Scavenger Guild braced for battle, raising their shields. And then, the two forces collided. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The Scavenger Guild fought desperately against the overwhelming flood of shadow soldiers. Explosions shook the ground as dozens of shadow soldiers were blasted apart. At the center of it all, Thomas Andre rampaged like a monster unleashed. He crushed shadow soldiers left and right. An orc soldier tried to block him with a massive shield. Thomas shattered it with a single devastating blow. Knowing that shadow soldiers had the advantage in the air, Thomas launched himself into the sky, and then slammed down with enough force to create a massive shockwave, blasting apart dozens more shadows. But in the midst of the chaos, Thomas caught sight of his last standing guild member being overwhelmed. Nearby, Jinwoo stood, finishing him off. Thomas roared in fury, charging toward Jinwoo at full speed. But before he could reach him, a shadow general stepped between them, shield raised. Thomas crushed the general with a single blow, sending the massive armored figure flying. When Thomas looked up, Jinwoo was gone. In that split second, Jinwoo appeared behind him. He swung his blade, aiming for Thomas's back with terrifying force, but his weapon barely scratched Thomas's armor. Thomas retaliated instantly, smashing Jinwoo with a colossal punch that sent him flying upward. Is this it? Thomas laughed. Is this what a national-level hunter looks like? A joke! He extended his hand, using telekinesis to drag Jinwoo back toward him like a rag doll, planning to show him the difference between true power and desperation. But Jinwoo wasn't done. As Thomas pulled him closer, Jinwoo activated Ruler's authority, locking Thomas's movements mid-air. Thomas barely realized what was happening, and that tiny hesitation cost him dearly. Jinwoo used the momentum to his advantage, accelerating his fist connected with Thomas's face with earth-shattering force. Thomas flew across the battlefield like a meteor, crashing hard into the ground. Blood filled his mouth as he skidded across the ruined landscape. Before he could even gather himself, Jinwoo was already there. "You said you could feel the difference in strength and desperation," Jinwoo said coldly. "Now feel it for real." Jinwoo rained down blow after blow on Thomas, fist after fist, bone-shaking punches, a brutal, relentless assault. Thomas tried to fortify his body with mana, but the sheer speed and ferocity of Jinwoo's strikes overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, back near the city, traffic had ground to a halt. Confused civilians peered out of their cars, seeing flashes of black and gold lighting up the sky in the distance. One driver leaned over to Adam White, who was stuck in traffic too, and asked, "Hey, what's going on up there?" Adam grimly replied, "No time to explain. Just turn around and drive away if you want to live." Still not fully understanding, the driver decided it was smarter not to argue. They hit the gas, fleeing the area. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo's mind raced. 4 people, 4 Monarchs' powers were borrowed by humans. He was starting to realize the terrifying truth. Among the 5 who survived the trade, 4 had inherited a Monarch's power, and Thomas Andre was almost certainly one of them. As Thomas Andre pushed his physical enhancement to its absolute limit, Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He charged straight at him, but Thomas slammed both fists into the ground with such force that the earth under Jinwoo's feet collapsed. The whole ground caved in. Using the opportunity, Thomas launched himself into the air, gathering an ominous energy in his hand. A dark orb, swirling, humming, formed. The Scavenger Guild members fighting the Shadow Soldiers instantly recognized it. Their faces turned pale. "It's his captivity skill! Everyone get away from the master!" someone shouted. In an instant, every Shadow Soldier near Thomas was sucked toward the black orb, like a miniature black hole tearing through reality itself. Jinwoo clung to a broken wall, watching carefully. Even he could feel it. The orb's pull was terrifying. Without the power of a monarch protecting him, he might have been dragged in too. The orb exploded moments later, the shockwave collapsing half the building. But Jinwoo leapt higher, landing on a crumbling steel beam above the devastation. Down below, Thomas stood calmly next to the giant crater his skill had created, glaring up at Jinwoo. "This time," Thomas growled, "I won't miss." Meanwhile, the battered Scavenger Guild members began retreating, carrying the wounded away. They knew staying was suicide. Thomas didn't care. He had his eyes locked on one thing: Jinwoo. In a flash, he launched himself upward, soaring toward Jinwoo with terrifying speed. But Jinwoo was ready. He met Thomas mid-air with a devastating kick to the chest, sending him flying backward. Jinwoo wasn't done. He activated Ruler's authority, seizing Thomas mid-air, pulling him toward him while simultaneously accelerating his own attack. Thomas couldn't believe it. This kid's coming at me head-on? Confident in his overwhelming strength, Thomas braced for the collision, intending to take the hit and counterattack. But when they clashed, Thomas realized too late. His armor cracked under the force of Jinwoo's punch. Jinwoo's strike sent Thomas hurtling through the remains of the building, smashing through debris like a wrecking ball. Without missing a beat, Jinwoo sprinted after him. Thomas barely had time to react. He swung at Jinwoo, but Jinwoo dodged smoothly and countered with a knee strike directly to Thomas's head. Thomas staggered. His armor, designed to withstand even the strongest attacks, was falling apart. "I need to change tactics," he thought desperately. At that moment, Adam White and his hunters arrived on the scene. They stopped dead in their tracks, staring in horror at the battlefield. What kind of monsters are fighting out there?" one of Adam's men whispered. They spotted someone flying past them, and only after a stunned second realized it was Thomas Andre himself. The hunters looked to Adam, waiting for orders, but Adam knew the truth. There was nothing they could do. This was far beyond their level. Back at the center of the chaos, Thomas couldn't believe what was happening. A hunter with no magical pressure, with no monstrous aura? How is he this strong? This doesn't make any sense. Thomas roared, "There's no way! I'm Thomas Andre. I don't lose." But Jinwoo didn't even flinch. He closed the distance, and then his next blow hit Thomas so hard that blood exploded from his mouth. Punch after punch, brutal, relentless. Jinwoo didn't care who Thomas was. All he saw was an enemy who had hurt Ginho. The brigade hunters watching the fight screamed, "Stop! Please stop!" But Jinwoo didn't stop. He kept pounding Thomas into the ground, over and over, until finally, battered and broken, Thomas Andre whispered, I surrender." He slumped against the ruined wall, bloodied, defeated, head bowed in total submission. The witnesses could barely believe their eyes. Thomas Andre, one of the most powerful national-level hunters, beaten into the ground, forced to surrender. If the public ever learned what happened here, the whole world would turn upside down. Adam rushed forward, yelling for the healers to move in. One of them quickly knelt beside Thomas, but after a quick inspection, he shook his head in horror. All his bones are broken, internal bleeding everywhere. I can't do this alone. Even battered, Thomas's durability was monstrous. Anyone else would have been dead a long time ago. Still, the scene was brutal. Suddenly, a new report came in. One of Adam's hunters ran over, pale and shaken. "Hunter Hwang Dong-soo. He's not breathing. His heart has stopped. And Sung Jinwoo is gone." Far away, across the ocean, Jinwoo stood atop a rooftop in Seoul, South Korea. The bustling city lights stretched out before him. He had used Shadow Exchange to instantly swap places with one of his soldiers. Standing beside him, one of his shadow soldiers knelt respectfully. It was the freshly reborn Hwang Dong-soo, now a shadow soldier. His level unknown, his rank, general. The shadow waited for his king's command. Jinwoo thought for a moment. Dong-soo had been consumed by greed, and it had led to his downfall. He decided to name him accordingly. "Your name will be Greed." The shadow smiled, a loyal servant reborn, and said humbly, "I am honored, my king." After naming his new shadow soldier Greed, Jinwoo looked down at him. "From now on, face the future head-on," Jinwoo said quietly. Greed, once Hwang Dong-soo, bowed low, acknowledging his new life under the Shadow Monarch. The next day, the International Guild Conference buzzed with tension. As Jinwoo walked into the building, he immediately noticed a swarm of reporters milling around. The man beside him leaned in and muttered, "Word must have gotten out about the fight yesterday. You're not escaping attention today." The bureau chief of the Hunters Association spotted Jinwoo and thought grimly, "This man destroyed the Scavenger Guild's reputation overnight." They had already decided to provide witness protection for the case involving Hwang Dong-soo, and the association was scrambling to figure out how to handle the fallout. But Jinwoo wasn't interested in any of that. He had only one goal here, and as soon as it was done, he planned to head straight back to Korea. No more delays. At the conference entrance, the staff handed Jinwoo a headset for real-time translation. "Everything said inside will be translated for you," the staff member explained. Jinwoo nodded silently and entered the massive hall. The room fell into a low murmur as he stepped inside. People stared. Whispers rippled across the crowd. "That's the Asian hunter who beat Thomas Andre. He's the one who helped clear the Tokyo Gate. He's the guy who crushed the Vultures Guild." The shock on their faces was palpable. Jinwoo ignored the stares, found a free seat, and sat down calmly. The conference officially began. A man with glasses walked onto the stage and introduced himself. "I'm Dr. Belzer." He got straight to the point. "As many of you know, the frequency of gate appearances has increased drastically. Along with that, the monsters inside have grown much stronger." But then he dropped something new, something no one was prepared for. "In addition," Dr. Belzer continued, "we have detected unusual phenomena in the atmosphere itself." He explained that many reports had confirmed a massive buildup of magical energy in the skies, something never recorded before in all of humanity's history with gates and dungeons. Until a better name was found, he proposed calling this phenomenon Mosphere. He displayed a map on the large screen behind him. Currently, Mosphere concentrations have been detected in 9 locations worldwide. The highest concentration is over Seoul, South Korea. The moment he said it, every head in the room turned to stare at Jinwoo. Jinwoo felt their gazes but kept a stoic face. Dr. Belzer quickly added, "No hunter can control or cause this phenomenon. Please do not associate Mr. Sung Jinwoo with it." But Jinwoo's mind was racing. 9 locations. 9 monarchs? The coincidence was too strong to ignore. The doctor wrapped up his report, warning everyone, "The world is on the brink of massive change. We must prepare for anything." Another man then took the stage. "Unfortunately, I bring tragic news," he began. The room fell deathly silent. 2 weeks ago, national-level hunter Christopher Reed was killed by unknown assailants. Gasps filled the hall. People whispered in disbelief. How could someone kill a national-level hunter? Was it the Asian hunter who fought Thomas yesterday? Speculation spread like wildfire. The screen behind the speaker lit up, showing images of Christopher's body. The man explained that the official report would be released tomorrow, but for now, they wanted to get ahead of rumors and present the main suspect. When the screen shifted to show the suspect, Jinwoo's heart nearly stopped. It was his father. The hall exploded into whispers. That guy looks just like the Asian hunter behind us. Are all Asians the same or what? Someone muttered ignorantly. Jinwoo clenched his fists. Father, why? He thought back to Kush's warning that 4 humans had borrowed Monarchs' powers, and that terrible things were coming. Is this why the ruler sent a monster in my father's form? The speaker continued. The suspect found near the gate in U.S. territory was capable of speaking human language. A humanoid monster. Hunter Hwang Dong-soo was called to assist with interrogation due to the Korean language barrier. However, during questioning, the suspect knocked out Dong-soo, destroyed Hunter Bureau headquarters, and escaped. They concluded that it was highly likely this being and others like him were responsible for Christopher Reed's death. But Jinwoo noticed something the others didn't. In the interrogation footage, his father, or at least the man who looked like him, warned Hwang Dong-soo, "Stay out of Korea, for your own safety. If you don't, there will be no peace for you, not even in death." It wasn't a random threat. It sounded like a heartfelt warning. Jinwoo summoned Greed, the new shadow soldier made from Hwang Dong-soo, and asked, "Was it true?" Greed bowed and confirmed it. "Yes, my king. It is exactly as you saw." Jinwoo's heart twisted. There was no longer any doubt. The man in that footage was truly his father. The man on the stage continued speaking, his voice somber. "We request the assistance of all guilds worldwide to apprehend the suspect should he be found. If you encounter him, report immediately." A man in the audience raised his hand. "How can you be sure that this suspect isn't human?" The speaker answered, "His magical signature matches the energy emitted by monsters." Another voice asked, "You claim he impersonated a hunter lost in a dungeon. Has his identity been verified?" "Yes," the speaker replied. "There was indeed a man who went missing years ago. The suspect matches him." Someone else called out, "Then why won't you reveal his name?" The man hesitated, then explained, "Because he is related to one of the hunters present here today. Out of respect, we've withheld the information." But the tension only grew thicker. Another hand rose. It was Liu Zhigang, China's 7-star hunter. Calmly but firmly, he asked, "Wouldn't it be more appropriate to disclose his identity for the sake of capturing him?" Then, without mincing words, he added, "What is the connection between this monster and Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" The hall fell into stunned silence. The man on stage sighed heavily. During the interrogation, he admitted, the suspect identified himself as Sung Jinwoo's father. All eyes in the room turned toward Jinwoo. Liu Zhigang pressed further, "Hunter Sung, if it is confirmed that this man is your father, and the Hunter Society decides to apprehend him, what will you do?" Jinwoo stood up slowly. His voice when he spoke was clear, unwavering. "The duty of a hunter is to eliminate monsters. If he truly is one, I'll destroy him myself." The crowd held its breath. "But," Jinwoo continued, his gaze like steel, "if it's confirmed he's my father, and anyone dares lay a hand on him, I will destroy them, no matter who they are." Silence fell like a hammer over the hall. As the conference ended and people began filing out, an investigator from the association approached Jinwoo. "Did you really mean what you said in there?" he asked, half in awe. Jinwoo shrugged. "Was there anything unclear about it?" The investigator chuckled nervously. "You know, there are probably only 2 hunters in the world who could say something like that in front of the 500 strongest hunters from 120 countries. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. "Who's the other one?" "The guy you recently sent to the hospital. Thomas Andre," the investigator said with a laugh. He then mentioned that the association was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate the conference, and politely invited Jinwoo, mentioning how expensive it had been to arrange. Jinwoo was about to respond when he noticed Liu Zhigang approaching him. Zhigang spoke in Chinese, so Jinwoo didn't catch a word. He glanced at the investigator. "What's he saying?" The investigator translated quickly. "He says he recently captured a strange monster off China's coast, and it was incredibly difficult even for him. He came today because he wanted to meet you, Sung Jinwoo, the hunter who defeated a dozen such monsters with ease." Jinwoo listened quietly. Zhigang continued through the translator, praising Jinwoo's strength and expressing admiration. He admitted that he was happy someone had finally reined in Thomas Andre. At first, Jinwoo had found Zhigang a little arrogant, but now he realized he's not a bad guy after all. Before leaving, Liu Zhigang added sincerely, "I hope that man isn't really your family." Jinwoo nodded wordlessly. The investigator smiled and said, "At least it doesn't seem like he's looking for a fight." "Good," Jinwoo replied simply. Suddenly, a different official approached Jinwoo. "Hunter Sung, please come with us." A few minutes later, Jinwoo found himself sitting across from Madame Selner, the world's only hunter appraiser who could perceive future dangers. She smiled warmly. "It's been a long time, Hunter Sung." Jinwoo frowned slightly. He hadn't expected to see her again. "Why did you call for me?" he asked. Madame Selner's expression grew serious. "I've been having strange dreams lately," she said. "Dreams where hunters are killed by unknown creatures." Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. She continued, "The worst part is the dreams are coming true." She confessed that before Christopher Reed's death, she had tried to warn him, but he hadn't listened, and now he was gone. Jinwoo immediately understood. It's happening already. Madame Selner leaned in closer. The great hunters, the ones who have kept humanity safe, yet are going to die, one after another. Jinwoo asked, "These unknown creatures, are they unstoppable?" She nodded gravely. "They aren't ordinary beings. I tried to peer into their true nature in my dreams." "And?" Jinwoo prompted. Selner shivered visibly as she spoke. "When I looked at them, what I saw was infinite, bottomless power." I woke up screaming. In that moment, a voice whispered into my ear, a voice so terrible I still hear it sometimes. It said, she whispered, "You have seen something you should not have seen." Jinwoo felt a chill run down his spine. This is the war that Kadev spoke of, the eternal war between the rulers and the monarchs, and Earth was about to become their new battleground. Jinwoo asked the obvious question, "Why tell me this?" Madame Selner looked straight into his eyes. "Because they will come for the hunters, and you, Hunter Sung, you must protect them." Madame Selner finished her warning with a final chilling note. "The same power I saw in those monsters comes from you too, Hunter Sung." Jinwoo froze. Was she sensing the power of the Shadow Monarch inside me? If that was true, then it made sense. The creatures she dreamed of were likely the rulers or their agents. The hunters they spoke of, like the ones from Hae-in, must be aligned with the rulers. The man standing behind Selner spoke next, his voice low and urgent. "Those creatures are strong. If we're going to survive, we'll need your help, Hunter Sung." He admitted they had initially doubted Jinwoo's abilities, but after what they witnessed during his fight with Thomas Andre, there were no more doubts. "Needless to say," the man added, "you will be handsomely rewarded. You can take anything you want, even the runestone extracted from Kamish." He explained that America was blessed with hundreds of powerful hunters, and only because of them had humanity been able to resist the tide of monstrous threats. If those top hunters were wiped out, the world would collapse. Jinwoo was about to respond when the man quickly asked, "Was your fight with Thomas Andre yesterday personal?" Jinwoo shook his head calmly. I just didn't know who my true enemies were yet." He stood up, ready to leave. "I need to return home." But just before walking out, Jinwoo stopped, sighed, and turned back. "Mr. White," he said, "could you provide me with a list of hunters who have requested protection? Also, I'd like to arrange meetings with them." Adam White smiled. "Of course, I'll get it ready for you." On the final day of the International Hunters Conference, a grand banquet was held. Hunters from all over the world gathered in celebration. Jinwoo and Ginho attended as well. Jinwoo checked on his deputy, concerned. "You doing okay?" Ginho grinned sheepishly. "I'm more alive than anyone else here, Hyung. Although, hearing you fought Thomas Andre almost made me cry." Nearby, whispers filled the room. Hunters talked quietly about Jinwoo. "I saw it myself. I couldn't even sense his magic power. He's on a completely different level. And he fought Thomas Andre just to save his deputy." The admiration and fear were thick in the air. Suddenly, a hunter approached Jinwoo. He was the head of a company that specialized in recycling magical monster remains. He politely asked if Jinwoo could spare a moment. He wanted to discuss purchasing the corpses of the giants Jinwoo had recently killed. Jinwoo chuckled internally. He pointed at Ginho. "Business matters aren't my thing. Talk to my vice president." Ginho, bright-eyed, immediately stepped forward, smiling confidently. "Pleasure to meet you. Let's discuss the details." Jinwoo couldn't help but smile. This little puppy is really starting to feel like a true vice president now. At that moment, Adam White returned, holding a file. "Here's the list you asked for." Jinwoo scanned the document. It ranked hunters based on their achievements and overall contributions. The top 10 hunters were prioritized, the best of the best. Adam pointed out where Jinwoo would have stood if he officially registered. "Given your performance during the Giants raid, you'd be ranked around 3rd or 4th. The rankings were Thomas Andre, 1st Liu Jigang, 2nd Christopher Reed, 3rd Siddharth Bakchan, 4th. It was too many names for Jinwoo to memorize. Instead, he decided, "I'll just meet everyone and sort things out myself. It'll be easier that way." That way, he could quickly identify who was a ruler's ally and who wasn't. But suddenly, the entire room went silent. Everyone froze as Thomas Andre walked in. Jinwoo turned and saw Thomas, arm heavily bandaged, slowly approaching him. Thomas raised his hand, barely, and spoke. "Healing magic won't work. The damage is too deep." Doctors had confirmed it. His arm was healing, but painfully slowly. Thomas looked Jinwoo in the eyes and asked, "Why? You could have crushed me completely. You could have wiped out my entire guild. But you didn't." Jinwoo answered simply, "Because they didn't deserve to die." Thomas stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned to leave, muttering, "I'm planning to hold a proper funeral for Huang Dongsu. He didn't deserve to die like that, but at least he deserves a farewell." Before he left completely, he added, "When my arm's healed, let's have lunch sometime. Tell my secretary to get your number." Thomas's secretary, a polite young woman, approached Jinwoo. She bowed respectfully. Our master wishes to thank you for sparing the guild members. If you ever need anything, please contact us. Jinwoo shook his head. I'm fine. The secretary smiled and added, Our master doesn't like owing debts. Please ask for something. Anything. Jinwoo thought for a moment, then said casually, Maybe a good blade, or a dagger. Something useful. The secretary bowed again. Understood. Thank you, Hunter-sung. After she left, Adam White approached. The hunters you wanted to meet are waiting, shall we? Jinwoo nodded. No need, he said calmly. But I noticed something. Someone's missing from this list. Hunter number 6, where is he? Adam's face turned grim. We lost contact with him a few days before the conference. We tried searching discreetly through Brazil, but he never came back. Jinwoo's heart sank. He's dead. That left only 7 hunters, 7 potential allies against the coming storm. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, the president of the Hunter Association sat quietly in his office. His health had been deteriorating for a long time. The doctors had warned him step down or die within the year. He had stubbornly stayed, sacrificing himself for the association for the future. But now, even he could feel it. His time was almost up. As he rolled back in his chair, thinking he might finally go home early, the phone rang. It was his wife, checking in as always. Nothing strange happened today, she reassured him. I'll be home soon, he promised. But just as he hung up, he felt it. An unnatural, oppressive presence filled the room. He turned slowly and saw it. At the far end of the hallway sat a figure, leaning back casually in a chair, grinning at him. The president stared. Do you want something? He asked cautiously. But deep inside, cold fear gripped him. This aura, it's too much. I can't even grasp it. The figure chuckled. Relax. This space is isolated from the outside world. No one can help you now. For a moment, the president wondered if it was just a dream, but a shard of ice shot through the air, piercing his shoulder. Pain. It was all real. The creature stood up. I thought you'd be more interesting, he said mockingly. But it turns out, you're just a human. Who are you? The president demanded again. The creature smirked, releasing a wave of chilling power that made the room freeze over. No more games. Show me the shard of light hidden within you, or die. The president gritted his teeth. The monarch began casting a terrible spell, magic swirling at his fingertips. He attacked, but the president was ready. With a burst of radiant energy, the president countered, reflecting the spell, blasting a hole through the wall. The human facade peeled away, and now, standing there, was no longer the frail association president, but one of the shards of brilliant light, emissaries of the rulers. The creature's smirk widened. Found you, he whispered. The two forces clashed violently. The Frost Monarch, the creature of ice, unleashed devastating cold magic, but the shard fought back with brilliant, blazing light. The building around them shook and crumbled. Walls cracked. Furniture froze and shattered. The Frost Monarch managed to freeze half the shard's body at one point, but he broke free with sheer willpower. They exchanged savage blows, but the human vessel was clearly weakening. Desperate, the shard launched a powerful strike. The Frost Monarch barely shielded himself with a block of ice. The attack missed. The president collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath. The Frost Monarch stood over him, triumphant. You're finished, he sneered. Not even a fragment of the shard you used to be. Then he lunged. Ice blades tore into the president's weakened body. The Frost Monarch laughed cruelly. How long would it take you to find another vessel? A year? 2? By then, it'll be too late. My armies will sweep across this world. But then, to the monarch's shock, the president laughed. You really think I fought you for nothing? With a sudden movement, he grabbed the Frost Monarch's arm. You missed something important, he whispered. And then, the shard drove his fist into the wall behind him. It wasn't an attack. It was a precise strike aimed at the barrier, isolating the space. Cracks spiderwebbed instantly. The Frost Monarch's eyes widened. What are you? The barrier shattered. The outside world rushed in. From the ruined breach, a massive shadow ant charged through, followed by a dark silhouette. The Frost Monarch sneered. Just a chaos beast? It's nothing. He moved to intercept, but the figure following wasn't just another minion. As the monarch swung his scythe, intending to crush the intruder, his weapon was blocked. A hand gripped the scythe with unbelievable force. A figure materialized from the shadows, moving faster than the eye could follow. It was Sung Jinwoo. Before the Frost Monarch could react, Jinwoo's hand closed around his throat. His voice, low and dangerous, rumbled in the freezing air. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? Frost Monarch, the so-called Ice Elf, stared at Jinwoo. He noticed the shadows gathering behind him, an entire army hidden in the darkness. And in that moment, he realized the terrifying truth. The true Shadow Monarch stands before me. He wondered bitterly why Jinwoo hadn't contacted the others if he had already amassed such a powerful force. Meanwhile, Jinwoo looked at him sharply. He recognized this creature, the same Frost Monarch, the one I once failed to extract. It had been so long, Jinwoo had almost forgotten. but the Monarch hadn't. To the Frost Monarch, this was a long missed opportunity, the key mistake they'd made. The Frost Monarch suddenly exhaled a freezing breath, unleashing a wave of deadly cold that froze everything nearby. But Jinwoo dodged easily, his instincts razor sharp. Without hesitation, he summoned his dagger. The magical weapon materialized in his hand, gleaming dangerously. With a flick of his wrist, Jinwoo shattered the surrounding ice in an instant. The Frost Monarch backed away slightly. "I didn't plan to fight the Lord of Shadows today," he muttered, annoyed. Jinwoo frowned. What's he talking about? The Frost Monarch kept speaking, his voice slippery. "You came to save the man above us, didn't you?" Jinwoo didn't understand at first. Then, following the Monarch's gaze, he looked up and saw it. The president of the Hunter Association, lying unconscious and gravely injured inside the shattered building overhead. The Frost Monarch sneered, raising an ice spear and aiming it toward the president. "Choose," he said mockingly. "Save him, or fight me." And with that, he threw the spear. Jinwoo moved instantly. He activated his Monarch's authority, trying to stop the spear mid-air. But the Frost Monarch canceled the effect with a counterspell. Thinking fast, Jinwoo launched himself upward. He hurled his dagger at a nearby window, shattering it, using the opening to climb faster. The ice spear was about to strike, but Jinwoo reached the president just in time, deflecting the attack with a powerful sweep of his dagger. Down below, the Frost Monarch began casting a portal to escape. But Jinwoo wasn't about to let him slip away so easily. He summoned multiple shadow daggers, sending them flying toward the Monarch. The blades pierced through the Frost Monarch's body as he stepped into the portal. Even so, the Monarch turned with a cruel smile. "This vessel was better than expected," he admitted. "But next time, we will meet again, Shadow Monarch. Take your pitiful army and consider this my parting gift." And with that, he vanished into the portal. Jinwoo cursed under his breath. If only the barrier hadn't blocked my senses. He turned back to the president. One glance was enough to know. Ordinary healing potions wouldn't be enough. The president's life was slipping away. Jinwoo immediately summoned Baru, his trusted general. "Save him," Jinwoo ordered urgently. "Save him at any cost." Baru started the healing process with all his strength. But after a few moments, he turned back, shaking his head sorrowfully. "Forgive me, my king. I cannot." Jinwoo clenched his fists. In desperation, he pulled out his last vial of holy water of life, preparing to use it. But before he could, the president's hand rose weakly and stopped him. The president smiled faintly. "It's all right," he whispered. "You've come. That's enough." Jinwoo, voice shaking, tried to insist. "Hold on. I'll take you to a hospital." But the president shook his head. "It's too late. My body won't survive." Tears welled up in Jinwoo's eyes as the president spoke one last time. He told Jinwoo about the war between the rulers and the monarchs, that the gates, the dungeons, hadn't been meant to destroy humanity, but to protect it. And now the final battle was coming. "One day," the president said, his voice growing fainter, "you will have to make a choice. Stay with humanity, Jinwoo. Fight for them." He smiled weakly. "I wish I could have fought alongside you, with all the hunters by my side. But even if I fall, a new generation is rising. Talented hunters like you." His breathing grew shallow. "Tens of thousands of years have passed. My heart kept beating, waiting to meet you. And now, I'm so glad I did. Thank you. Thank you so much." Those were his final words. The president's hand slipped from Jinwoo's grasp, and he moved no more. As if mourning with him, the barrier and frozen remnants of the building began to collapse. The sky outside darkened. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The next day, under heavy clouds and relentless rain, the funeral was held. A cold, stormy autumn day. Fitting for the tragedy. The world was reeling. News headlines blared. Jonas, the Brazilian hunter, found dead. The president of the Korean Hunter Association, killed. Christopher Reed, the American powerhouse, slain. Humanity was thrown into chaos. Governments scrambled for answers. The deaths of the greatest hunters, the ones humanity depended on, struck a deep, paralyzing fear into the hearts of all. "If even the hunters cannot survive," one reporter said grimly, "who will protect the ordinary people?" Jinwoo stood silently at the president's funeral. The rain poured relentlessly. He made a silent vow. "I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. I will fight, and I will protect this world." After the funeral, Jinwoo stood in silence, lost in thought. Beside him, Assistant Jong, the late president's right-hand man, approached. His face was pale, his body trembling with the weight of grief. "Are you all right?" Jinwoo asked quietly. Jong nodded weakly and apologized. "I'm sorry, Hunter Nim. I wasn't sober when you needed me most." Then, his voice breaking, he asked, "That monster, the one who killed the chairman, even you couldn't defeat him?" Jinwoo replied calmly, "When I arrived, he had already escaped." Jong clenched his fist in frustration. The day before, he had begged Jinwoo to come back quickly from the international conference, and now it was too late. Still, he managed a grateful smile and said, "Thank you. Thank you for being with the chairman at the end." But Jinwoo shook his head. Don't thank me yet. I will find that bastard and kill him myself. Soon after, Jinwoo requested that reporters be summoned. Despite the heavy, suffocating atmosphere, the Korean Hunter Association arranged an urgent press conference. Jinwoo stood before the cameras, facing a sea of anxious faces. A group of highly evolved monsters, he announced, have begun targeting the top-ranked hunters worldwide. Gasps echoed through the room. They are extremely powerful and ruthless. One reporter quickly raised a hand. Was the president of the Hunter Association killed by them? Jinwoo nodded grimly. Yes, several creatures from that group orchestrated his death. He continued. Before they strike, these monsters use interdimensional magic to isolate their victims, cutting them off from help. To survive, hunters must stay close to each other, or to those strong enough to protect them. Jinwoo remembered the Frost Monarch's words. He called himself the Ice Monarch, just like there had been a giant monarch, and now himself, the Shadow Monarch. No normal hunter could stand against beings like these. If you find yourself without protection, Jinwoo said firmly, contact the Korean Hunter Association. I will fight them. The battle against the Monarchs has already begun. Meanwhile, far beyond human sight, in another realm, the Monarchs were gathering. The Frost Monarch addressed the others, his voice filled with urgency. The Shadow Monarch is alive, and he's here, on Earth. The others stirred in unease. But wasn't it said that no vessel could withstand his power? One asked. Even the Dragon Monarch can't be here because of that. The Frost Monarch nodded grimly. I saw it with my own eyes. He's more dangerous than even the shards of light. He begged them, help me destroy him while he's still human, before he becomes unstoppable. But the other monarchs hesitated. One protested, fighting him would be suicide. He's one of the strongest beings from the Age of Chaos. Another said, better to wait for the Dragon Monarch. The Monarch of Destruction will take care of him. The Frost Monarch, desperate, pleaded, if we strike now, we can still win. If we wait, it'll be too late. But they shook their heads. We won't follow the same path as the Demon King, one monarch muttered. You know what happened to him. Devoured by the Shadow Monarch's power, trapped in eternal sleep. Another added, the Shadow Monarch and the Architect have created copies, using the power of death. We won't become playthings in his world. One by one, they turned away. Only one figure remained, a slender, feminine monarch, the Plague Monarch. She smiled slyly. You're right, she told the Frost Monarch. The Shadow Monarch's vessel is still human. I'll help you. Together, they plotted their next move. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the skies over Korea darkened. A storm raged across the land. And in that stormy night, people whispered anxiously, when the next S-rank gate opens, who will protect us? Even if they spent a fortune, no house, no city would be safe. Hunter Sung Jinwoo stood atop a tall building, staring into the storm. Magic still lingered faintly in the air. He thought about what he had learned. The monarchs and the rulers were both immortals. They had no shadows, which meant they couldn't be tracked the way monsters usually were. But it didn't matter. As long as I'm a hunter, Jinwoo thought, I'll find my prey, no matter what. 1 week passed since the president's death. Within the Hunter Association, chaos reigned. The 5 major guilds, once kept in check by the association's authority, now grew restless. A meeting was called to decide the next chairman. Tension filled the room. The backbone of Korean hunters is gone, someone said gravely. Who can lead us now? Another suggested, we must appoint another S-rank hunter to maintain balance. But there was hesitation. An outsider could destabilize things further. One warned. Debate filled the air. But no matter the decision, everyone knew one thing for certain. The world was changing, and they had precious little time left to prepare. Inside the meeting room of the Hunter Association, the heavy discussion continued. One of the executives suddenly suggested a surprising candidate for the new chairman, Jong Chul. Jong blinked in shock. Me? Why me? The man explained, you were closest to the late chairman. You learned from him directly. You have leadership experience, the respect of the hunters, and, most importantly, strong connections. He added, there's no law that says the chairman has to be a top-ranked hunter. Influence and trust matter more. Another board member spoke up. You're the one who personally dealt with hunters and kept order when needed. Everyone here believes you're the right person. Jong Chul hesitated, overwhelmed. I'm too young, he said. There are so many more qualified people. Deputy heads, directors, far more experienced than me. But the others insisted. We lack the power to control the guilds. You, Mr. Jong, have influence, and you have a connection to Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Jong tried to argue. I've worked with him, yes, but I don't think he sees me that way. Still, they pressed him to consider. Please think about it carefully. Meanwhile, across the ocean in America, Thomas Andre and his secretary descended an elevator. Thomas was in a surprisingly cheerful mood. It's been a while since I've been here, he said casually. As the elevator doors opened, the security guards jumped to attention. The secretary hesitated. Sir, are you really sure you want to give away that? Thomas shrugged. It's just gathering dust here anyway. Better it serves someone who'll use it. They entered a secured vault deep underground. In a reinforced drawer, a radiant energy pulsed, powerful and ancient. Thomas smiled at the sight. Still beautiful, he murmured. There were only 2 of these weapons in the entire world, and Thomas had decided to give one away. Feels like a waste to leave it locked up, he said. This blade deserves to see battle again. The next day, the news across Korea exploded. Jong Chul had been officially appointed as the new chairman of the Hunter Association. At home, Gina, Jinwoo's younger sister, watched the news with wide eyes. Yesterday, they announced the chairman's death, and today they already found a replacement, she said in disbelief. But wow, he's kinda handsome. The country remained unstable. The people were scared. Gina sighed, turning to see her mother doing the dishes. Without thinking, she rushed over and hugged her tightly. Her mom chuckled. If you have this much energy, take out the trash for me. Nope, too lazy. Gina grinned. Suddenly she asked, Mom, don't you want to move somewhere safer? But her mother shook her head warmly. This is our home. I'm happy here. As Gina went to grab the laundry, something strange caught her eye, and she bolted back to her mother, panic in her voice. At the same time, back at the Ahjin Guild office, chaos was brewing. 2 unexpected visitors had arrived, and not just anyone. It was Thomas Andre, the Goliath himself, and Lennart Nierman, Germany's top hunter. They had been sitting there for 2 hours. Poor Ginho was losing his mind. Why are they here? Where's Young? He's not answering his phone. Leonard, who was sitting nearby, also seemed tense. I can't believe Thomas Andre himself is here to meet Hunter Sung Jin Wu. The secretary informed them politely. Mr. Sung is currently on a raid. He doesn't come to the office often. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jinwoo stepped inside. The room instantly froze. Then everyone practically shouted in unison, Master! Jinwoo blinked, looking around. He spotted Thomas sitting calmly in a chair. He also noticed a huge gathering of partners outside the building earlier. Thomas is doing, he thought immediately. He could feel Thomas's powerful aura from kilometers away. Jinho rushed up. Hyung, why weren't you answering? Thomas Andre's been waiting forever. Thomas only smiled. I was busy, Jinwoo said casually. Jinho pointed at Jinwoo's ruffled clothes. Were you fighting? Jinwoo shrugged. Had a breakthrough during the raid. Rank promotion challenge. Then Thomas stood up and faced Jinwoo directly. It's been a long time, he said, his deep voice filling the room. Jinho was sweating nervously, praying they wouldn't suddenly start fighting here. He quickly asked, So, what brings you to Korea, Thomas Nim? Thomas grinned. Don't you remember? I promised to treat you to lunch after my arm healed. He added, and I brought you a gift. Something bombastic. Jinwoo raised an eyebrow. Bombastic? Thomas lowered his voice. Better not unwrap it here. It's too dangerous. Jinwoo frowned slightly. Did you seriously bring a bomb into my guild? Then he noticed Lennart Nierman still sitting quietly nearby. Another powerful presence. This is going to be interesting, Jinwoo thought. Inside the Ahjin Guild office, Jinwoo turned his attention to the man standing beside Thomas. Who are you? He asked. The man replied politely. Lennart Nierman. Jinwoo recognized the name immediately. Germany's top-ranked hunter. He must have come here for something important, Jinwoo thought. But before Jinwoo could say more, Thomas Andre stepped between them, shielding Lennart with a big hand. Thomas shook his head. Not today. This conversation isn't for your ears. You can go back to Germany. Lennart stiffened, surprised by Thomas's bluntness. No one had ever talked down to him like that. He opened his mouth to protest. He had waited 2 hours for this meeting, but Thomas's glare silenced him. Jinwoo sighed internally. Typical Thomas. Soon after, Jinwoo and Thomas left the office and headed to a nearby restaurant. They sat at a private table and Thomas wasted no time. He gestured to his subordinate who placed a sturdy black case onto the table. Thomas grinned like a kid about to reveal a secret. I've been waiting a long time for this. He flipped the case open, and a powerful surge of magical energy flooded the room. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Inside, gleaming with dangerous beauty, were 2 short daggers, crafted from dragon teeth. Thomas chuckled at Jinwoo's expression. Recognize it? Jinwoo nodded slowly. Reed's corpse? The Dragon Emperor? These are his teeth. Thomas confirmed it. The US government wanted to create paired weapons. They pulled out the sharpest tooth Reed had left, the one that almost killed me, and let me keep it as a souvenir. Too small for a 2-handed sword, so I forged these daggers instead. He smiled warmly. I can't think of a better person to wield them. Jinwoo lifted the daggers carefully. Their stats appeared before his eyes. High-quality Dragon Fang daggers. Superior sensitivity to mana attack power plus 1,500 mana. Amplification based on user ability. Jinwoo couldn't believe it. 1,500 attack power? Even the Demon King's daggers paled in comparison. These are atomic bombs disguised as weapons. He tested the balance, swinging one experimentally. The blade moved like an extension of his body, singing through the air. Thomas watched, amused. "Those little crumbs could punch through my armor like paper," he said. "If you wanted to, I wouldn't even be able to escape." He half joked, "But maybe don't kill me with my own gift, alright?" Jinwoo smiled faintly. He could feel it, and these weren't ordinary daggers. They welcomed his touch, as if responding to his strength. Thomas turned to his secretary. "Still think I made the wrong choice?" She shook her head quickly. Jinwoo lowered the daggers back into the case. "Why give these to me for free?" he asked. "They're worth more than anything money could buy." Thomas's face grew serious. "Because you spared my guild members. Their lives are priceless." Jinwoo nodded. "Then I'll gladly accept them." He stood, bowing slightly. But suddenly, both Jinwoo and Thomas stiffened. A strange, overwhelming energy filled the air. They looked up instinctively, and outside crowds had gathered, all staring at the sky. A massive gate had appeared above Seoul. Not just big, monstrous. People began recording videos, streaming live across social media. A huge gate has opened above Seoul. "This is bigger than anything we've ever seen." News anchors scrambled to cover it. Experts spoke grimly. This gate dwarfs anything since the first magical outbreaks. And worse, we may see similar gates appear worldwide. Jinwoo stepped outside, summoning Kaisel, his shadow dragon, and flew up to get a closer look. He hovered near the gate, feeling its oppressive pressure. It's like a wall, he realized. Something is building behind it. Something we've never faced before. Even an awakened like him couldn't cross this threshold easily. And beyond it, monsters unlike anything Earth had seen. His friends, his family. They were standing right under this. Just then his phone buzzed. It was President Go Gun-hee's successor, Manager Gion. The call was rough, the signal barely holding because of the magical interference. "Can you hear me?" Gion shouted. "Barely," Jinwoo replied. "Call me chairman now," Gion joked awkwardly. "Though I don't deserve it." Jinwoo let it slide. The chairman got straight to the point. "Have you reviewed the satellite scans I sent?" "I did." Jinwoo nodded grimly. No other gates appeared around the world. Just this one, over Seoul. 3 hours had passed since the gate's appearance, and not a single additional one had opened anywhere else. It wasn't a coincidence. This gate, this massive, ominous phenomenon, okay, this was no accident. The chairman spoke again. "We're preparing to evacuate the civilians near the gate." Jinwoo stared up at the swirling clouds and the massive tear in the sky. Whatever is coming through this gate will change the world, and Jinwoo would be standing right there, ready to meet it head-on. To prevent mass panic, the Hunter Association decided they would evacuate civilians gradually, buying precious time before chaos erupted. On a call with Chairman Gion, Jinwoo asked, "What will you do while all this unfolds?" The chairman replied honestly, "I don't even know what will happen tomorrow." Neither did Jinwoo. A few hours later, inside the association's private gym, Jinwoo was sparring, training hard against Baru. The Ant General attacked from every angle, his movements sharp and relentless. Jinwoo dodged smoothly, parrying each blow. Finally, during one exchange, Jinwoo caught Baru's arm mid-strike. He smiled. "Are you sure you're giving it everything you've got?" Baru immediately yanked his arm back, bowing deeply. "Forgive me, my king. I would never dare to hold back." But Jinwoo laughed softly. "Relax. I just wanted a real workout. You're one of the few who can actually push me this far." Baru lowered his head even more, humbled by the praise. Jinwoo teased, "You're getting better at expressing your feelings. Didn't you eat people before?" Baru twitched awkwardly, embarrassed. As the training resumed, Baru moved even faster, his attacks sharper. He had gotten stronger after being promoted to commander rank. Still, as quick as he was, Jinwoo handled him with ease. Between dodges, Jinwoo spoke calmly. "You know, once Igris and Greed reach the general rank, it won't be long before they qualify for commander. If you don't want them to take your spot, you'd better fight harder." Baru roared, unleashing a flurry of faster, deadlier attacks, but it still wasn't enough. With one heavy blow, Jinwoo sent Baru crashing into a nearby wall. Baru knelt down, panting. "Your strength constantly surprises me, my king." Jinwoo chuckled. "Maybe I should block TV channels that air too many historical dramas. You're getting dramatic." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Training's over. Let's get serious now." He called the chairman again. "I need you to listen carefully. And don't freak out. I have 300 insects in place scanning everything. They're doing a great job." Meanwhile, at a luxury hotel in Seoul, Thomas Andre sat calmly by the lobby window, gazing up at the giant gate looming over the city. The receptionist asked if he planned to leave soon. Thomas just laughed. "Leave? How could I abandon something this magnificent? Anything that makes my heart pound is beautiful. The breath of a dragon, the giant gate, Hunter Sung Jinwoo's power, all beautiful." His secretary sighed. "There are some things you simply can't have, sir." Thomas chuckled. "Maybe, but even if they can't be owned, they can still be admired." He looked serious for a moment. "If we can't stop it here, the world might not have another chance. This could be humanity's last stand." or its new beginning. Outside, panic gripped Seoul. Traffic jams stretched for miles. Families fled, desperate to get away from the gate overhead. At Jinwoo's home, Gina turned to her mother anxiously. "Mom, shouldn't we evacuate too?" But her mother smiled gently. "If this place is destined to become a battlefield, I'd rather choose where I die. This is our home." Gina bit her lip. "But I want to go to college next year. I still have my whole life ahead of me." Her mother nodded, hugging her tightly. "Don't worry, your brother will protect us, just like your father once did." Meanwhile, Jinwoo sat alone atop a tall building, watching the panicked city below. The air crackled with tension. Where are they hiding? He wondered. The enemy. The real enemy. He knew he could handle the fight, but he wasn't sure he could save everyone. He had too much to protect now. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts. If this was my last day, who would I want to spend it with? His finger hovered and paused on one name, Hae-in. At that moment, Hunter Cha was training in a taekwondo studio, sparring with her instructor, but the teacher noticed something off. "You're hesitating," he said. "Are you afraid?" He smiled sadly. "It's okay. I'm afraid too. I can't imagine what kind of monsters you've faced." He flexed his shoulder absent-mindedly, recalling the day he lost his arm to a beast. Just then, Cha's phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her expression changed. "Sorry, master," she said urgently. "I have to go." Her teacher gave a knowing nod. He didn't ask who had called. He already knew. Hours later, they walked together through the city streets, Jinwoo and Cha. Passers-by gasped in recognition. "Is that Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Wait, isn't that Hunter Cha from the Hunter Guild?" A small crowd gathered, whispering. But Jinwoo paid them no mind. "There are more people here than I expected," he murmured. Cha smiled gently. "Not the best place for a stroll." Jinwoo shrugged. "It's not that I like crowded places. I just wanted to come here once." She tilted her head curiously. "Why bring me along?" He hesitated. "Because you're my friend." She blinked. Memories flooded back of a time long ago in a dark, ancient dungeon, standing before the statue god, facing death together. Back then, she had said it. We're friends. And now, on the eve of the greatest battle, he had chosen her to share this quiet moment. Hae-in stood there, her heart racing. Jinwoo had just casually mentioned how she came here to save him. And honestly, it embarrassed the hell out of her. She thought he hadn't heard her say that back then. But he had. And he just brushed it off with that calm smile of his, like it was no big deal. She shook it off and asked, kinda awkwardly, "Hey, what even is this dungeon?" Jinwoo scratched his head, looking off into the distance. "Honestly, no clue," he said, chuckling. Still figuring that part out. Before she could say anything else, she caught something out of the corner of her eye. Some random dude was yelling, "Hey, I'm a huge fan." She spun around, and that's when she noticed it. The whole area had been quietly locked down by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, forming a protective circle, stopping normal people from getting too close. Cha let out a soft sigh. "I think we're kinda drawing more attention, not less," she teased. But Jinwoo just smiled. People stop noticing if you don't pay him any mind." Hae-in found herself thinking back. It had been, 2 years since she first became a hunter? She couldn't remember the last time she felt so lighthearted, so normal. And yet, whenever she was near Jinwoo, it was like some forgotten part of herself came alive again. She caught that same scent, that familiar, comforting scent that only he carried. Out of nowhere, Jinwoo pointed toward a nearby amusement park. "You want to ride the slides?" he asked. She blinked. "Seriously?" He grinned. And just like that, they were running toward the slides. They tried a few of them, but honestly, their faces stayed stone cold the whole way down. Neither of them even flinched. They'd fought monsters that made these rides look like a joke. Later, when they sat down to eat, Jinwoo asked, "You having fun?" Cha nodded quickly. "Yeah, actually a lot." He smirked. "You didn't even scream once." Then it hit him. Maybe the slides are just too slow for S-rank hunters. And right then, a mischievous grin lit up his face. "Hey, you want to ride something really fun?" A little while later, they were soaring high over Seoul on the back of Kaisel, his shadow dragon. Cha's hair whipped around her face as she gasped. "This is insane. It's so high, so beautiful." Jinwoo laughed. Mission accomplished. As they glided through the clouds, Cha turned to him and asked, "Why'd you take me to the amusement park if you had this badass dragon?" Jinwoo looked a little serious for a second. "That park? It was built on the site where my father disappeared. Always wanted to visit it. Just once." Cha's heart ached a little at that. She smiled softly. "Thanks for taking me." They flew for a while longer until the sky turned deep blue and the first stars started peeking out. Jinwoo took her to a quiet forest clearing. They stood side by side, staring up at the endless, glittering sky. Suddenly, a shooting star blazed across the heavens. Neither of them said a word. It was perfect. But back in Seoul, things were getting ugly. Real ugly. Right outside the Korean Hunter Association, a young hunter was walking alone, thinking about the gate. About how in just a couple days, that monstrous thing looming over the city was going to crack wide open. He tightened his fist. He had scars now, He wasn't some rookie anymore, but before he could finish his thought, bam! Someone slammed into him hard. "Hey man, watch where you're going," he snapped. But when he looked up, he immediately froze. This wasn't a normal guy. No, this was something way worse. All around them, other hunters were starting to notice too. They watched, tense. That man, no, that thing, yet was way too big. Way too wrong. Wait, isn't that Hunter Leon? Why is he acting so weird? The bumped hunter clenched his jaw, puffed his chest out. "You're gonna just stand there after bumping into me?" He barked. "You owe me an apology, jackass." He didn't know how bad he'd just screwed up, because right then, the man opened his mouth, and it was full of razor-sharp teeth. His eyes glowed, and without even a second's warning, he bit down. One scream, and blood sprayed everywhere. The nearby hunters could only stare, frozen in horror. Within seconds, chaos broke out. Explosions rocked the street. Cars flipped over like toys. One poor hunter got slammed into a wall and stuck there like a rag doll. Another saw the monster charge at him, flipping a damn car right into his body. And that monster grinned wickedly and roared, "Pathetic little worms, this is my hunt now. Your skin, your meat, I'll rip it all to shreds. I am the monarch of beasts, the king of fangs. Come at me if you dare." Meanwhile, back in the peaceful forest, Jinwoo and Cha were still oblivious to the nightmare breaking loose downtown. Jinwoo pointed to a small hotel nearby. "Hey, heard there's a nice hotel up ahead. We can grab a shower, maybe some breakfast too." Cha nodded. Sounded good. Jinwoo summoned Kaisel again. "We'll get there in 5 minutes." Cha tilted her head. "Wait, if it's that close, why call the dragon?" Jinwoo just grinned. "Well, close for me could still be like 10 kilometers away." Cha just laughed and shook her head. As they soared through the crisp night air, over mountains and rivers bathed in starlight, neither of them knew that across the city, hell had already begun to break loose. Inside the Hunter Association headquarters, the president was storming through the halls, his aides running after him. "Sir, there's been an attack. Right under our noses." The president frowned. "Casualties?" The aide hesitated. "Sir, it's hard to even count. It's happening right now." The president stared out the window toward the enormous gate looming in the sky. But the gate isn't even open yet. Something had gone terribly wrong. The sheer sight of this dungeon was already giving the new association president a monster headache. Where the hell did this thing even come from, he wondered, rubbing his temples. He pushed himself up from his chair, voice tight. "Where's Hunter Jinwoo right now?" One of his men shifted uncomfortably. "He's out of contact, sir." "Damn, just his luck." Then another staff member rushed in, panting. "A hunter's engaged the monster! Someone nearby jumped in!" The president's ears perked up. "Who?" The answer came fast. "A world-class hunter. He's the same guy who came to Seoul to meet Sung Jinwoo. Out on the battlefield, that hunter, Leonard Nierman, Germany's top dog, stood frozen, facing the monster. He tightened his fists, trying to steady his breathing. Maybe this was fate, he thought bitterly. Fly all the way to Seoul just to die here. He wasn't even sure if he could beat this thing. But just as he braced himself, wham! A huge hand grabbed Leonard by the back of the head and shoved him aside like a sack of potatoes. "Step aside," a deep voice said. It was Thomas Andre. The Goliath himself had arrived. Meanwhile, across the city, Jinwoo was finishing up dinner with Cha Hae-in. His phone buzzed on the table. He picked it up lazily. "Hello?" On the other end, panic. "Why the hell weren't you answering?" Jinwoo scratched his head. "Out of range, sorry." Then the voice dropped the bomb. A monster just showed up, in the middle of Seoul. Jinwoo blinked. "Wait, what? The gate's not supposed to open for a few more days." "Yeah, well, it's real. It's happening right now." Jinwoo stood up, his chair scraping loudly. "How many monsters we talking?" The association president hesitated. "Just one." Jinwoo frowned hard. "Just one? And you're telling me the whole damn city's going nuts over it?" The president sighed. "This thing is different. One guild tried to take it on. Got wiped out in seconds. Thomas Andre's fighting it now." That made Jinwoo freeze. Thomas? Already in a fight? He gritted his teeth. He had left standing orders. They were supposed to notify him immediately if something weird happened. And right now, everything smelled wrong. Then Jinwoo checked his internal link to his shadow soldiers in Seoul, and his stomach dropped. No signal. Something was jamming them. Shadow soldiers that should have been all over the city. Gone. Just gone. His mind raced. It's hiding, right under their noses. "President," he barked over the phone. "Check if that monster has a shadow." "What? Why? Because the bastards that hide in shadows? Those are the ones you gotta watch the most." Back in Seoul, Thomas Andre squared up against the monster. He shouted to the hunters nearby, "Get the civilians out! Now!" The monster just stood there, grinning. Its very presence made seasoned hunters flinch. It wasn't just some mindless beast. There was something wrong about it. The monster lunged first. Its claws raked against Thomas's armor, but couldn't leave a scratch. In response, Thomas hammered it in the face. One punch, another, a third. The ground cracked under the force. Thomas pinned the beast down. punching it into the asphalt again and again. Meanwhile, a few blocks over, another hunter pulled his car over and asked one of the evac crews, "Hey, what's the status here?" The guy responded, sweating bullets. "Still people in the buildings. White Tiger Guild and Reapers Guild are helping with evacuation. Reinforcements? Hunters from all over, gathered after the big gate alert. But right now, we're on our own." And it showed, because even Thomas Andre, the living Goliath, was struggling. At one moment, Thomas delivered a devastating blow, sending the monster flying through several city blocks. Concrete, glass, rebar, everything in its path shattered like it was paper. But then, the monster picked itself back up and smiled. That damn smile. It charged, slamming its head right into Thomas's gut. Thomas grunted, managed to grab it, and tossed it over his shoulder. It should have ended there. But midair, the monster twisted and kicked Thomas across the face, sending him flying. Landing hard, Thomas wiped blood from his mouth. "This thing's no joke," he realized grimly. "I'm gonna have to use everything I've got." By then, White Tiger Guild had arrived too. Their leader took one look at the destruction, at Thomas Andre barely holding the line, and barked orders. "All units, prep for battle." But just as they started moving, boom! A building exploded nearby. From the rubble, the monster emerged again, grinning like it was Christmas morning. The White Tiger leader's heart sank when he saw it, and then his eyes landed on Thomas, the Goliath, the legend, the guy even the Americans bowed to. Surely he could win this. But Thomas turned, eyes blazing, and roared at them. "Idiots! Move! Get out of here!" This wasn't going to be a normal fight, and Thomas Andre? He knew it better than anyone. This was a death match. Thomas roared over his shoulder, "Wah, move it! Take cover now!" The White Tiger Guild leader didn't need to be told twice. He took one long look at that monster. And yeah, he knew. This wasn't your everyday dungeon boss. This thing was something else. The guild leader started to transform, preparing for a serious fight. But before he could even finish, the monster was already in his face. And the second their eyes met, the White Tiger boss knew he was screwed. It was pure animal instinct. The same gut feeling a cornered rabbit has when it realizes it's about to die. He couldn't even meet the monster's gaze. His body refused. Then, like a kid bored of his toys, the monster turned and started ripping up cars with telekinesis, hurling them straight at Thomas Andre. Thomas caught the first car, muscles straining. Then the second crashed down, and the third, and the fourth. He was buried under a damn avalanche of metal and glass. But Thomas wasn't about to go down that easy. With a snarl, he pushed off the ground and used his own telekinesis to yank the monster toward him. The second the bastard got close enough, Thomas smashed his fists into it. Over and over, he beat it down, pounding it deeper into the street. But something was wrong. Way wrong. Despite all the blows, that ugly feeling in his gut only got worse. It was like something invisible was squeezing his throat. Thomas gritted his teeth and kept swinging anyway, but deep down he knew. This wasn't a win, not yet. Then the monster laughed. A low, rumbling laugh that made every hair on Thomas's neck stand on end. It reached up, grabbed Thomas's hand, and squeezed. "Pretty impressive," the monster sneered, for a pathetic puppet of the shards of light. Before Thomas's eyes, the monster began to change. Its body swelled, muscles ripping and bulging until it looked even more monstrous. Its voice deepened, vibrating through the air. "Tell me, you feel it, don't you? The terror? The despair?" The White Tiger Guild members watched in horror. Their leader had barely managed to stay standing, and now the monster was still evolving. But then the monster's eyes flicked toward the shadows. It grinned. "Well, well," it sneered. "Look what we got here. A little rat." With a jerk of his hand, the monster yanked something from the wall. One of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers, an ant soldier, writhing in its grip. "Hiding in the shadows, dreaming of killing me," the monster laughed, crushing the poor shadow in its fist like it was nothing. The monster turned its attention back to Thomas, smiling cruelly. "Maybe it's about time we stopped playing." Thomas, bloody but not broken, growled, "Quit talking. Let's go, bastard." Thomas slipped out of the monster's grip, moved behind him fast, and locked his arms around its thick neck. He squeezed with everything he had, muscles bulging, veins popping. For a second, he felt the monster's spine crack under the pressure. He almost smiled, but then he felt it. The crack mended, bones realigned. The thing just healed. The monster grabbed Thomas by the head like he was nothing, slammed him into the ground hard enough to crater the concrete, and snarled, "Man, I'm getting real hungry." And just as the monster was about to go in for the kill, boom! A powerful blast of energy slammed into it from the side. Dust and debris flew everywhere. When the dust cleared, a lone hunter stood between Thomas and the monster. This hunter wasn't some no-name rookie. He was strong, you could tell from the way he held himself. But standing there, facing that nightmare, even he was shaking. Hell, just looking at the thing gave him goosebumps. Behind him, Thomas Andre groaned out, "Run! "You're gonna die if you stay." The hunter didn't even turn around. "You don't gotta remind me, sir." He smiled grimly. "But I ain't gonna run. Not today." This was his choice, his stand. Even if it killed him, he'd rather die fighting than live as somebody else's errand boy. The monster lunged, but right before it could tear the hunter apart, whoosh! A massive set of jaws, a shadow dragon, snapped shut around the beast and yanked it into the air. For a split second, hope sparked, but the monster tore through Kaisel like paper, shredding the shadow dragon into nothing. And when it landed back on the ground, it looked up and saw only darkness swirling in front of it. A heartbeat later, bam! Jinwoo crashed down out of the sky, his boots slamming into the monster's head so hard it cratered the street below them. Jinwoo landed lightly next to the battered hunter. Without looking away from the monster, he said, "Get Thomas the hell out of here." The hunter nodded, heart pounding. Down in the hole, the monster laughed again. "The old man wasn't lying. You really are the Shadow King." It began changing again, its body expanding, morphing, growing even worse. Jinwoo heard movement behind him. He flicked a glance over his shoulder and saw more enemies appearing from the ground. Insects, gnashing teeth, shadowy figures slithering out of nowhere. System notifications popped up in Jinwoo's vision. Enemy detected, Lord of Frost, Ice Monarch. Enemy detected, Lord of Beasts, Fang Monarch. Enemy detected, Lord of Plague, Insect Monarch. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. Surrounded on all sides, no backup, no easy way out. Above them, the sky split open. A beam of light shot toward the heavens, cutting through the darkness like a sword. The real battle, the one he'd been feeling creeping up for days, had finally begun. The second Jinwoo barked the word, "Appear," the ground at his feet ripped open in a swirl of darkness. From that black void, his shadow army started pouring out like a living tidal wave. The Beast Monarch's face twisted up. What the hell? Even he didn't expect to see this many. The cold monarch, standing back, sucked in a deep breath, and when he exhaled, it was like a glacier exploded out of him. Whoosh! In an instant, everything, every single shadow soldier, froze solid. Frozen mid-step, mid-attack, like some giant had hit pause on reality. The cold monarch chuckled, hands tucked behind his back, all cocky-like. "Yeah, impressive little army you got there. Too bad they're just statues now." Meanwhile, the plague monarch was just standing there, staring at the frozen battlefield. Real sentimental-like. She murmured, "My babies, it's been so long since I saw ya." The cold monarch sneered at Jinwoo. "Honestly? Dropping a little thing like that on us? You must think we're jokes." He tilted his head, sizing Jinwoo up. "Haven't even fully mastered your powers yet, have you, kid?" Jinwoo looked down at his own hand, frozen stiff. Cracks running across the ice like spider webs. With a flex of pure will, he shattered the ice, pulled his badass new dagger out, and pointed it straight at the cold monarch. "I'll kill you first." The monarchs didn't like that at all. The cold monarch hissed and summoned his minions. Towering ice trolls stomped into the field. At the same time, the plague monarch shrieked out, and a swarm of grotesque insect creatures flooded out behind her. Jinwoo didn't blink. He launched straight into the army. A giant ice troll swung a club the size of a telephone pole. Jinwoo dodged clean and sliced its damn leg off in a single blur of motion. Shink, shink, shink. He was a storm now, cutting trolls and insects into bloody shreds, racing straight toward the cold monarch. The beast monarch suddenly barreled into his path, fangs bared, muscles rippling. He charged at Jinwoo with enough force to split mountains. The beast monarch snarled, "You really think a little piece of metal can hurt me?" Jinwoo didn't even flinch. Swoosh! He cut the beast monarch's massive hand clean off. "Guess we'll find out," Jinwoo said, dead serious. The beast monarch howled in rage, stumbling back. But before Jinwoo could finish him off, boom! A giant toxic green hand slammed into him out of nowhere. Jinwoo flipped through the air, barely dodging a second swipe. He looked up and saw the plague monarch, floating mid-air, spitting out swarms of her poison hands. Meanwhile, the beast monarch regenerated his damn hand. Jinwoo sighed. 3 monarchs at once, no backup. Just him. Suddenly the battlefield shook, and out of the cracked ice exploded, "My king, I'm coming!" It was Baru. Shadow Commander Baru, his strongest soldier, at once snapped free of his icy prison and charged like a man possessed. Baru blitzed straight at the plague monarch, claws flashing. "How dare some brainless bug lay a hand on my king?" The cold monarch staggered back in shock. "How is that thing? How's it moving?" The beast monarch growled, "Whatever rank he gave his soldiers, it's making them forget their own damn limits." And he lunged at Baru, claws slashing. But Baru wasn't backing down an inch. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was slicing through the swarms of zombie insects, side by side with his loyal commander. Then it happened. One of the plague monarch's toxic strikes clipped Jinwoo square in the chest, sending him crashing through the side of a building. Boom! Dust and rubble exploded everywhere. Jinwoo lay there for a second, half buried under concrete, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could even shake the dust off, a tsunami of ice shards came raining down from the sky, millions of them like deadly razors. But he wasn't gonna just lie there. He pushed himself to his feet, gritting his teeth, and started batting the shards away with his daggers. From atop a massive block of ice, the cold monarch smirked down at him. "How much longer you think you can keep this up, little king?" Jinwoo's dagger flashed, and one perfect throw nicked the monarch's shoulder. The cold monarch snarled, ripping the dagger out, staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jinwoo called down a rainstorm of daggers from the sky, an entire armory of shining blades swirling around him. "You talk too damn much," Jinwoo said. "Let's finish this." The monarch sneered. "You're just an insect. How dare you talk to me like—" But Jinwoo wasn't listening anymore. He exploded forward, aiming straight for the monarch's heart. The cold monarch smiled cruelly, because behind Jinwoo, another monarch was waiting. Before he could react a slash, Jinwoo took a brutal hit to the back. Pain stabbed through him like lightning. Blood sprayed across the cracked battlefield. Baru's head snapped around, sensing his king's danger. But before he could reach Jinwoo, the plague monarch blocked him, cooing, "Come to mama, little bug." She wrapped Baru in her disgusting, toxic arms. Meanwhile, the beast monarch loomed over Jinwoo, grinning like a man about to finish off a wounded prey. "It's over, boy." But Baru wasn't having it. Pinned down or not, he roared at the other shadow soldiers. "Get up, you fools! Break the chains! Our king needs us!" And suddenly, all across the frozen battlefield, the Shadow Army began shattering the ice that had trapped them. One by one they rose, and they roared, and they charged. The Shadow Soldiers broke free from their frozen prison, roaring back to life. As they surged forward, Baru led the charge, shouting, "Anyone in our way, we'll crush them!" The Beast Monarch, watching from the sidelines, chuckled. "Looks like that one's got some serious rank." Didn't realize the higher-ranked ones were going to start waking up too. But then he noticed Jinwoo, still standing. Despite the heavy blow he'd taken earlier, the cold monarch sneered. "It's over, that wound. You're not getting back up from that." But Jinwoo? He wasn't built like normal people. He straightened his back, gritted his teeth, and activated status restoration. Every wound, every fracture, every ounce of damage, gone in a flash. Across the world, people watching the livestream gasped. In New York, crowds stared at giant screens. In London, commuters froze in the streets, glued to their phones. In Shanghai and Paris, same thing. One hunter, one man, fighting for the entire world. Meanwhile, Korean hunters looked up at the black sky above Seoul, feeling the power crackle in the air. "Is that really Jinwoo?" one of them muttered. "When did he get this strong?" Chairman White just stared silently at the screens, wondering how the hell one kid had closed the gap so fast. Back in the heart of the battlefield, Jinwoo's soldiers were clashing with the monarch's forces, and they weren't just holding their ground, they were pushing back. Baru sliced off two of the plague monarch's disgusting insect arms. She shrieked in rage, but before she could retaliate, Jinwoo flashed behind her. "During my battle with the architect," he said calmly, "I saw it. The pillars holding up this world, they'll fall, but it won't be me who dies." Before the plague monarch could even react, he cut her down. She screamed as darkness swallowed her whole. High above the city, one hunter crouched atop a shattered rooftop. He had come here to help deliver the killing blow when the time was right. But looking out over the burning, broken skyline, he knew the truth. There was nothing he could do here. Half an hour earlier, the Reapers and other guilds had set up sniper positions around the battlefield. One signal, and they'd rain down everything they had. But watching now, it was useless. Even Thomas Andre couldn't stop that thing, he thought bitterly. Another hunter grabbed his shoulder. "Just watch. Don't interfere," the man said. The younger hunter clenched his fists, but he stayed put. They all did. They could only watch and pray. Down below, the plague monarch tried one last desperate move, blasting Jinwoo with a massive wave of poison. But Jinwoo just turned, his eyes cold. "Poison doesn't work on me." He rushed her, locked her down with telekinesis. She couldn't even twitch before he was there. Chaos blade flashing, slicing her into ragged pieces. Her shrieks tore through the battlefield, then silence. Even the creatures of darkness seemed stunned by the sheer power Jinwoo had unleashed. The system popped up with a message. "You have defeated the plague monarch. Your level has increased." Across the field, the cold monarch froze, wide-eyed. He couldn't believe it. He wasn't supposed to be ready yet, he thought. The beast monarch growled behind him. "Kid doesn't even know how to handle his strength properly. He ain't a real monarch." The beast monarch lunged, grabbing Baru by the throat, squeezing tight. Jinwoo, feeling the connection weaken, cursed under his breath. Had he lost the soldiers guarding Thomas Andre too? He tried to cancel the summoning to save them, but it didn't work. That wasn't an option anymore. Snarling, Jinwoo burst forward, punching the beast monarch so hard he sent him flying. Baru collapsed, gasping. but alive. Jinwoo barely had time to catch his breath when the Cold Monarch moved. "You should really work on controlling your little pets," the Cold Monarch sneered. "Otherwise, I'll just keep breaking them over and over, till they devour you from the inside." He hurled his trident with terrifying force. Jinwoo dodged, barely. The trident smashed into the ground like a meteor. When the Cold Monarch looked again, Jinwoo was gone. Only a heartbeat later, Jinwoo reappeared, slicing at the Monarch's side with his new daggers. The Cold Monarch jerked away, parrying with his trident, knocking Jinwoo aside. But he was breathing harder now. He could feel it. Jinwoo wasn't just strong. He was learning mid-fight, adapting, evolving. "I gotta finish this," the Monarch muttered, summoning a second weapon, a wicked icicle sword, in his left hand. He charged, but Jinwoo was already moving, reading every twitch, every shift of weight. Movement, breathing, magic. "I can see it all," Jinwoo thought. One mistake, one half-second opening, was all he needed. And then Jinwoo was behind the Monarch, his dagger aimed for the heart. But right then, a massive claw burst out of nowhere. The Beast Monarch, sneaking in with a surprise attack. The hunters watching from a distance gasped in horror. The Beast Monarch's attack struck true, and Jinwoo stumbled, blood exploding from his side.